Jooheon put on the Chiyu mask, confused, since he was told that he could try, so it seems that someone needs to be set straight. The soldiers attacked him. The fog passed through one of the guards. The fog attacked each soldier, and they could do nothing. The relic angrily asked why they did nothing. The Akashic records ordered to stop the guy. Suddenly, the fog slammed into one of the shelves with fury. The relic lamented about how much sweat and blood was put into its knowledge, to which Jooheon said that in this case, he will destroy it. The guy broke through the guards with fog. The Akashic records screamed about what he was doing and demanded to stop. Jooheon broke through the guards again and said that if she didn't listen to him, he would destroy everything here, to which the relic began to curse. Jooheon prepared for another attack when he said that judging by the way she was resisting, she was clearly not a combat relic. He wounded one of the soldiers, saying that the relic could send as many guards as it wanted since they were no match for him. The relic began to glow even brighter in anger when it asked her to stop doing this, since the lesson had been learned, to which Jooheon asked if she would obey him, to which she said that she would think about it. Jooheon took off his mask and said that they needed to get it out of the Vatican so that neither Pandora nor the Vatican could get their hands on it. The Akashic records said that she had never worked with humans before, to which the boy replied that she thought so because someone wanted to stab him in the back, filled with knowledge flowing from it. Jooheon smiled and said that if the relic went with him, he would take good care of it and would not insist on acknowledging him as its owner right then and there. The Akashic records looked around the ruined shelves and asked how she could trust him after what he had done here, to which the boy replied that she didn't really have a choice. Jooheon looked around and said that they had sorted out the main problem, then headed to one of the shelves, to which the relic asked what he was doing. The boy reached out for one of the books and explained that he was in a place where all the knowledge in the world was stored, so he would take a quick look. Jooheon smiled contentedly as he pulled out the book, saying that he couldn't pass up such a chance. Jooheon pulled out a book titled 100 Fashion Trends of the Overlord Style. He put the book back and said that since all the knowledge in the world was here, then this could be the case, so he would look for something else. The next book he pulled out was about 100 golden recipes of the round table of relics. Jooheon irritably asked if all the books here were like that or not, to which the Akashic records replied that this was the knowledge personally collected by the Overlord, to which the boy angrily asked what he was collecting. Jooheon threw the book down and said that he didn't need such knowledge, so let the relic help him find it, to which it replied that it didn't want to. She said that being able to find the necessary knowledge in such a huge library was the highest skill. The Akashic records said that they would not do such a thing for someone who was not its master, to which Jooheon cursed in annoyance. His legs were still hanging in the air when he asked about searching for books being a skill, then he remembered that a table had appeared. He put his hand forward, applied force, and thought that maybe it would work here too. But a shock pierced his body. Jooheon fell down rapidly. The relic angrily said that she had already told him several times not to destroy the library, to which he shouted that it was not him. Jooheon was lying on the fallen shelves. Books about Kwon Tae-jun's baldness, how to get a bunch of relics, about Pandora's relics, and today's news were hanging in front of him, and that was exactly what he wanted to know. The Akashic records heard that this was why he had moved here, to find these books, but the relic couldn't believe it. It looked at the boy surrounded by books and thought that even though he was a beginner, he was able to find the necessary knowledge, so was he really an Overlord candidate? Jooheon stared at the book in surprise. The relic explained that it was today's news, which showed him everything that was happening in the world he belonged to. He looked at the book, where it was written that right now, protesters were fighting with the Pandorans and using relics. At this time, the Pandora soldiers were indeed trying to push back the protesters. However, the angry crowd cursed and shouted that since the Pandorans attacked them, did they think they would get away with it? Jooheon watched the fight from the rooftop and thought that it was terrible. An explosion was heard behind the soldiers. Jooheon's attention was drawn to something. It turned out to be Chloe calling him, and he answered immediately. She asked how things were going in his area, to which he replied that the Protestants were fighting the Pandorans, to which the girl replied that they were having the same problem. She explained that fortunately there weren't many Pandorans here, so she thought the Protestants would quickly take over their office. Jooheon frowned and asked her to come help him when things calmed down, to which the girl replied that apparently things weren't going so smoothly for him. Jooheon looked at the crowd and said that everything was fine for now. The protesters had an advantage, since it seemed like a lot of people here had relics. He looked at the city and said that that was the problem, because their goal would be the Pandora headquarters. Chloe said tensely that the security there was pretty good. Jooheon replied that she should tell the others to come too, to which the girl said that she would tell them, that they should go to New York when they were done, and looked at the worried Saul. Jooheon thanked her and hung up. He looked at his phone and wondered if he should stretch his legs. In the Pandora building, they approached Eva and reported that they had a problem, as the protesters in New York were heading their way. She angrily exclaimed that she had told them to send suppression units, then asked what was wrong with them, to which her nervous subordinates replied that the protesters were stronger than they thought and that hostile excavators had joined them. She slammed her fists on the table and cursed. The girl clenched her teeth in anger, saying that they should come if they wanted, they would meet them properly, then ordered that the defense be strengthened. Jooheon continued reading, this time holding a book about Pandora relics. The Akashic records asked irritably how much longer he was going to read, and that he should get out of here already since she still had to restore what he had destroyed. Jooheon closed the book with a loud slam and said that he was done since he now roughly understood what he needed to do. He began to use his power since he had decided to start right away. The relic screamed about what he was doing. Jooheon took the pen and asked that if he changed what was written here, then he would also change reality, to which the relic screamed that the chronicles could not be rewritten. The guy crossed out one of the lines, and the Akashic records plaintively screamed not to do this. The relic called its guards again and screamed that he was not the master, so he had no right to do this, and it would use all its power to expel him from here. Jooheon ordered Aegis to activate the barrier, to which the relic said that it did not like pain. The guards hit the barrier. Jooheon laughed, as the Akashic records couldn't do anything with this level. The relic decided that another method was needed. The guards looked at each other. One of the soldiers touched the barrier. A tremor ran through the relic. Aegis exclaimed that the guards had become strange. Jooheon wrote furiously in the book, trying to keep up. Aegis asked him to finish quickly as the guards were doing something to her. Finally, the barrier fell. A purple light illuminated the guards. The powers of the relics collided. The bright light from the strong explosion began to fade. Books fell from the shelves en masse. A bright light was still burning below. The Akashic records were in the form of a huge glowing ball. With a heavy sigh, they said that they barely managed to drive out the protagonist. Without moving, they said that now they need to restore what the protagonist destroyed. Looking around, they saw that many shelves of books had been destroyed. Looking at this, they said that Jooheon had damaged too much, so they didn't even know where to start. At this time, a blue glow appeared in the library. At that very second, the protagonist appeared. Quickly turning his head and looking where he was, the protagonist realized that he was in the Vatican library, after which he asked if he had really been kicked out. Suddenly, joyful cries were heard not far from him. Jooheon looked in surprise in the direction of the cries. It was a small red bird that belonged to Ilya. It flew up to the protagonist and asked with displeasure where the hell the protagonist was, after which she said that he suddenly disappeared and had not contacted for 2 days. What 2 days? The protagonist asked in surprise. After that, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that it felt like half a day at most. After a short pause, he added that he believed that time flowed differently there. Eating a bun, Ilya asked in surprise where was there. Leaning over and picking up the book lying on the floor in his hand, the protagonist replied, inside Akasha. Hearing this, Ilya asked in surprise if the protagonist had really managed it. Smiling at the book, Jooheon answered positively and added that the book was only an entrance, and Akasha itself was a huge library. After a short pause, he suddenly said that they had no time to talk because they had to hurry to New York. The bird, like Ilya, was very surprised by such words of the protagonist. New York, Ilya suddenly asked again. After a while, Ilya called Bazin's horses. Jumping on the horses, they immediately rushed to New York. There was a satisfied and wide smile on the protagonist's face. He said to himself that he was sure that the Akasha Chronicles had already begun restoration, trying to restore everything that the protagonist had rewritten. A few minutes later, they were already above New York. The protagonist said to himself that if time in Akasha really flows differently, they would have time to finish before the restoration was complete. At that time, ordinary residents broke through Pandora's defense. There were explosions everywhere, destroying the defense. Jooheon added those who were not affected by lightning. The soldier, affected by Jooheon's strong magic, fell to the ground. Jooheon was a little excited. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face. He watched as the people joyfully shouted that they were winning. A huge army of ordinary citizens stood in front of Pandora's headquarters. Raising their weapons, they shouted that they were going to overthrow Pandora. Eva saw all this. Standing by the window, she said enraged that the bastards had broken through to them. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a yellow flame. Strong yellow lightning appeared around her. Gritting her teeth, she said that everyone would regret this. At that very second, Pandora's huge headquarters was suddenly enveloped in strong magical energy. All the soldiers who remained at the wall of the headquarters realized that this was the Druid's tower. They immediately rushed back, ordering everyone to retreat to the defensive line. Seeing this, the citizens were happy. They joyfully shouted that now they could go to the headquarters. Jooheon was not so happy. Looking at the headquarters, he asked himself in surprise, did the soldiers just retreat without a fight, and then said that something was wrong here. When suddenly he was shocked by what he saw. A huge barrier began to appear along the entire perimeter of the headquarters. It was huge. It was rising higher and higher with great speed. Eva was involved in this. With a crazy smile on her face, she gave her power to support the barrier. What is this? The citizens asked in shock. They stood in front of the barrier, behind which were the remaining soldiers. Looking up, they saw that the barrier hit the very sky, that even the end was not visible. At that very second, the soldiers prepared long-range relics for battle. The command fire sounded. At that very moment, the cannons fired. Shells from the weapons overcame the barrier and rushed towards the citizens. Loud and powerful explosions thundered. Jooheon, seeing this, tensed up greatly. The citizens were furious. Grabbing their weapons, they rushed to attack the barrier. But the explosions and blows did not penetrate the barrier. Looking at the explosions in front of their faces, the soldiers laughed and said that it was all useless. Eva stretched out her hand, continued to support the barrier and explained that nothing from the outside could get into the tower, but they could shoot from the inside. As soon as the smoke cleared, the citizens saw that the barrier was intact. This horrified everyone. At that very second, one of the guys shouted loudly that they had to retreat, otherwise at this rate they would all die. Suddenly, unknown symbols began to crawl along the wall. People immediately noticed this, but did not understand what was happening. The symbols formed a small arch, and then exploded. The soldiers clenched their teeth from the strong and bright light. They did not understand what was happening. As soon as the light went out, a hole was visible in the barrier. The citizens immediately saw this and were shocked. In front of them was a huge hole in the barrier, which did not restore itself and gave access to the headquarters. Eva saw all this. Grabbing the hand that supported the barrier, she did not understand what was happening. She put all her strength, but the relic of Merlin did not obey her. She was furious. What the hell? She screamed. People were standing in front of the huge hole and asking each other if it was a trap. When suddenly, turning around, they saw something flying at them. It was a red carpet, which was approaching incredibly quickly. Run, people suddenly screamed, but the carpet suddenly decomposed to the entrance to the barrier. People were very shocked and did not understand what the red carpet was doing here. Are they really luring us like this? People suddenly began to ask each other. Looking at the soldiers, who were terrified and panicked, they realized that this was unlikely because the soldiers themselves did not understand what was happening. So, said one of the citizens, turning to another. At that very moment, a loud scream was heard. The entire army rushed along the red carpet into the hole in the barrier. Seeing this, the soldiers screamed in horror that protesters were coming. At that moment, a man in a suit and a thick beard burst into Eva's office. He screamed in rage, asking Eva what was going on. "Did you really betray us?" he screamed, looking at Eva, who was standing by the window, trying to restore the barrier. Turning around, the girl asked in confusion why the man was breaking in, after which she added that he was distracting her a lot. The man screamed in rage, asking if she really thought they would believe him, adding that Eva was probably helping the enemy, otherwise where did such a hole in the barrier come from? Listening to this, the girl was very tense because she understood that she could not prove her innocence. "It wasn't me," Eva began to say, adding that it must be a broken relic. Raising his fist, the man shouted in rage, asking what it meant by broken, and then asked if Eve could hear herself. After these words, he shouted even louder that until the relic was used up, it would always work properly, and then ordered the girl to stop lying. Eve immediately replied that she did not know what it was, because this was the first time this had happened to her, and then swore that she had not betrayed Pandora. Waving his arms in different directions, the man shouted that since she insisted so much, they could just check through the Pandora system, then they would know whether the girl was lying or not. Hearing this, Eve immediately had an idea. "Exactly, the Pandora system," she said happily. After that, she thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and said that maybe the system would tell her what was wrong. After a while, they came to the room to the Pandora system. There were monitors and wires everywhere. "What a creepy place this was," the man said. Eva stood in front of two monitors in the center of the room. She quickly typed something on the keys, after which it appeared that a detailed study of the Pandora system had been launched. The man came up behind the girl and said that judging by how loyally she came here, He was not a traitor. Eva turned around and asked discontentedly how many more times she had to repeat this. At that very second, a notification appeared which said that the functions of the relic had been changed. Seeing this, Eva was shocked. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her face. What nonsense, she screamed in rage, after which she again began to type something on the keyboard, asking how to change the functions of the relic. Notifications began to appear in front of the girl. The first one said that the Druid's Tower was the place where Merlin was imprisoned. The next one said that Merlin was not there of his own free will. The third one said that Merlin created a great hole in the wall so that no one would be deprived of freedom. Reading this, everyone in the room was shocked. After reading it to the end, Eva slammed her fists on the table in rage, asking what kind of stupid correction this was. There were many other calculations on the screen, but Eva was not interested in all of this. At this time, the protagonist flew up to a huge barrier. Looking at this, the protagonist laughed and said that the barrier was huge. "What is this?" Ilya asked in surprise. "The Druid's Tower," the protagonist began to explain, adding that as soon as you put it up, Pandora's headquarters turns into an impenetrable fortress. "This is Merlin's impenetrable barrier," the protagonist said after a short pause. Looking at this, Ilya gritted his teeth and said that this was a very unpleasant thing. There was a satisfied smile on the protagonist's face. He said that if the Akashic Chronicles worked as he thought, then there should be a big hole in the barrier now. After a short pause, he said that he wanted to look at it, after which he told Ilya to walk faster. A few minutes later, they were already walking along a destroyed street, around medics who were treating the wounded. Among the medics was Chloe, who saw the protagonist. Looking at the wounded, the protagonist asked how Chloe and the others were doing. "Just awful," the girl answered. After that, Chloe pointed to a huge barrier and said that the Pandorans put up a barrier and started shooting with long-range weapons, which is why there are a lot of wounded among the protesters. After a short pause, Chloe continued that then a hole appeared in the barrier and everyone who could rushed there, so now only the wounded are left here, after which she added that she did not even understand what happened. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately understood that everything worked out. "It worked," he said. Hearing this, Chloe did not understand what the boss was talking about. Turning to Ilya, the protagonist said that it was time to go help the protesters. With glowing eyes and a crazy smile on his face, the protagonist wished Chloe good luck and went on. At this time, there was a real massacre behind the barrier. The protesters were screaming loudly and rushing to attack. The soldiers defending the headquarters were terrified. They ran away in fear. "Do not retreat," suddenly they heard behind. Reinforcements had arrived. Many legs appeared behind the soldiers. It was the board of directors, the Knights of the Round Table. Everyone was enveloped in incredible magical energy. The protesters stopped. "Who are they?" they asked each other, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Jooheon, standing behind, answered that these were the most important people in Pandora, explaining that these people were significantly strengthened by the relic of the Round Table. At that very second, incredible magical power enveloped him. With glowing eyes, he said that since those who came were so strong, he would deal with them himself. One of the knights pointed an axe at Jooheon and said that he greatly underestimated them, then said that even if Jooheon was from the protagonist's team, Jooheon could not handle them alone. People were watching all this from the security room. "Look," the guy said, pointing to the monitor. The second guard said excitedly that the protesters had reached the upper floors. Other guards reported that the Knights of the Round Table had gone to meet the protesters. Eva was standing nearby at one of the monitors. "It was coming from nearby, nothing to worry about, the Knights have the blessing of the Round Table." Hearing this, Eva suddenly came to her senses. She immediately started typing something on the keyboard, wondering if the functions of the Round Table had been changed too. What she saw made beads of cold sweat run down her face. One of the knights had a crazy smile on his face. His eyes were burning, and his entire body was covered in fire. Notifications popped up in front of Eva that the functions of the relic had been changed. The knight raised his huge axe behind his back, preparing to deal a crushing blow to Jooheon. In front of Eva was a message that said that the Knights of the Round Table were created to protect the king and his subjects, but they dare not attack people. The next second, the knight dealt an incredibly fast and powerful blow with his axe to Jooheon, who left a fiery trail behind. The next message said that the knights cannot stop those who came to the king. The message that appeared said that those who violated the knight's code will be destroyed. After reading everything to the end, Eva screamed in rage that this cannot be. At this time, the knight's axe stopped in front of Jooheon's head. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat appeared all over the knight's face, and the fire in his eyes went out. Jooheon, looking at what was happening, was very surprised. Suddenly, blood spurted from the knight's mouth. Falling to the ground, he screamed, asking what Jooheon did. Miller didn't understand what was happening because he hadn't done anything. At Jooheon's feet lay the dead body of one of the knights. Was he really dead? The other knights asked each other in horror. The guy with the shield, with beads of cold sweat running down his face, asked in horror what was happening, adding that the relic gave them complete invulnerability. Jooheon was no less horrified than the knights. Beads of cold sweat were running down his face as well. He continued to say to himself that he hadn't done anything. Suddenly, the sound of shoes was heard behind him. It was the protagonist. He approached and said that everything must have worked as it should have. Jooheon turned around in horror, recognizing the protagonist. Jooheon had a satisfied smile on his face. Ilya was standing behind him. "Don't worry," the protagonist said, reassuring Jooheon, after which he added that the knights had brought this on themselves by breaking the knightly code. Hearing this, the knights were horrified. Jooheon, having calmed down a bit, asked if it was really the protagonist who did all this. Jooheon, with a crazy smile on his face, said that there was nothing special about it. There was hatred and contempt for his rivals in his eyes. Looking at the knights, he explained that he simply slightly changed the functions of the Pandora relics using the Akashic Chronicles. After a short pause, he added that the knights would die if they attacked them. At that very moment, the citizens approached from behind. Their eyes were shining, and there were satisfied smiles on their faces. The protagonist addressed those who approached and said that the knights were now like tigers without fangs, after which he ordered them to beat the knights and move on to the next floor. Immediately after these words, the people rushed forward with screams and rushed to attack. "How is this even possible?" the knights asked each other in horror. A man with a thick beard, holding his fist in front of him and watching what was happening, shouted that if the blessing of the round table worked normally, then everyone would have been taken away with one blow. Eva, standing behind, shouted furiously that now was not the time to whine, adding that the man needed to break his contract with the round table now. With beads of cold sweat on her face, she shouted that the relic was not strengthening anyone now, but only cursing. One of the knights turned around in confusion and said that he had put a lot of effort into becoming a knight of the round table, after which he asked if they could quickly repair the relic. After a short pause, he added that they could avoid the protesters until then. Listening to this, Eva's patience was running out. Clenching her hand into a fist, she said to herself that the knights, it turned out, were not even thinking about fighting. When suddenly, from the side, she heard that the protesters would soon reach the hall of the round table. Suddenly, the man with the thick beard had an idea. He immediately understood what to do. Turning to Eva, he said that the relic also had protective functions, so everything would be fine. Hearing this, Eva was furious. She understood how pathetic the people in front of her were. "Don't even hope," she said coldly. Hearing this, the knights were very surprised. With hatred and contempt in her eyes, Eva said that the protective functions had also been changed. At this time, the protesters reached a huge luxurious door. "I wonder what is behind it," they said. After that, they immediately opened the door to a huge hall. The guys were shocked by what they saw. In the hall there was a table covered with a huge amount of exquisite food. Could this really be a relic of the round table? People asked each other in surprise. The main character, coming up from behind, said that the food and drinks were not poison, so you can eat as much as you like, after which he added that the protesters had gone through a lot to get here. After a short pause, the main character shouted that they could have a feast in honor of the fall of Pandora. Hearing this, all the protesters were happy. Everyone who came moved towards the set table. The notifications that appeared said that the knights were sitting at King Arthur's round table and they were equal among themselves. The next notification said that the knights could relax here and not worry about anything. The knights of the round table were watching all of this. Notifications appeared in front of their faces, which said that the guests were waiting for the best food and drinks on the table. The next one said that until each guest finished eating, no one would leave this place. The last notification said that the ability to dine as served had been added to the round table function. Watching how the protesters all ate delicious food together, a man with a thick beard shouted for them to stop mocking them. In rage, he continued to shout that the round table is a symbol of the board of directors' power. Eva watched this from the sidelines with shining eyes. At this time, the protesters joyfully clinked huge glasses of beer. Jooheon, looking at this, put his hand out and asked as the conditions stated, asking afterwards, until everyone finished eating, no one would leave this place. After a short pause, he said that the protesters would never leave here like this. Jooheon looked at the protagonist, waiting for an answer. After thinking for a moment, Jooheon said that maybe it was for the best, because they would take over the matter next. Looking into the long hall, Jooheon said that he had already searched the entire building, but still had not found that woman. Hearing this, the protagonist, with shining eyes and a crazy smile on his face, said that it meant that the girl was hiding somewhere, after which he put his hand to his chin and asked himself where. Suddenly, taking out a glowing gungnir, he said that since he himself could not guess, he would use a hint. Swinging, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, ordered the gungnir to kill Eve. Hearing this, the relic happily asked if it was true that it could pierce the girl. Of course, Jooheon answered, adding that it could even be done more than once. Immediately after this, the protagonist sent the joyful gungnir into the open doors. After this, the protagonist turned to Ilya and Jooheon and said that they should also go and find out where Eva was hiding. At this time, the gungnir flew towards Eva at great speed. The knights who were with the girl were terrified. An incredible magical power was heard from the closed door. They were trying to knock the door down. The knights screamed in horror. Eva immediately realized what was happening. It was the gungnir, she said emotionlessly. Gritting her teeth in rage and clenching her hands into fists, the girl said to herself that it was unlikely that the protagonist knew the names of the two knights with her, which meant that Jooheon had pointed the spear at her. Gungnir continued to pound the door, not understanding why it was not giving in. Eva understood that the spear would not enter here so easily. One of the knights asked in horror if the enemies were already here. Another knight asked if they should run. Eva was not at a loss. Approaching the computer, she said that they still had time, because this was the most secure room in all of Pandora. Gungnir continued to pound the door with force. Eva continued to say that no one would enter here without an invitation. Even Gungnir would not break this door. After a short pause, Eva added that the door could not be opened without the master's key. But before she could finish, one of the knights interrupted her, telling her to be quieter. There was complete silence. Had the sounds really stopped? The knights asked each other. Eva immediately understood what was happening. She was terrified. Cold sweat was running down her face. The slow sound of shoes was heard behind the door. A terrifying aura was felt. Eva immediately understood who this incredible aura belonged to. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Is anyone home? The protagonist suddenly asked. Hearing this, horror and fear gripped Eva. She immediately understood that this was the master's key. With glowing eyes and a crazy smile on his face, the protagonist said that he was coming in. Raising his hand to the door, the protagonist hit it with his finger several times. He asked if anyone was home. 3 people were looking at the closed, red door. Smiling madly, the protagonist said that he was coming in. Turning towards Eva, the dark-haired man impulsively asked if they were really safe here, since Jooheon said he was coming in. The girl's eyes widened sharply. She clenched her teeth. The guy took a step towards the protagonist. The protagonist turned to the right, hearing the sound. Smiling at the blonde guy, the protagonist stated that he had also come. Approaching the guy with the spear, Miller asked why he had gone to her alone. He also added that since he was here, they should come in. With a genuine fear on his face, the white-haired guy, actively sweating and gulping air, asked if they wanted to do it right now. The protagonist said that as soon as he opened the door, each of them would take on a person. He also added that this included Gungnir. Emitting a bright light, the legendary spear accepted the order. Looking at the door and hearing sounds behind it, the man stated that he did not like it. He threw his hands up in shock when the image of the guy began to appear in front of him. The man asked what he was doing here. Grinning and narrowing his eyes, the guy, from whom light energy emanated, apologized and said that he was leaving. Starting to disappear, he added that they came for him. The man held out his hand and asked them not to leave them here. The other man clenched his teeth and clenched his fist as he watched. The dark-haired man raised his hand and asked what they should do and asked if there was another way out. The other man replied that he couldn't know. An image of red leather-clad doors appeared. The protagonist asked if they should open the door now, looking at his hand. The fair-haired man looked at his back and asked if he was going to open it with the master's key. He raised his hand and added that he didn't think it would work because this wasn't a tomb. The protagonist said that it was worth a try. The protagonist said that he had a good feeling about it, narrowing his eyes and smiling madly. Jooheon placed his hand on the door and a bright light began to emanate from the ring. The men jerked back and looked towards the entrance in fear. The sounds of magic could be heard from behind the red double doors. 3 people stood at the entrance to the room after opening the door. The man's pupils narrowed in fear and sweat began to run down his face. The protagonist stated that they were entering by putting his palm forward. The dark-haired man turned around and shouted that they needed to get out of here. A powerful stream of magic quickly reached him. Looking at the blonde man pierced by the spear, the man froze in fear, bending his back. His eyes widened in shock, and he asked in fear when he did it. His body was instantly pierced by light energy, which echoed like lightning in every part of his body. Having received a powerful electric shock, the dark-haired man fell to the floor. The protagonist asked if there were really only two of them. Raising his head, the crippled man asked for mercy. Looking down coldly, the protagonist stated that this was not an easy request and that he would think about it. The man gritted his teeth and looked at him in fear. Jooheon said that this would only happen if he answered his questions. Looking at the white-haired guy in the jacket, the man asked what the protagonist wanted to know. The protagonist asked where Eva was. The man replied that the woman had abandoned them and left, so they themselves did not know where she was. Continuing to look coldly into his eyes, Jooheon said that this could very well be the case because she had brains. Turning towards the light spear, he said that he needed it. Gungnir asked what he should do. Placing his hands on his waist, the protagonist said with a smile to really pierce Eva. The legendary spear accepted the order. Moving from its place, it instantly flew outside the large room. The protagonist said that it seemed that she really escaped because she was definitely not here. Looking at the crippled dark-haired man, the protagonist said that he could not worry because she would pay for leaving them. Grinning madly, he also added that they would also have to pay for their sins. He ordered the rope to bind them. The golden rope, emitting light, instantly rushed towards them. The man fearfully stated that the protagonist said that he would spare them. Looking at the completely walled-up man, Jooheon stated that he only said that he would think about it, adding that he would think about what to do with them later. A dark knight wearing a mask and holding a spear appeared in the room. The protagonist's eyes widened as he felt the instant appearance of a cluster of energy. Raising his head, he looked at the man sitting on the throne, from which numerous tubes extended. Looking at the blue hand, in which there were numerous tubes, he remembered what it looked like. Continuing to look forward, he added that it looked like a corpse and asked if he was imagining it. Miller replied that he was not imagining it. Squinting his eyes, Jooheon stated that a corpse sitting on a throne was truly an amazing sight. Crow's red eyes widened sharply. Her hands and neck were bound with iron, and her mouth was closed. The girl mentally declared that this was the king's aura, and although it was weak, she could feel it. Seeing flashes of purple lightning, the monster looked back. A powerful aura began to emanate from Raven, spreading in all directions. The knight and the monsters rushed towards her, realizing that she was breaking free again. Several different monsters jumped on the girl. One of them said that she would soon run out of strength and become weak. Remembering her king, and mentally promising him to get out of here, she began to break the iron chains. Closing her eyes and opening her mouth, she began a new wave of aura. She mentally asked him to wait for her. The brown monster's eyes widened. He thought in shock about what kind of monster she was and where she got so much strength from. The girl's eyes began to emit light. She screamed from the hellish efforts applied. A stream of turquoise energy along with the cage shot out of the ground, destroying everything in its path. Looking at the protagonist, who was surrounded by a weak, blue aura, the white-haired guy noted this. An unusual blue ghost, with 4 eyes, moved quickly. Flying up to the corpse of a man on the throne, who was his king, he asked what happened to him. Looking ahead in surprise, the protagonist asked what happened to Raven. Looking at her, he said that he called her and called, but she did not answer, and now she suddenly appeared. He also asked why she was in such a form. Raising her head, she said that when Prometheus appeared in the Great Dungeon, surveillance was strengthened over her. Because of this, she could no longer send her shadow as before. Looking at the blue image, the protagonist asked if she could now. Raven answered that now the guards are going crazy, trying to interrupt the connection she had with her last strength. The protagonist told her to interrupt him herself, but not to force herself. Turning towards the stone throne, she stated that she felt the aura of the king through Jooheon and could not help but come. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He asked if this corpse was really her king. The dark corpse with a sword in his heart sat with his head down. The girl said that it was true, the king she served, the former overlord. Turning his head sharply, the white-haired man asked if she meant the king of the relics, and asked why he was in such a state then. Narrowing his white eyes, Raven said that they most likely captured him and used him. An image of the overlord appeared, levitating, surrounded by dozens of different relics. The girl said that without him, the relics would have changed their shape over time, would have lost their powers, and would have become ordinary trinkets. She added that they were not forgotten, like stories that people no longer remember. An image of scrolls with text appeared, disappearing in the bright light. Raven added that the overlord passed down stories through the library. If they changed, he would rewrite the records. The overlord was the supreme archivist. An image of a man appeared, writing with a quill on a book surrounded by streams of fire. His very existence prevented the relics from disappearing. An image of monsters and people appeared, looking menacingly ahead. The rebels who organized the uprising got rid of the overlord, but kept him in this state because they needed his strength. Looking at her thoughtfully, Miller said that through the relic of Jooheon, he saw that he was alive 25 years ago. The white-haired boy noted that it seemed to him as if he had been sitting like this for 1,000 years. They looked at the dark corpse of the overlord. The protagonist said that he believed that 2,000 years had passed. Raising his head, he said with a dead look that he had been disfigured 2,000 years ago, and until recently, he had been on his last legs. Raven looked at him in disappointment. The protagonist suggested that they bury him first, so as not to leave him here. The green-eyed boy looked at the protagonist in silence and surprise. Looking forward, Jooheon stated that Raven wanted him to rest in peace, adding that he would do it for him. Looking down, the image of Raven said that she had always wanted this, sincerely thanking the protagonist. The protagonist added that he still needed to remove him from the throne to take his place. Miller jerked in shock upon hearing Jooheon's words. Clenching his fist in anger, he shouted, saying that he thought his conscience had awakened, but all he could think about was the throne. Grinning, he angrily stated that it was natural, because the throne reeked of treasure. Looking away, Raven said that he was right, because the throne of the ruler was the treasure of Hlit's shelf. An image of a huge golden throne appeared, surrounded by streams of green magic. In Norse mythology, this name belongs to the throne of the god Odin. The one sitting on this throne can literally see everything. A relic with such a history, of course, would be a treasure. Approaching the throne, the protagonist stated that this was great and he would not waste time and make it his own. Extending his right hand, Jooheon said that this was his place and added that he should not worry because they would bury him in a good place. He began to cover the spear with golden lightning and said that the ruler can rest in peace. From the spear, powerful streams of aura went into his heart. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist fearfully tried to hold back the enormous energy. Pandora's defense system was activated. The corpse's eye lit up, and a notification about the destruction of intruders appeared. Raven suddenly rushed towards the guy. Pushing the protagonist away, she covered him with her body and energy. Running up to the protagonist lying on the ground, Miller asked if he was alive. In an instant, many notifications about the absorption of aura appeared. The protagonist screamed, worried about the girl. Continuing to fly against the flames, Raven asked him to stop attacking, stating that they were on their side. The king looked at her with his burning eyes. The girl said that they were trying to free him. Another notification about the destruction of intruders appeared. A powerful stream of energy blew the girl away. Looking at the chained dark-haired girl, the monsters stated that she was weakening. One of her eyes was open, and the other was closed. She was enveloped in blue lightning. She mentally stated that the connection needed to be restored. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and screamed for her to stop torturing herself. The system windows appeared, saying that she couldn't do it anymore. The protagonist stated that he knew it would happen. The yellow and blue aura collided, destroying the entire location. The protagonist's team members covered their faces with their hands from the powerful shockwave. Large pieces of wood flew around the room. Jooheon's eyes widened from where he stood. Throwing his hand forward, he created a shield in front of his friends, which held back the onslaught of magic. The magic destroyed the rest of the room. The room was filled with a large amount of dust. Looking at the overlord, the protagonist asked if he was finished. Squeezing his fingers, he coldly declared that he should go away, because this was his place now. The protagonist directed his mana at the enemy and said that if he himself did not go, then he would make him. The creature's eye lit up brightly. The system immediately announced that he had begun to destroy the intruders. The protagonist's mana was blocked by a golden barrier created by the creature. At this time, a powerful explosion occurred outside. Jooheon and Suh were greatly alarmed by this, not understanding what could have happened there and whether there could still be someone left. Suh glanced at her comrade, suggesting that they go and check since they were of no use here anyway. In the destroyed building, Jooheon's voice was heard telling the relic that it was not bad. The protagonist frowned when the system notified him that Pandora's system was rebooting. Looking at the relic in front of him, everything around it was destroyed by the explosion. Jooheon could not understand why it kept muttering about Pandora, although because of this, he realized that someone was clearly controlling it. The protagonist quickly glanced back, realizing something. Ilya and Julian screamed when the protagonist ran past, ordering them to fight against the relic. They just needed to defend themselves. Jooheon ran up to the prisoner, deciding to ask him a few questions. Jooheon looked at the tied prisoner and asked how they controlled the corpse and the throne. He said very worriedly that he knew nothing about it. The man screamed in fear, saying that only Prometheus and Eva Rockefeller had access to the Pandora system. Jooheon, having learned this, immediately ran away. Yuja and Sola were surprised when the protagonist ran past. He suddenly burst into the room and exclaimed. Eva appeared in the room, pierced by Gungnir. Gungnir began to wriggle, saying that he had come just in time. Yuja, out of breath, asked the protagonist who it was. The protagonist, looking at the corpse, said that it was Eva. Looking at Eva Rockefeller's face, the protagonist realized that something was wrong, because Merlin's relic was strong enough for Eva to pull Gungnir out of herself, but she simply died without even trying to resist. Sola approached Jooheon, asking permission to examine her. After receiving permission, the girl immediately called Guild. Guild immediately pointed to the girl's body, asking Sol if she saw it. Jooheon exclaimed in surprise when Sola told him that Eva's soul had left her body. Sola told him about the traces she saw. It turned out that the soul left the body at the moment Gungnir pierced her. If she moved in this state, she would be able to maintain her consciousness in someone else's body. Jooheon frowned and said that Eva was indeed very smart. She could not escape from Gungnir, so she allowed herself to be pierced. The spear trembled, asking if this meant that he had missed his target. The protagonist, stroking his chin, said that they needed to find Merlin to stop the former overlord. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake. Jooheon looked angrily at the ceiling, realizing that the corpse had gone berserk again. At the same time, the relic on the throne released a powerful stream of mana. It began to create warriors, deciding to call for reinforcements. Ilya screamed, seeing how the Vikings rushed straight at him. Julian, concentrating lightning in his palm, told his partner not to strain himself and just defend himself. Julian struck one of the Vikings with lightning, telling Ilya not to waste his strength on the fight. Ilya summoned 3 demons, telling Julian that it would be easier if they got rid of the enemies. But a moment later, Ilya became worried because the demons ran away, leaving him alone with the Viking. Ilya ran away, escaping from the Viking who attacked him. Suddenly, a rope appeared. She hit the Viking, telling him not to touch her master's slave. With the help of the rope and the demons that entered the battle, the Vikings began to lose. Ilya, hearing a familiar voice, turned around abruptly. A dark figure flew right above him, startling him. The protagonist released his mana, ordering Chiyu to gut the Vikings without damaging the rope. Landing on the floor, the protagonist reminded Julian and Ilya how he told them that they should not have strained themselves. Ilya sharply shouted, asking what they should have done if the enemy was so strong. Turning around and looking at the Vikings, the protagonist said that he would handle it himself. But suddenly Jooheon was dumbfounded by Chiyu telling him not to fight for the throne, because it was not the best idea. Looking at the man on the throne, Chiyu said that trying to subdue him by force was a foolish idea. Even if he failed, the throne would not recognize him. The protagonist stared at the man while Chiyu asked him if he could already make a normal contract with the crown instead of a temporary one. Chiyu imagined a crow sitting in shackles and said that if the throne saw the crown, then it would be forced to recognize it. The crow looked ahead sullenly as Chiyu said that everyone would recognize the one who wears the crown. Looking at the approaching Vikings, the protagonist thought about his words. Jooheon released his mana, deciding to think about Chiyu's words. A moment later, he charged straight at the Vikings. In an instant, he struck one Viking, knocking him back. Then, a dark funnel began to form, gutting the enemies. All the armor on the Vikings' bodies began to crumble. Moving at a high speed, Jooheon said that he would leave everything to his team, so they needed to clean up before leaving. The protagonist's group watched his movements in shock. Soon, Jooheon landed on the floor. Taking off his mask, Jooheon told his teammates that he was going to the Great Dungeon alone. Yuya and Solar screamed, saying that it was too dangerous to go alone, especially without preparation. Imagining a crow chained up, Jooheon said that he needed to get it, because he had been putting it off for too long, so he would go after it. Julian and Ilya were wary when the protagonist asked them to keep an eye on the Overlord while he was gone. Looking at the ruins, the protagonist asked Sol to track Merlin. The girl glanced at the protagonist, saying that everything could have worked out with Gilda and her ghosts. After that, the protagonist stared at the Overlord. The Overlord's eye lit up, and lightning flashed near it again. Putting on the mask, the protagonist said goodbye to him. In the blink of an eye, he flew past Julian and Sol. The events take us to a no-man's island in the Caribbean. Then the events took us to the Tartarus relic prison. The protagonist arrived on the island. Although his trip to the dungeon was sudden, it still cost him minimal preparation. The protagonist stood in front of the entrance blazing in flames. He decided to awaken the keys in advance. Last time it took a lot of time and effort to find victims. Taking off his mask, Jooheon decided to immediately throw off the extra relics. Standing in front of the dungeon, the protagonist told the relics eager to get out that he would not let them out. Raising his hand with a glowing ring, The protagonist said that he would absorb them all. The flames swirled, lifting the relics into the air. The relics began to curse because of what was happening. Jooheon smiled, telling the relics that they should have listened to him from the beginning. A moment later, a powerful explosion of energy occurred on the island. Jooheon collected so many relics that he was able to awaken 3 keys at once: Salary, Tutankhamun, and Dalgi. Looking at the glowing ring, the protagonist said that since he collected 5 of the 7 rings, he could use at least 70% of all functions, and with these he could go far in the dungeon. Looking at the dungeon, the protagonist decided to later collect victims for the remaining 2 keys. The protagonist frowned. He intended to save the crow this time. The events take us to New York. An explosion occurred in a skyscraper. People raised their heads in shock, looking up, not understanding what was happening in the headquarters. A second later, Solar ran out of the building with Gilda. Sola's pupil was shining brightly as she said that the trail in front of her was definitely Eva's. Sola turned her head sharply when explosions occurred nearby. People ran in fear, screaming that they were attacked by the remaining Pandorans. A moment later, another and equals explosion occurred in the square. Explosions and shells hit people, throwing them back. Soldiers on the upper floors of the building continued to confuse the enemies. The commander approached the soldiers, telling them to act like this until reinforcements arrived. The girl stared at the soldier who asked her if she was really Eva Rockefeller. The girl turned away, asking them if she should show her the aura of the Merlin relic so that everyone in the area would know where to look for them. A small stream of aura rushed towards one of the soldiers. A second later, he bowed sharply, apologizing for his behavior. Eva's eyes suddenly widened as she felt threatened. She turned around sharply and screamed, recognizing this energy. She immediately imagined the Great Dungeon and the protagonist, realizing that the Great Dungeon was opened. Jooheon, who turned into a stream of energy, rushed towards the city, which was on alert. The relics raised their heads and screamed, sensing the familiar aura. Jooheon smiled as he rushed down, while the relics raised an alarm, preparing for battle. Soon, Jooheon landed on the square, raising dust. He began to rise, glad that he entered the dungeon. Many relics rushed towards the protagonist, wanting to kill him. Jooheon grinned, saying that they still increased security here, but last time he was not found right away. Summoning his sword, the protagonist said that it was for the best since he still had 2 keys to awaken. With one swing, the protagonist wounded the monster's neck. He was chopping the relics into pieces while in the middle of the crowd. Suddenly, a stone leg entered the battlefield. A second later, a shadow covered the protagonist's body. It was a huge golem that created a powerful explosion with one blow. Jumping aside, Jooheon could not understand who was in front of him. Jooheon took the mask in his hands, not wanting to worry about his defense. Some of the relics immediately screamed, saying that the protagonist was summoning a ghostly power. Jooheon released his mana, scaring the relics. He needed victims to awaken, so the Chiyu should not be nervous. The monsters covered their faces, saving themselves from the surge of mana. Jooheon rushed forward, wanting to deal with the weaklings first. In an instant, he passed by the golem and injured it. The protagonist floated into the air and said that it was counterproductive that they all counted as one sacrifice. Jooheon extended his blade forward and rushed down. He stabbed his blade into the golem's body. Within a second, a crack appeared on the golem's body. Its body began to fall apart and fell to the ground. The protagonist stood on the golem's remains, saying that this needed to be cleaned up. Jooheon raised his hand and began to absorb the relics with his ring. Looking at the golem's body, the protagonist thought that something was wrong, since only one sacrifice was counted. Jooheon stared at the space in front of him and chuckled. He saw one of the relics dragging away those who had fallen in battle. Looking at the new arrivals, Jooheon realized that they were trying to reduce the number of victims, while constantly needing reinforcements. Looking around the city, the protagonist knew that if he started fighting, it would take him a long time, but he had to do it anyway. Suddenly, Jooheon summoned STmanhwa. He immediately mounted his horse. Upon receiving the order, the horse immediately ran away. In the complete darkness, Odin's eye opened wide. He frowned, sensing the arrival of STmanhwa. But he was with the man he hated. Odin decided to punish Jooheon, who had mounted his horse. Odin raised his hand and pointed to a point in space. Odin sharply clenched his fist, ordering one of the relics to come out. At this time, Jooheon looked back, rejoicing at his successful escape. The fastest relics tried to catch up with the protagonist through the air, but the gap was too large. Rushing past the buildings, the protagonist said that all that was left was to take the crow, but he had no idea where to go. STmanhwa looked at the protagonist and shook his head when he asked about the location of the raven. The protagonist, who was running through the air, decided to go straight ahead and get rid of the pursuit for now. But a moment later, he screamed because of the smoke that suddenly appeared. Jooheon looked around, saying that this did not happen last time. The protagonist screamed when the smoke began to envelop him. He realized that he was trapped. The smoke began to swirl and shrink. Jooheon and STmanhwa fell to the ground because of this. The protagonist raised his head, not believing what he saw. In front of them, Odin was sitting near a tree. Looking at the stones glowing because of the runes, Jooheon realized that they were transported here using the fog. Sitting on the tree throne, Odin praised Jooheon for her knowledge and then ordered her to return his horse to him. Odin frowned deeply and glared at the protagonist, who recognized him. The protagonist looked behind him and saw the other warriors. Jooheon began to stand up, asking Odin not to go crazy because he did not steal anything. The protagonist straightened up, saying that he took everything from Pandora, which means that they stole everything, not him. Odin began to release his aura, telling him to keep quiet, because he did not care which of the people robbed him. It did not change the fact that he was using his property, and appropriating stolen property was also a crime. Jooheon tensed up because of the old man's released aura. Odin suddenly released a huge amount of aura, demanding that everything that belonged to him be returned. A moment later, he was already standing in front of the protagonist. Jooheon glared at Odin, saying that he was not a god for nothing. Walking towards Jooheon, Odin said that a man should not dare to encroach on his relics, and also make such brazen excuses. After saying this, armor appeared on the god's shoulders. The old man raised his hand, ordering the protagonist to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. A moment later, Odin opened his eye, ordering STmanhwa to return. STmanhwa swayed and began to resist. Odin, seeing this, began to get angry and asked the horse how he dared to contradict him. The protagonist looked at the old man and said that they had already made a contract with STmanhwa, with it he could wander the world, and he did not have such luxury in captivity. Odin concentrated mana in his hand, beginning to get angry. Odin's sons were shocked when their father shouted, ordering that at least Gungnir be returned to him. But a moment later, Odin began to get even angrier because the protagonist said that he left the spear outside. The protagonist looked up and glanced at Odin. The events take us to New York. Sola and Gilda were running down one of the streets approaching Eva. Sola turned around abruptly, sensing Gungnir's presence. She turned around and asked Gungnir what he was doing chasing her. The spear answered her, saying that if he followed her, he would find Eva Rockefeller. Gungnir was angry, saying that he could not believe that he had missed his target, but now he would get even with her. In the alley, Saul's voice was heard asking Gungnir if he had received Jooheon's permission. He immediately confirmed it. The girl stared at the spear, which told her that the protagonist had many relics, and since he let him go, he did not need him. The events take us to a building nearby. Sola looked through binoculars, saying, pointing Gungnir at the target. The spear stared at Eva's new appearance, saying that she had a drastic change in appearance, although he would still make shish kebab out of her. Sola looked at the spear and said that first they needed to sneak up on her and kill her instantly, because when he flies, his aura shines like a spotlight. Gungnir began to get angry, saying that he was the greatest spear in the world and he did not know such words as stealth and sneak. Gilda glanced at Sola when she said that then they could figure it out themselves. Gungnir straightened up abruptly, saying that he would quietly pierce the girl. A moment later, Gungnir rushed to attack. He rushed at great speed towards Eva. She, seeing him, was very scared. Her body was immediately pierced by the spear. The soldier screamed, worried about his commander. Gungnir pierced the girl's body and said that he felt something was wrong. The spear began to fly away. Deciding to take the girl with it, the soldiers who saw this immediately ordered it to let her go. Heading towards Sola, Gungnir said that he did not want to do this. He appeared next to Sola in a second, asking her to look at Eva. Gungnir knocked down the girl's corpse, saying that he pierced her as quietly as he could, but still, he felt like something was wrong with her. Approaching Gilda and Sola, they saw many traces. The girl's soul left the body again. Gungnir straightened up, saying that he would definitely catch the girl next time. Sola became wary, saying that, judging by how many traces Eva left, Gungnir caught her by surprise, because of which it would be easier to find her. At this time, an old man in a suit ran excitedly through the streets. She frowned as she realized that they knew how she died, although she was worried about how they knew. She ran inside the crowd of people trying to escape. She hid among the people, knowing that if she didn't think of something, she would be finished. The events take us to the forest, where the protagonist's voice was heard saying that he left Gungnir outside. Jooheon raised his hand, saying that Gungnir told him that he urgently needed to pierce someone, so he let it go. Odin released his aura, demanding that Gungnir be brought to him. Jooheon looked at the angry Odin. He had long known that this was how it would end. Balder, who was standing to the side, smiled when his father ordered him to catch Sleipnir while the others helped Odin deal with this man. Jooheon called Anubis, Chet, and Osiris, saying that he too was full of divine relics. Seth bared his teeth when he saw Odin, who only became more angry than before, calling the protagonist a thief. Jooheon began to shout back, saying that he was not a thief. But a moment later, Jooheon stroked his chin, deciding to do something. Odin stared at the guy in surprise, then he said that since he thought he was a thief, he would take everything from him. The protagonist extended his hand, saying that Odin had many relics, and they would not be in his way now. Jooheon's eye lit up brightly as he expressed his hope that one of the relics would show him the way to the dungeon. After saying this, Jooheon released his aura. Meanwhile, somewhere on the streets of New York, a voice sounded that this was all interesting. Mr. Ollie placed his hand on the relic, which was glowing with a golden light, and said that making an alliance with Pandora was the right decision. He happily said that the Quran was of great value and that he would soon learn all the secrets of this world. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He suspiciously asked who it was, to which a voice from behind the door mimicked him and said that he was trying to get in. A man with a beard entered the room and said that he and Ollie had not seen each other for a long time. Mr. Ollie suspiciously asked who he was and how he knew about this place, to which he replied that he must not recognize him in this form. The man with a beard frowned and explained that he was Eva Rockefeller, who was temporarily in another body. A cat walked along the shelves when Mr. Ollie said that everything was clear to him now, to which he was asked what the cat was doing there. The man explained that the cat had recently wandered in and he had taken it under his wing. Eva in someone else's body said that she didn't mind, but he should make sure that the cat didn't ruin the books, since she had let him into the Library of Alexandria itself to study the Quran, to which Mr. Ollie asked not to worry, since he was a good cat. They looked at the Quran, and Eva asked how far the man had come in studying it, to which Ollie replied that he was about halfway there, since the book was incredible. He frowned and said that he didn't regret making an alliance with Pandora, since they had shown him so many amazing things. Eva approached the relic and said that she understood this, since maybe it would give them some kind of breakthrough, to which Mr. Ollie asked again about the breakthrough. Eva said that they needed to learn about Jooheon's weaknesses, or find something that could defeat him. She looked at the man sternly and asked if he could look for answers in the Quran relic, to which he said it would not be a problem. Suddenly, there was a cry that he had found it, and the body of the man with the beard was pierced by a trident. Mr. Ollie screamed in panic, asking how Rockefeller was feeling. However, the body of the man with the beard was bleeding, to which the man began to wail about what was happening. One furiously shouted to follow him. Jooheon shouted to his dogs that he would deal with him, let them take the rest. The people rushed to attack. Seth joyfully shouted for them to shovel sand. A sandstorm swept towards the opponents. The powers of the relics clashed. One of the relics managed to pass through the sandstorm. Thor's hammer sparked with green lightning. Seth looked at the enraged Thor and was stunned by what was happening. Thor took a step towards him and asked if all he could do was stir up dust. Seth became angry when he heard that he should know his place. He transformed and asked what it meant that Thor wanted to do something bad. Thor transformed and said that he could grow in size too. Seth launched sand whirlwinds and said that it was not a matter of size. He attacked him, saying that he would turn his opponent into dust. Jooheon watched their battle with his arms folded, then turned to Anubis and Osiris, ordering them to return to their original forms. He looked at Osiris and asked why she was looking like someone had taken a dump on her bed, to which the relic replied that it felt like something was wrong. Jooheon asked him in surprise, to which Osiris replied that he did not know, but would tell him when he was sure. A lone figure walked through the desert sands. Eva opened her eyes and chuckled. She was in a dark space when she said that she could not see anything in front of her, after which he cursed and realized that she had possessed an object. Mr. Ollie found that she had woken up, to which Eva asked what had happened, since she did not remember anything. A story was heard over the desert about her being pierced by a spear and he felt her soul move, so he quickly moved them here, after which he admitted that he was amazed at his own reflexes. He looked at the sand dust and said that he still could not believe that Eva decided to possess here, to which the girl replied that the attack was sudden, and if she had time, she would have picked up a human vessel. From the bag came Eva's question about what she possessed and whether it was a book, to which Mr. Ollie replied that it would be nice if it was a book. He was carrying a foul-smelling bag when he explained that she had possessed cat feces. Eva exclaimed in surprise why this had happened and where the cat feces had come from, to which Mr. Ollie replied that there had been a cat, and where there was a cat, there was cat feces, but asked her not to worry too much. Eva said that she needed to move to another body, so let Ollie find a suitable target, to which the man replied that it would be difficult to do so now. He looked at the desert and explained to the girl that they were now inside Osiris, the relic of Jooheon. Since Va had said to find either Jooheon's weakness or something to defeat it with, and there was someone here who could help them with the latter. Suddenly, something caught Mr. Ollie's attention. Sparkling opponents were approaching them, to which the man said that unfortunately they had been noticed, so they would have to run, after which he asked Eva to hold on and not talk. Mr. Ollie started to run away when Eva asked who would help them deal with Jooheon, to which the man replied that this man was her ally before. Mr. Ollie looked at the bright flash and said that it was Kwon Taejun, the chairman of the TKVM. He thought of Taejun and said that this man was capable of being as strong as Jooheon. Mr. Ollie ran towards the light, saying that Taejun should be here. The Osiris guards were following them, so the man said that they needed to get rid of the pursuers, to which Eva asked if he could do it. Mr. Ollie summoned lightning and asked if she really thought that he couldn't fight, so he shouldn't worry. The space in front of them exploded and the man said that he used to steal relics and had been to war zones. A light emanated from a hospital bed in the desert and the man was begging for help. Taejun heard a greeting. A figure appeared in the sand and asked to be freed from his suffering. He looked at Mr. Ollie and asked if he would free him, to which he said that he had a condition. Taejun heard that he had to swear that he would fight Jooheon. He said that he had no need to swear since he was going to kill him himself as soon as he was freed, to which Ollie approached and asked if he really wanted revenge that much. A bright light flashed in front of Mr. Ollie and he said that the Quran had not miscalculated and had chosen the perfect candidate, so he would free him. Osiris felt unwell. He closed his eyes and said that someone had entered the realm of the dead and freed that person. Jooheon excitedly asked about freeing Taejun, after which he decided that there was no need to think about what he would try to do, since his memories had returned, so he believed that he did not have much time. Jooheon took a step forward and said that they needed to wrap up. Jooheon went out to Odin and said that he had a personal problem here, to which the relic replied that he had been waiting for his relics to get tired, and he himself was already exhausted. Odin prepared to attack and said that this was fine, since they would determine the winner of the duel. Jooheon rushed forward, saying that he did not have time, so they needed to finish quickly. They clashed in battle. Odin raised his sword and said that the guy was bravely rushing into battle, after which he asked if he really wanted to die. Odin attacked Jooheon. The boy said that the relic had missed, and then enveloped him in its mist. The staff began to glow green. Odin swung the staff to attack. The wind whistled everywhere from the attacks. Jooheon abruptly stopped and said that it was an interesting technique to combine magic with martial arts. He looked at the opponent and decided that, as expected, he was a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Jooheon's attention was drawn to the head on the chain. He quickly approached to get a better look. The staff glowed green again. Odin attacked. Jooheon almost grabbed the head. However, Odin roared about how dare he and slashed the staff at Jooheon. However, only mist remained. Odin screamed that he was a coward as he dissipated into mist and disappeared, to which Jooheon said that he turned into dust, as the opponent wanted. The relic's armor began to melt. He started shouting that it was all in vain, since his staff could handle it, and then turned to Gambantane. Odin ordered him to dispel the enemy's magic, and the entire space lit up green. Jooheon landed on the ground, and Odin asked what the man would say, since his cheap tricks had not helped. It turned out that Jooheon now had the head. Odin did not understand when he managed to do this, to which Jooheon explained that the fog was just a decoy. He showed the head and said that this was the head of Mimir, a giant who guarded all the wisdom of the world. Mimir was a giant who guarded the source of wisdom. He himself drank water from the source, and therefore was incredibly smart, but during the War of the Aesir and Vanir, he was killed and beheaded. Later, Odin took his head and brought it back to life, sacrificing his right eye, and Odin revived Mimir to consult with him, since he was so wise and useful. Odin got angry and ordered the head back immediately, since Jooheon had robbed him again, after which he asked if he had any conscience at all, to which the guy replied that he said he would take everything from him. Jooheon called Sleipnir. He said that they were leaving. Sleipnir approached its owner. The horse's eyes burned with power. Jooheon saddled the horse and they rode away. Odin cursed that they were bad people, since they could not even handle a horse. He used the staff again and ordered Sleipnir to stand and remember who its owner was. The horse neighed and stopped abruptly. Jooheon turned around and said that Odin never ceased to amaze him. He promised the relic that he would return for Annam as soon as he resolved his personal affairs. The fog enveloped Odin. Jooheon ordered Sleipnir to gallop. He ordered the dogs to return as well. Seth told the surprised Thor that his master was calling, so they would return to grinding them into dust a little later. Thor shouted in anger that they were bad people since they dared to run away from the battle. The opponents watched Jooheon leave. The girl shouted that they needed to catch up with him and not let him pass the barrier, otherwise they would not be able to stop him. Green lightning cut through the space, and Jooheon suggested that they try to catch up with him. Thor used his hammer and said that Jooheon dare not run away. The horse rushed forward when the guy said that it was up to him to decide what to do. Green lightning pierced the surrounding space, but STmanhwa successfully avoided it. In the end, only a streak of light remained. The girl said in surprise that they lowered him since he was able to pass the barrier. Odin's staff began to glow with power. He said furiously that not only had he not returned the stolen goods, but he had also robbed him again, so the boy deserved God's punishment. Thor spoke tensely to his father. Jooheon rushed to STmanhwa and thought that they had finally left, since now they needed to quickly run to the crow, so he thought that a wise head would tell them the way. Jooheon looked at Mimir's head and asked it to answer the question of where the three-legged crow was. Mimir's head began to plot a route, and Jooheon was surprised by its resemblance to a navigator. A beam of light showed the right direction. Jooheon's eyes sparkled when he realized that he needed to follow the light. Meanwhile, an explosion was heard in the building. The former ruler was sitting on the throne, pierced by a spear. Jooheon asked with anxiety in his voice if the corpse was rioting. Jooheon replied that he was sitting quietly after everything he had done to them. He frowned and said that it was a bit unnerving for him since he might be trying to lull them into a false sense of security. Jooheon looked at the former ruler and said that Chloe had said the same thing since Pandora had suddenly stopped attacking them, and the lull was scary. He remembered that this was why Irina and Ilya were patrolling the area now, since they said that Eva might attack in another form or something like that. Suddenly, something caught Jooheon's attention. Chloe had called him. She had told him that Irina had found something and they should all take a look at it. She had asked them to come down here with the boss. Jooheon heard Irina say that she thought she had found a traitor. The sun was shining brightly above the building. Jooheon exclaimed in surprise, watching the two figures through his binoculars. He saw Chairman Taejin alive. Jooheon nervously exclaimed that the boss hadn't sent him to hell, and here he was, alive, healthy, and with his head on his shoulders. Ollie, the former king of missionaries, was walking next to him, and the guy realized that it was he who had let him out. Irina nervously said that when she saw him, she first thought that she was mistaken, because for some reason she thought that he would have immediately gone to Pandora. Jooheon put away the binoculars and said that this is why the Pandorans were quiet, because they were preparing an attack. Julian's attention was drawn to something. An excited Solar ran out to them, asking why everyone was gathered on the roof. Julian sternly asked if she was looking for Eva Rockefeller, to which the girl replied that the trail led her here. Gungnir, who was with Sola at that time, said that it was difficult to find her since almost all the tracks disappeared, but in the end they came here. Solar was alarmed to hear that the others had come for Taejin, but Ollie was with him, so they didn't understand what was going on. Solar walked to the edge of the roof and looked at the couple, but Eva was nowhere to be seen. Solar looked at the men and said that she could feel her aura, so Eva was with them but hiding. Taejin looked at his hand and said that his wound hurt. He looked at Ollie and asked why he stitched it up so badly, to which the man asked what he expected, since Ollie doesn't use medical relics. He told Taejin to be glad that at least his neck was intact, to which the man clicked his tongue angrily. Hwa in the bag said that if they found someone who had medical relics, they would ask him to patch it up. They looked at the buildings and Taejin asked if they wanted to bring him to Jooheon, to which Ollie replied that he was currently in the Great Dungeon and he would escort the chairman to the entrance. Taejin took a step and said he wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, with all the power that came back to him with the memories. The power concentrated around the man as he said he would tear Jooheon apart. Gungnir said it pissed him off. He didn't understand why he couldn't just stab Taejin, to which Sola said it was because they needed to be watched first, and if they rushed, they would get caught. So let the relic stand still, to which Spear said the target was in front of them, so he could just stab, but Sola still ordered him to stand still. Julian looked at his phone and said he thought they were heading for the entrance to the Great Dungeon. He said that there was a hole in the place where they were going, to which Jooheon asked again that they were going to the dungeon. Ilya asked in surprise if the entrance was closed, since the boss would not have left the door open, to which Julian said that the path could be paved with Prometheus's aura. Julian's eyes flashed angrily, and he said that if they had anything left, they could pass. He thought of the boss and said that their main goal now was Jooheon. Jooheon was racing over the mountains. The crow was kept in the depths of the dungeon, and even the air there seemed different. The dense aura suppressed the power of the relics, and Jooheon had to put in many times more effort to control them. The relics demanded that they get out of here quickly, and even STmanhwa complained once. Mimir's head said that they were almost there. Jooheon approached the temple where the three-legged crow was kept. He was delighted and asked where the secret passage was. Mimir said that there was no such thing, since the temple was so strictly guarded that even water could not flow through, so it was impossible to sneak in. Kanat began to shake her head and say that he was lying. Jooheon decided that since Mimir said so, that the temple was strictly guarded, then they would go ahead. The guards walked along the dark corridors of the dungeon. Suddenly they heard a sound. They listened. The guard with the bird's head felt a pebble hit him. Suddenly, the space around him exploded. A huge hole appeared in the wall. Jooheon seeped into the dungeon as fog. The guard was pierced by the fog, and he still did not understand what was happening to him. The guard with the wolf's head came running and asked if his comrades really wanted to be ground alive. He shouted furiously that the enemy was there. The guards looked up to where Jooheon was hovering. He said angrily that he didn't have time, so let them come. The crow was sitting on the floor, chained and surrounded by a ring of spells. Suddenly, she saw her guards running somewhere, shouting that the person was getting closer. Her eyes widened as she had a guess about the person. She thought about Jooheon coming to save her. One of the guards ordered them not to retreat as there was only one enemy. Jooheon chuckled at the fact that there was only one. Relics appeared behind him, and he said that the guards were not seeing the whole picture. Seth said that the master had called everyone at once, then asked if he had overdone it. Jooheon heard that he could die like that. He looked at the opponents and said that this was already the end, so he might as well give it his all in the final battle. Jooheon extended his hand and asked not to worry about him. He ordered the relics to attack. Jooheon ordered to deal with the guards. The relics rushed into battle, burning everything in their path. Their eyes blazed with furious fire. The relics transformed, preparing for the judgment of the dead. The guards were swallowed by the sand. They did not understand how this was possible. A person's capabilities should be so limited. Momona looked at something that caught her attention. The main enemy appeared. Jooheon looked at him in surprise. It turned out that the basilisk had arrived to fight, ordered to get rid of them. Jooheon remembered his past life. It was the snake that attacked him in his past life. The one that ate his entire team and bit off his legs. Jooheon looked at the snake that ate his entire team and bit off his legs. He took a step forward and ordered the others not to touch the snake, as he would deal with it himself. Momona exclaimed in surprise that a human would dare to fight him. She nervously reminded him of how strong the snake was, to which Jooheon replied that he knew it. He walked up to the relic and said that he hadn't seen it in a long time and called it basilisk, saying that it was a powerful name and that it looked like an ordinary snake. The basilisk is a creature from European mythology, a monstrous beast called the King of Snakes. According to legend, it has deadly venom, can spit fire, and can turn a person into stone if you look into its eyes. Jooheon prepared for battle and thought that even if he wasn't turning into stone now, looking at him, it was possible that he would use this technique in the future. He clenched his sword, activated the power, and thought that he needed to finish the snake quickly. A red mist enveloped the basilisk. His eyes turned red in surprise. Jooheon flew towards the basilisk and cut it. The boy landed on his knees. He stood up abruptly, turned around and thought about why the serpent was so fragile. He thought with displeasure about how this nonsense had killed them in the past, after which he heard the relics whisper in surprise that he had defeated the basilisk. Jooheon turned to the relics. He pointed his sword at them, which was pulsating with power, and said that it was time to finish. A portal opened in the ground. Taejin asked with displeasure about the noise, since the aura was unstable, and his companion replied that there seemed to be a commotion in the dungeon. The masked men began to say that if everyone was ready, then they should move. Suddenly, something resembling a burning torch flew towards them. There was an explosion, and the people began to run away in fear. The fire was consuming everything around, and people did not understand what was happening. It turned out that Ilya had arrived, holding a similar torch in his hands, greeted him with a sly smile and asked how they liked his spectacular greeting. The man asked why he did this to his people. Taejin frowned and said that he was wondering when they would show up, to which he received a question about whether he knew them. He looked at the guys and explained that they were Jooheon's people, but they used to be his people. Julian and Solar listened to him tell them that he raised them, and now they bite the hand that fed them, after which they began to call him names. Ilya smirked and said that Taejin had regained his memories after all, and even remembered that they were in TKVM once. He frowned and said that the man had forgotten something about sending them on dangerous missions and not even thanking them, so did he really think they would treat him well? Julian angrily told Taejin to give up and leave here, since he was giving him a chance. He activated the lightning and said that the boss had decided to spare his life, and he did not support this decision, but he would respect it. Taejin activated the power and angrily asked how dare they, his subordinates, talk to him like that. A female voice rang out, and Taejin heard that if she were him, she would not be so harsh, since did he really think there was any point in resisting in his situation? Irina was blazing with power when she said that they were all respected kings, and there were only 2 of them left. Taejin's companion heard that they should give up rather than continue this pointless resistance. The eyes of the TKVM chairman turned bloodshot. He looked at the bag and asked Eva if she had heard everything. She listened nervously to the order to summon the artifacts he had spoken of, to which the girl replied that it was not that simple, but Taejin was adamant. He began to spread streams of power, saying that he would distract them. Taejin smirked and said that he wanted to show them. Fire began to emanate from the bag when Eva finally agreed and asked to deal with them. Jooheon's men saw a scarlet sphere rise above their enemy. Il asked in horror what it was. He looked at the golden wall that had grown in front of them. Louis Martin had fallen to the ground. Taejin smirked and said that he must have been hanging around nearby, which was why he had been summoned so quickly, after which he dismissively greeted the guy. Louis turned to the chairman and asked how he had ended up there, to which the man ordered him to tell who he was. Taejin explained that Louis was an unknown relic created from Yuyi's body, much to the boy's surprise. Yuyi was very surprised by this news and did not understand what it meant. Solar nervously turned to her comrade and said that when they did the DNA test, they had a perfect match, and the boy finally understood everything. Taejin happily told them that it was not only Yuyi, since he made them all unknown. The chairman of the TCVM looked like a madman, telling them to see what their masterpieces looked like. Julian sent a bolt of lightning to attack, asking if the man thought he would let him. There was an explosion, and Julian shouted for Taejin to die. A bright flash lit up the surrounding area. Julian sighed heavily and frowned, looking forward. The man's eyes glowed red. He screamed in rage, asking if they thought he could not withstand this, asking them not to underestimate him. He opened his palm, lightning bursting out from it, shouting that the heroes weren't even smart enough to come up with something new, and since they brought him back to his memories, his mastery of the relics had also increased. A red energy dome formed around him, throwing the guy back. Taejin smiled frighteningly and raised his hands up, saying that thanks to them, he can use the relics more effectively, asking if it wasn't wonderful. Gilda moved towards him, while the man sadly spoke about how the heroes didn't share their memories with him for so long, which is why they looked down on him. Sola covered her face with her hand as her relic turned into a bright flash, colliding with the red dome. Ilya frowned and shouted loudly at the old man. A large fire sphere was above his head. Taejin frowned, looking away. Another hit of the relic on the dome turned into a bright explosion. He smiled, saying that it was amazing. Mr. Ollie frowned, asking the man how the progress with the explosion was going, saying that they should wait a little longer because without a body it is difficult to do. He shouted, "Done." A bright red sphere sparkled, its energy lifting everything around. The heroes froze and raised their heads, looking at the rotating flow of energy. Julian frowned, asking if these were unknown, created from their bodies. Taejin laughed, saying that it was. He was surprised that the guy understood at first glance how high the rank of the relics was. From the bright sphere, various objects with power began to pour out. The man smiled broadly, saying that the material rarely gives such results. Ilya froze, looking at the bright streams of light, asking if he should be afraid, after which he himself answered that he did not care. Taejin said that the guy did not care, since he had a strong psyche, but not every person is like that. He noted that if the hero remembered his death, he would feel how he was ground into dust and turned into artifacts. Taejin grinned, asking if he would be as strong. The skull with horns and a pentagram on the forehead shone brightly. Other relics flew next to it. Julian closed his eyes and screamed loudly. Sola and Ilya covered their ears to protect themselves from the loud noise. The girl with long blonde hair turned to the boys. The men stood in front of the heroes. Mr. Ollie noticed with satisfaction that they could not even get up from their knees. Taejin, looking at this, said that the effect was amazing. The chairman turned his gaze to him, saying that they needed to go while there was time, ordering him to open the dungeon. The man smiled, agreeing with his order. Irina's eyes widened in fear and raised her eyebrows. Among the high mountains, there were short trees, between which lay a thick fog. The guy came close to the high wooden door, saying that the crow was right behind it. He put his palm, bright lightning burst out of it. The door shattered into small pieces from the force of the explosion. The girl raised her head in surprise. The hero put his hand to his mask, greeting the crow. Jooheon smiled, saying that he would soon let her out of here. The girl was chained with a long chain. She was looking at the guy, sitting on her knees. The crow frowned and opened her eyes wide, asking him to be careful, because the seal is a trap. The guy's hand approached the chain. He gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide when a bright glow appeared in front of his face. The monster opened his palm, showing long claws. It moved towards the guy, laughing, saying that he was trapped because he touched the Gordian knot, which is difficult to untie. The creature bared its teeth and reached for the hero, saying that he would die if he could not defend himself. Jooheon swung his sword, leaving a bright trace in space. The monster raised its head and opened its mouth, asking how he was able to free himself. The protagonist smiled and held out his weapon, saying that the more you try to untie this knot, the more tangled it becomes. He asked to finish quickly because he was in a hurry. The monster's eyes widened, asking him to wait. The boy swung his sword, leaving bright marks around, asking him to be quiet. The creature's blood spurted out, the crow's eyes widened. The protagonist lowered his hand, saying that Alexander the Great had cut this knot with one blow, so this riddle should be solved in a similar way. He grabbed the hilt with both hands, shouting that he just needed to cut the knot with all his strength. When the blade of Jooheon's sword touched the chain, the visit was illuminated by a bright light. He remembered himself, with traces of blood on his body. White smoke rose higher, the black feathers of the crow hovered in the air. The bird spread its wings in front of the boy. The hero remembered himself, talking to the crow. The true form of the crow, a girl with black long hair. Jooheon sat on the ground, while the bird hovered above him, spreading its wings wide. The severed chains fell to the ground with a crash. The hero's sword left a bright light behind it. The shackles on the girl's hands were destroyed. Her dark wings spread out. The guy said that she was now free. The crow opened her eyes in surprise, looking at her palms, not believing that he really freed her. The hero smiled, asking if she really doubted, because he is responsible for his words. He extended his hand to her, saying that they still have a lot of things to do. Jooheon smiled. He froze in front of the girl sitting on the floor, asking her to come to him so that they could make a contract. The guy frowned, hearing a noise to the side. Seth bared his teeth, asking the owner to hurry, because the guards are already coming here, and they are at their limit. The hero looked at the crowd of monsters in the dark doorway. The crow grabbed his palm with both hands, asking the guy not to worry about anything, because as soon as they make a contract, these creatures will not interfere with them. Her black wings spread out. The heroes hovered in the center of the room, a bright light illuminating everything. The skeleton opened his mouth in concern, saying that they needed to stop Raven from making a contract with a human. The girl took a step forward, saying that she would not let them do that. Although she did not like protecting him while he made a contract with Raven, she would not sit idly by while monsters attacked her human. Mammon covered her fist with her hand, kneading it. Rope twisted, saying that they needed to protect their master. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if he would fight too. Mammon smiled, her eyes shining brightly. Seth bared his teeth, looking at the monsters. The girl said that none of them would approach their master. The small town was under the cover of a dark sky. The hero noticed that this was the Great Dungeon, a popular place, but so quiet. He took a step forward, saying that this was where Jooheon had burst in. That was why all the guards had scattered. Taejun gritted his teeth, saying that he had to stop him since he had left Ollie there and entered alone. A bright sphere of fire was approaching his back. The flow of energy pushed the man forward. He cried out loudly, not understanding what was happening. The girl watched as he sighed heavily. Taejun frowned and, leaning his hands on his knees, asked who dared to do this. He cried out in concern. How did they enter here? Because now they should be beaten by unknown people. Irina, Sola, and Julian stood in front of him. The girl frowned, saying that all the creatures he had summoned could not harm them. She had subjugated them and forbade them to attack the team, so all his people immediately scattered. The unknown relics were bathed in rays of bright light. The man rose from the ground, remembering Ollie. The girl said that she was the queen of bankruptcy, asking if he hadn't expected this when he turned her against him. The words flew through the streets of the gray city, smoke rising into the sky. Irina spread her palm, a glow appeared around it. The man sadly noted that it was strange for him to see her with them. He asked why she chose them. The girl repeated his question. She screamed loudly about how he couldn't take her family this time. Irina put her hand forward, channeling her energy into Taejun. The man covered his face with his hand when her attacks made contact with his protective dome. She frowned, screaming about how all his memories were meaningless, because now everything was different and the future would be completely different. The man spread his fingers, calling them brats, saying that he would make them shut their mouths once and for all. Suddenly, they raised their heads, looking to the sides. Bright streams of light descended from the sky, passing near the buildings. The ground cracked, white light coming out. Taejun frowned, asking what it was. Was it Jooheon? Pillars of light illuminated all the streets, causing everything around to shake. The flow of energy raised fragments of stones into the air. A white death appeared in the dungeon, lifting small fragments of earth up. A powerful energy storm destroyed everything in its path. Even the rock where Raven was held cracked and fell apart into fragments. The hero noticed this only when he opened his eyes, because in the very center of the storm it was quiet and calm. He felt new strength flowing to him. He restored all the energy that he had spent recently. The guy stood in place, his clothes fluttering on his body due to the streams of wind. Blue energy slid across his palms. The contract was finally completed. The crow spread its dark wings, standing in front of the protagonist. The guy opened his eyes in surprise when the status window appeared in front of him. He noticed that he hadn't seen these signs for a long time. Notifications followed each other, informing that the contract with the Overlord's crown was completed. He received all the power of the Overlord, received the title of King of Relics. His dominance, attractiveness, and compatibility with relics increased significantly, and the sword, mirror, and jasper returned to their power. Now the hero can use the full power of these treasures. The guy said that he understood everything, asking the girl to remove these tablets. The whirlwind destroyed the stone cliffs. The hero noticed that there was a complete mess here because the temple was falling apart. The crow frowned, saying that for the first time she felt such an impulse from the contract. The guy noted that it was for the best. The monsters were swirled in the flow of the tornado. The protagonist said that they would have to deal with the guards all the time, and this would help defeat them. He smiled, offering to grind them into powder because with the power that he received, he should be able to do it easily. The crow threw her head back and spread her wings, saying that she would do whatever her king wanted. The guard opened his mouth, asking what was happening. A funnel of strong energy sucked in stone fragments and monsters. The wings of the crow increased to gigantic sizes. Like a black hole it absorbed the guards. Mammon and the rope moved forward. The hero said that they were distinguishing allies so that they would not be harmed, but even they were sucked in. So powerful was this ability, he wondered if this was the power of the master. Dark streams of energy came out from the stone-ruined temple. Streams of bright energy pierced the ground. Irina opened her eyes wide and turned around, calling out for Jooheon. A stream of red energy knocked her off her feet. Taejun frowned and screamed, wishing for her death. He ran in the opposite direction, screaming that he needed to stop the guy. Solar came closer, asking how the girl was feeling. Irina looked at her, bending over with her whole body and screaming that the protagonist was in danger, so they had to find him. Julian frowned, saying that they did not have time for this, so they needed to leave. The girl widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, asking why, to which the guy replied that it would be better if they left here quickly, because Jooheon would deal with the chairman himself. Right now he was absorbing the entire great dungeon. Columns of bright light lifted stone fragments of buildings into the air, causing everything around to tremble. The dungeon was shrouded in energy. He was currently absorbing the entire great dungeon. Sola looked at Miller with concern and asked if this was all his doing. Miller said that he himself would not have understood if it were not for his relics huge. He said that the aura was simply monstrous. Irina looked at everything with wide eyes. Miller decided that the hero managed to make a contract with Raven. Irina said the hero's name. Julian said that they had better leave so as not to be sucked in, because in such conditions even the chairman would not do anything to him. Kwon ran forward and growled. He dodged the beams and repeated that this could not be happening. There was horror in his eyes. A voice rang out, asking who do we have here? Kwon froze, gritting his teeth. He was hit by a beam of energy and the chairman was thrown back. Everything was collapsing. Jooheon flew imperiously in a huge tornado of energy. Kwon was sucked into it. Jooheon smiled evilly and said that he thought the old man had escaped, but he himself had come to him. Kwon was enveloped in energy. He insulted the hero. Jooheon told him that he had saved him time and effort in searching for him. He thanked him. Kwon was sucked into a whirlpool. His scream was heard. The relics were screaming for everyone to run. The man screamed and asked what was this. The relic was calling its father. The father froze, watching the spectacle. He was thinking about this man. There was a flash. The son was calling his father. Rays of light hit the ground near the dungeon. Prometheus was sitting in the dungeon. Everything was collapsing. He called the hero an idiot. He imagined the scale of the destruction and mentally asked him, is he really going to erase the entire great dungeon? The team ran to the rift. Ilya said that they had finally arrived. A tornado of energy hit from the rift and the guy covered himself from the wind with his hand. He looked at the black clots and asked what it was. They answered that it was Jooheon. People thought that he was going to absorb the dungeon and until he finished, he would not let anyone out. Yuja looked at what was happening in horror. Ilya said that it looked unpleasant, but the guy thought that everything was much worse. He looked at the black tornado and said that he would have nightmares about this thing. Something flew out of the tornado. Juan fell to the ground and tried to get up with difficulty. Miller did not understand how he could survive in this storm. He opened his eyes wide. The hero said that he could not survive. He said that he allowed him to survive. Jooheon went down to the team, smiling widely. Kwon sat up. Jooheon said that this old man does not deserve a quick death. Kwon stood up. A powerful red aura began to emanate from him. He insulted the hero. He shouted the hero's name and ran towards him to attack, wishing him death. Jooheon calmly put his hand forward. Kwon froze with a look of horror in his eyes. He was shaking but couldn't move. Jooheon walked forward. Black smoke engulfed him. He said that the old man still didn't understand what situation he was in. Kwon bowed to the hero and groaned. Jooheon looked at him with an ominous look and said that he was now the overlord, the king of relics. Kwon gritted his teeth. The hero said that the relics could not contradict him, even the relics of the conqueror, which he was so proud of. Jooheon put his foot on Kwon's head and said that the roles were reversed. The hero smiled madly and said that before he crawled in front of the old man, begged for healing relics, asked him to look after his team. Kwon dug into the ground. He asked, did the hero go back to the past to change the future? Kwon's eyes were bloodshot. He asked, did the hero do this so that he could not become the overlord? But the hero calmly said no. Jooheon stomped the chairman into the ground. He kicked him in the head and screamed that no matter how he treated him and what he wanted, he made him do all the dirty work, but he would be happy with even one healing relic. He asked the old man if he knew why. Miller looked at this, sweat pouring down his face. Jooheon answered in a fierce voice that it was all because his life was so bad. But he did not even complain, because everyone had such a life. Jooheon screamed furiously. He said that Kwon stabbed him in the back. He summoned a sword. He raised it above his head. He said that he would do the same to the old man. Everyone's mouths opened. Jooheon stabbed the sword into Kwon and blood spurted. Jooheon calmly called Raven. The sword was sticking out of the old man's back. The hero ordered it to disappear without a trace. Raven said that she would do everything as her king wished. Some time later in Pandora's office, Ollie threw the bag on the floor. He asked what the hell. Ollie angrily shouted that he had returned them to the base. Why were they complaining? He said that he was leaving now and asked not to look for him. They asked him why. Ollie did not turn around. He said that they no longer had a chance. He asked for forgiveness and said that he had to find some way to survive all this. A voice came from the bag that it was his right to think so. However, Ollie was struck by lightning. Eva said that he would not leave here in his body. Ollie struck lightning in response. He called Eva a freeloader and sent her away. The bag was smoking. Eva said that she knew that everything would be like this. She decided that she should have possessed one of his people. Eva opened her eyes wide and said the name of Kwon. She saw his corpse in front of her and realized that he was dead. She realized that even he couldn't stop Jooheon. She wanted to understand how it happened. She was lying next to the body of the previous ruler. She didn't understand how to stop the hero now. Something was rapidly approaching the building. Gungnir with the hero was flying at great speed. The spear said that the hero was now the ruler, but he was still riding it. It asked what about the hero's image and his image. Jooheon asked not to talk nonsense. The main thing is that it was faster. The hero calmly looked ahead and said that he was not just riding. He asked to pierce for real and there would be no objections. The spear agreed with a laugh. The Pandora building was approaching. Gungnir said that it would definitely kill Eva Rockefeller. A fireball was flying at the hero. Jooheon blocked it with a spear, which did not understand what happened. Jooheon landed and asked what kind of cattle this time. He looked ahead in surprise. Gore looked at him. Jooheon said that he hadn't seen him for a long time. A bunch of demons looked at the hero. They asked him to stay where he was. Gore said that he would not let the hero go any further. The hero's shoulders began to be covered in black smoke. Raven called them assholes. Jooheon smiled. A huge silhouette of Raven appeared behind him. She said that there was a new king in front of the relics. Raven took human form and asked how dare they raise a hand against the king. She angrily looked at the demons and demanded that they show respect. The relics were shocked when they saw Raven freed. They gritted their teeth. They said that since Raven recognized this man as a king, then so be it. Gore looked at the demons and said to hell with who the hero is. Jooheon smiled. Gore said that they killed the previous ruler. The hero's hand sparkled. He said that they, guys, are like this. Gore began to be pressed into the asphalt. All the demons fell completely to the asphalt. They screamed that they could not move. Gore was squeezed. He groaned and resisted. But after a few seconds he fell to the asphalt too. Jooheon said that Gore talked longer than he lasted against him. He looked at the relics and asked what he should do with them. The relics asked for mercy. Gore looked at his minions and asked if they were crazy. The monsters asked for permission to serve the new king. Raven looked at the hero. He said that he did not know. He smiled slyly and asked if he could trust them. After all, they killed the previous ruler. Gore began to sweat. He told the minions that the hero would not spare them. He said that the hero would destroy them, scaring the minions only more. Jooheon scratched his cheek. The relics said that the king would not destroy his subjects. They said that he would show mercy. He looked at his fingers and said that he would grind the relics into dust and make new, obedient followers out of them. The relics screamed, calling the hero a true tyrant. Jooheon smiled and asked, "Do they have a better candidate?" An explosion was heard in the building. The bag was shaking. Eva felt the hero's aura. The aura crawled out. She urgently needed to find a body, exactly like a human one. Eva looked ahead and gasped. Her aura hit the barrier and she could not pass. Osiris and Anubis were standing nearby. Osiris said that his master was right. He said that the soul inside the bag was trying to possess someone. Jooheon looked at the Pandora building and told Eva that this trick would not work forever. Gungnir approached the hero and asked to throw it. Jooheon agreed and suggested to end it quickly. He grabbed the spear. Gungnir laughed and anticipated that he would finally be able to pierce someone. Jooheon threw the spear into Pandora's office. Eva realized with horror that Gungnir was flying towards her. The floor began to crack. Eva did not want to die. A moment later, the spear pierced the bag. A beam of light pierced Eva. She screamed that this could not be. Jooheon came into the room and decided to see what happened. The spear sparkled. It said that it had definitely pierced him. But again, the sensations were not the same. Gungnir said that things smelled bad. Jooheon was surprised by such a will to live. He smiled and asked, did she really think that they wouldn't understand if she possessed feces? Gungnir asked in surprise. The spear began to swing from side to side and say that it was disgusting. Jooheon asked to shake herself off to the side so as not to splash him. Eva gritted her teeth. Jooheon said that he saw that she was alive and well even after Gungnir pierced her. Jooheon summoned the relic of the chamber pot and said that she would regret staying alive. He opened the pot, which was filled to the brim. Jooheon took the bag in his hands. Eva asked where the hero got such a relic. Jooheon smiled and asked the girl to behave well and climb into the pot. He threw the bag inside and closed it. Jooheon looked forward and said that they need to deal with him. Jooheon addressed the corpse on the chair. Jooheon covered himself in an aura and demanded to give him the throne of the emperor. He said that now he is the ruler. Raven opened her eyes wide. She turned to the king. He raised his head. His eyes were burning. He said that he was destroying. A powerful aura was directed at the hero. The corpse said that he was destroying the violator of the Pandora system. Jooheon calmly looked forward and said that last time he also talked about the Pandora system. He put his hand forward, suggesting that she controls him. Jooheon attacked with a blue aura and said that he would destroy the Pandora system. A powerful stream began to destroy the equipment around the throne. The beam of energy became stronger and stronger. Pieces of equipment fell to the floor. Jooheon smiled and asked if the corpse was awake. He offered him to get up. The corpse was silent. The hero said that he may be a good boy, but he will not sit on his lap. The corpse said that the hero says funny things. Crow looked at the previous overlord in shock. He asked who the hero was. The king was covered in a yellow aura. Jooheon said he finally woke up. He smiled and said that he would be an incredibly generous and merciful king. He asked him to step aside. The king pursed his lips and said he couldn't. The hero was hit by a red aura. The king repeated that he couldn't get up. Crow covered herself with her hand. She couldn't believe her eyes. Jooheon put up a protective dome. The top of Pandora's building fell off and began to fall down. Jooheon looked ahead tensely. He said he hadn't felt this before. He asked, is this really the power of the overlord? But if he is also the overlord, then how then? He looked at Crow. She asked him to be careful and said that this is not the king. Crow narrowed her eyes and said that the king she knew did not use such power. She thought that someone was still controlling him. The king's eye was burning. Jooheon asked how much trouble he could cause. A silhouette of Raven appeared above the hero. He asked her for help and said that now everything was serious. A powerful flow of energy began to flow towards the throne. The king gritted his teeth and said that in the end even he would stab him in the back. Just like those traitors, he was addressing Raven. Raven looked angrily at the king and asked him for forgiveness. She said that she was only trying to free him. The hero's energy was squeezing the king's energy. Jooheon asked the king to stop kicking and leave. A powerful beam of light shot into the sky from the top of the Pandora building. Smoke rose. Jooheon and Raven looked at the throne. Silence fell. The hero asked if the king had come to his senses. He said that if not, he would hit him again. The king stretched out his hand. He grabbed the spear stuck in him. It was covered in lightning. Jooheon could not even imagine such a scene. Before, the corpse that had become one with the throne did not move. But now, he pulled the spear out of his body. The king screamed in pain. Raven looked at her king in shock. He pulled the spear out of his body and threw it aside. His voice changed. He said that they saved him. Even his words emitted a powerful aura. With every cell of his body, the hero felt that he was finally meeting face to face with his former master. The king sat on the throne. Raven said that he had suffered too much. The king said that he was glad to see Raven again. He raised his hand and said that they did not have time to exchange pleasantries. Jooheon looked at the king. He said that they would soon come to tie him up again. Jooheon asked who they were. He reminded that he was controlled and asked who. Could it be Pandora? The king looked up and said that Pandora was just a shell. Behind it was. The clouds were gathering and lightning was flashing. The king said that behind it was a relic of revelation. Jooheon frowned. He said that this was the first time he heard of such a thing and asked what it was. The king said that in the history of other worlds in the form of relics, they should not have gone beyond the imagination. Untold stories, chronicles erased by the victors. They want to erase people and relics, make them non-existent like themselves. They made the king like this and set the relics at odds with each other. Jooheon asked, wasn't it Prometheus who did this to him? The king said that behind everything was a relic of revelation. He asked, didn't he find it strange that relics hated people? Why did relics that gained life through human stories hate all people so much? He said that the relics of revelation were what gave birth to this hatred. In the relics, Raven lowered her gaze, filled with pain. The king said that their plan was set in motion long before he became the ruler. Jooheon frowned. The king asked him if he knew about the treasure of the cradle. It controls the birth and death of relics. In order to take the throne of the ruler, Jooheon must collect all the treasures, including the cradle. He was unable to obtain it either. All traces of the cradle were erased from the world long ago. But the cradle did not simply disappear. It was hidden by the relic of revelation. But he learned of this too late. The king turned to the hero. He asked him to find the cradle and destroy the relic of revelation. Jooheon listened willingly. The king said that only then would he sit on the throne. He called him the most worthy of men. The king looked tired and said that if he didn't deal with the relic of revelation before he sat on the throne, he would end up like him. Jooheon was shocked and asked if it knew that he needed to get the cradle first. He asked where he should look for it. He raised his head. The sky was becoming like a whirlpool. The king said that the relic of revelation was coming. They must have sensed that he had broken free from control. A strange voice was heard. It said that the king was right. The building began to collapse. The revelation said that the king was talking big nonsense and his resistance was useless. A tornado began to descend towards the throne. Jooheon looked up in fear. The tornado was enveloping the entire city. The king gritted his teeth and put his hand forward. A yellow aura shot out from it. He began to form a protective dome. A strong wind began to envelop the protective sphere. The sky was shining. The revelation asked what the king of humans was doing. Does he really think he can change anything? Jooheon looked down in horror. The revelation was telling him that there were so many ways to kill him without even touching his flesh. Jooheon grabbed his head. His veins bulged. Jooheon screamed in horror. The revelation was asking if he was the one who wanted to become the next overlord. An evil laugh rang out in his head. A voice said that there was no harm in dreaming. The king screamed that the relic of revelation was targeting the hero. Jooheon was covered in an aura. The sensation was incredibly painful and strange. Jooheon felt like his soul was being forcefully torn away from his body. The purple whirlpool continued to swirl in the sky. Jooheon groaned and screamed. Flying into the sky, he looked down and saw his collapsed body. The raven desperately called for him, but he could not hear her. He raised his head, trying to comprehend what had happened, and then he saw it. A crow that exuded a very ancient aura. He approached it. It was a relic of revelation. The relic laughed and asked what kind of hero would be in their form. It asked what they would do with him. It said that he needed to be tortured well. The voices suggested sending the hero's consciousness into the ring of eternity. Jooheon looked at the bright light in horror. The voices said that the hero would suffer but not die. Jooheon began to be sucked into the red sphere. The king screamed furiously, not wanting to allow this. He stretched his hand towards the hero, screaming that he would not let the hero die. The sphere began to billow steam. The king screamed that Jooheon was their hope. He put both hands up, an aura pouring out of him. He asked to find the cradle. At all costs, the hero saw a city in a red sky. He saw the TKVM building. He saw an empty office. Jooheon was lying on one of the tables. The clock was ticking and everything suddenly took on negative colors. The entire space became negative. Lightning struck the floor. Jooheon opened his eyes in horror. He stood up and screamed. But the room was empty. Jooheon froze. He touched his forehead, looked at his hand and asked what it was. He took out his phone and asked if this wasn't their team's old office. The year was 2032. Jooheon looked ahead. He looked at the red sky outside the window. He realized that he was in the TCVM headquarters, and the date on his phone meant that he had returned in time to the moment he returned in time. The veins on his hands bulged. He asked what the relic of revelation did to him. He remembered how the voices said that he needed to be tortured well. Someone suggested sending his consciousness into the ring of eternity. Jooheon, all exhausted, hit his head on the wall. He could not believe that he returned to the world where he was a slave to Kwon and then treacherously killed. He understood that the relic knew that for him this was the real hell. The system said that this was not true. Jooheon was shocked by the message from Raven. She said that the former master blocked their power with the relic of space and time. She said that the hero returned there because his direction changed. But if it had not changed, his world would have been much worse. Jooheon walked around the room. He did not think that it was better here. He said that they were as if they had ended up in his worst world. Jooheon looked at his tired reflection. He was going to become a master, but he lost everything except his decrepit, sickly body. Raven said that the former master sent Jooheon here for a reason. She said that the cradle could be somewhere in this world. Jooheon asked hopefully, could the cradle really be here? He remembered hearing something about it. He remembered how the light swallowed him. The master then asked him to find the cradle. Jooheon looked at the empty office. He tried to figure out how to do this. He should at least have some resources. He touched the glass. It sparkled. The hero asked if they could send him his things here. Raven said that the relics cannot be summoned because an invisible force blocked their movement and the relics cannot respond to commands. Jooheon realized that this will not be an easy walk. But suddenly Jooheon heard the voice of the rope. He frantically began to look for it with his eyes and say that he heard the voice of the rope. It was screaming that it was here. Jooheon looked at his pocket. The voice came from there. In this world, the rope became a thread. It screamed that it was uncomfortable. It began to stretch out, ripping the hero's jacket. He fearfully asked to stop doing this and said that he would untie it himself. Jooheon's jacket turned into a pile of threads. The rope said that it was comfortable now. Jooheon asked where it came from. Raven said that it followed you. The hero said in surprise that this was impossible. Raven said that she had no idea. Jooheon sullenly said that it was better this way than without any relics at all. He looked at the thread and tried to figure out what to do if it was simply torn. Jooheon began to study the team's storage, but the box was empty and the hero did not understand why. He said that Kwon took the high-class relics for himself, but he left all the junk for them. He turned around. They asked him how early he woke up. Jooheon looked at the guy with fear, who mentioned that the hero said how tired he was and how he stayed up late. Jooheon looked at the dark-haired guy with glasses and asked if he was Jun by any chance. He answered confusedly that he was, thinking that the boss had not woken up yet. Jooheon tensed up. He remembered that at this point in the story, Jun was the new assistant in their team. Among all 10 members of the squad, he was the only one he had not met yet. Having more or less reunited with the others, he tried to find him. But no matter how much they searched, they could not find a trace. Jooheon looked at the surprised Jun and did not think that he would meet him like this. The guy asked what was wrong. Jooheon laughed awkwardly and said that he was glad to see the guy. Jun hissed and said that the hero definitely had not woken up yet. He started humming a song. Jooheon laughed unhealthily and asked if the guy knew where the relics from the closet went. Jun looked into the closet and said that 2 days ago, Chief Yu accidentally broke them while cleaning, he said. Jooheon frowned at the guy. He quoted the hero who said nothing serious then. Jooheon thought that Chief Yu was Yuya. Jun looked at the hero in confusion. He asked if Chief Yu promised to fix these relics. But the guy said that Yu said that even the cores of the relics were broken. Jooheon frowned and asked again. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his head. In this world, Yuya was the king of scams. Jooheon turned away and said that Yuya doesn't clean often and usually does it. Everything seemed suspicious to him. Jun looked at the hero with fear, who asked Jun if he knew where Yuya was now. He said that Yuya had gone on a business trip, but he didn't know where. Jooheon chuckled and said that he would go ask the others. Jooheon touched the door handle. He looked out into the hallway. He saw someone familiar. He looked at Solar and Chloe, who were very angry. The hero didn't understand anything. Solar raised one hand, indignantly asking why their supplies were given to the other team, and the man in the black suit looked at her with annoyance, saying that he was tired of repeating himself. He frowned his thin eyebrows and explained that the third team successfully robbed a large tomb, so the order was given to increase their supplies by 200%, and Solar and Chloe did nothing special, so they did not have the right to vote. Solar raised her black eyebrows in anger, shouting that they were cleaning up the tombs of all the losers, and Chloe added through clenched teeth that they had even robbed an SS rank tomb last time. The man flipped through the documents and said that there was no record of it and that he couldn't take the girl's word for it. He suddenly closed one eye and screamed in surprise when someone snatched the tablet from his hands. The protagonist looked closely at the documents and said that this report was very superficial and that they had robbed that tomb secretly, so the information should be looked for in the internal records. Jooheon looked up and glared at the man, who said that these were all the papers he had and that nothing could be changed because the relics had been given away. The worker sweated in excitement and opened his mouth in surprise when the protagonist said that even without records, everyone knew how much work their team was doing, but without supplies, they wouldn't be able to do it. Jooheon handed the man a tablet and said that if his team didn't work hard, the workers would have to work harder, and the man asked in a shaky voice if the protagonist wanted them all fired. Jooheon opened his mouth wide and yelled, asking the man to fire his team. Chloe leaned over to Solar and brought her hand to her face, quietly asking if it was okay for the protagonist to act like this. The workers walked out into the hallway, watching in shock as Jooheon yelled that he wasn't this rude before and that he had only become this way because of how badly he was treated. The man raised his hands, his voice trembling with fear, saying that he would give the protagonist extra supplies. Jooheon smiled happily, asked if they had any more questions, and then said that Solar and Chloe needed to help him with something. A tall building with a gray roof was visible. The protagonist added that they needed to find the person who was taking inventory. Rays of light were coming out from the golden box, while the person holding it said that this aura was completely different. The man with a brown scarf around his neck smiled happily when he heard that the tomb where this relic was found was SS ranked. Jooheon raised one finger and said with a smile that the higher the rank of the tomb, the better the relic performed. The man with dark hair leaned forward, asking if this relic belonged to Taejin, because if so, it might put them in an awkward situation. Jooheon smiled widely and said that there was no need to worry about it at all, because this relic was given to their looting team. There was someone standing outside the door in the hallway while Jooheon was explaining that he had a very close relationship with his boss Jooheon, who was aware of the entire deal and would definitely not object. The blonde boy smirked contentedly and thought that it was a big success when his interlocutor decided to look at the contract. Suddenly, Jooheon picked up his phone and thought about the protagonist. Jooheon had sent him a message asking him to come over, and the boy assumed that the protagonist was being serious to intimidate his subordinate. The man with the brown scarf folded his arms, smilingly telling Jooheon to read the contract and sign it when he was ready, and his subordinate handed over some papers and a pen. Jooheon took the pen and sneaked a look at his phone. The protagonist had sent him a message telling the blonde boy that he was giving him 10 seconds to come over, and Jooheon cursed out loud. The man with the scarf asked if there was a problem, and Jooheon smiled awkwardly, saying that he just had an ad. Suddenly, Jooheon kicked the door open, and Jooheon pursed his lips and widened his eyes in shock. The protagonist flexed his fists and said with an angry expression that the 10 seconds he gave the blonde were up. Jooheon walked past the man in the brown scarf, who screamed in fear, asking what was going on and where the security was. The protagonist grinned ominously and said that the man had almost been tricked. Jooheon pressed Jooheon's head into the table and said that he brought stolen goods to sell to them and deceived them. The man gritted his teeth and sweat dropped when the protagonist added that he shouldn't have believed that there would be no problems. A loud shout of a man came from a tall building, ordering Jooheon and Jooheon to leave the premises. The blonde fell to the floor, letting out a loud sigh. He raised his hand, shaking all over, and asked the protagonist to stop hitting him and for them to talk about it. There was a black car in the corner, and Jooheon guessed that Jooheon was under the influence of the relic, and therefore he would regret everything when he woke up. The protagonist kicked the blonde and angrily asked if that was all Jooheon wanted to tell him. Jooheon furrowed his black eyebrows and said that if the blonde didn't stop doing what he was doing, he would regret it eventually. Jooheon raised his head and looked at the protagonist with fear, who said that if something bad happened to their team because of him, Jooheon would not be able to cope with the guilt. Jooheon punched Jooheon in the face, asking him not to say it because it was a bad omen. There were books, candles, scrolls, and other items scattered on the table. While Jooheon was kneeling, the protagonist said that all of these relics were taken by the blonde man. However, many of the items were missing. Ilya frowned and raised his hand, ordering Jooheon to hand over all of the other relics, and the blonde man shouted that this was indeed all he had. The protagonist crossed his arms and confirmed this, then added that all of the useful things go to Taejin first, and all of the trash is sent to them. Jooheon concluded with a serious expression that he would not find Cradle with this, and Solar looked at him with confusion. The girl raised her eyebrows and sweat dropped as she asked if the protagonist was okay because he wasn't himself today. Jooheon smiled and said that he just needed to find one relic that he could handle on his own, ordering his comrades to do their job and not worry. The protagonist grabbed Yuya by his jacket, saying that these words didn't concern him, and the blonde screamed, asking why him. They walked down the hallway, and Jooheon explained that Yuya would use the Da Vinci relic to make him a key. The protagonist smirked and explained that it was the key to Taejun's relic storage. Yuya panicked, and Jooheon confidently confirmed that he was going to borrow the man's relics. Yuya furrowed his eyebrows in shock and screamed that the relics belonged to the chairman and that Jooheon was crazy. The blonde boy tried to run away, screaming that he didn't want to die, and the protagonist replied with a smile that Yuya would die by his hands if he didn't help. The TKVM building was visible, and Jooheon hinted that he was much more likely to kill Yuya than Taejun. The golden key was inside the fire. Yuya showed the relic to the protagonist with a tired look, and the protagonist replied that it was an excellent job. The blonde boy glared at Jooheon, telling him to think again because if they were caught, they would both be punished. The protagonist turned away and replied that they wouldn't be caught that quickly because Taejun was currently playing Monopoly with his friends. Jooheon smirked, opened the door, and added that besides this, the chairman had many more relics than he kept here. Many boxes and different relics were visible. Jooheon picked up the bag, looked at Yuya and told him to stuff it with everything he could, and the blonde asked what was wrong with the protagonist today. Yuya knelt down, asking how Jooheon could do such crazy things so confidently, as if he had lived through it all and already knew what would happen next. The protagonist smiled slyly and said that Yuya didn't even know how right he was. The blonde opened his mouth in shock when Jooheon said that he had already lived this life. The top of the tall building was immersed in a golden ball, lightning was striking all around. A dark man in red clothes raised his hand, letting out a loud cry. Clouds were swirling in the sky, and someone's voice told the ruler of the people to give up because he would not last long. Suddenly, something flew up at high speed. A white streak lit up the dark sky. The man sitting on the throne asked what the girl was doing, and she answered that she was helping him. The king looked away and thanked her for wanting to attack the enemies and protect him. Raven turned around and smiled and asked the king not to say that he was forcing her to do his job. A golden ball appeared and the enemy screamed that they were very naive because their attacks would not change anything. A purple swirl appeared and the enemy said that they would destroy the king. The man's mouth fell open in shock and his brows furrowed. There was nothing to see beyond the black air currents, and the relic said that they had been working towards this for a long time and were finally ready. White clouds and a blue swirl swirled above the yellow barrier. Silhouettes of white matter were visible and the relic said that the world would end. It extended its hand forward, ordering the human king to disappear. The creature created a white ball. The projectile flew into the target and a loud explosion was heard. The king clenched his teeth and let out a loud sigh. The wall of the golden barrier cracked into small fragments. The raven took off, spreading its black wings. She frowned in shock as someone raised a hand that emitted a golden glow. Numerous yellow lightning bolts appeared around the protagonist. A new golden dome appeared. A being resembling a white cloud extended its hand forward and shouted that it was the aura of the cradle. The man frowned and said that he was found out when the relic said that the human king interfered with the process and moved it to another place. Jooheon closed his eyes, holding his hand in front of him, and the king told him to hurry because the cradle was close. The sky was red. The protagonist picked up a green object and realized that it was a protective relic. He threw it at Yui's head, telling the youth to put this relic with the others. The blonde rubbed his head saying that it hurt and asked Jooheon to slow down because he couldn't make it. The protagonist, who was sitting on the couch, replied that they didn't have much time. Yuya put the relic with the others saying that he was tired and wanted to sleep. He didn't understand why they were sorting these items at all. Jooheon picked up another relic in his hand, smiling, saying that they needed to understand what relics they had and when to use them, and the more the better. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. The protagonist ran out onto the balcony shouting that it wasn't just an earthquake. White birds were flying across the sky. They were flying over the tall buildings. Yuya frowned, shouting that something definitely happened there. He assumed that a new tomb had appeared. The TV screen was broadcasting news about a new tomb having appeared. The protagonist turned around when he heard the news anchor saying that it was in South America, in the Amazon rainforest, and that this tomb was extremely dangerous because the entire world shook from the explosion of its aura. He thought that the dangerous tomb in the Amazon must be huge. A beam of red light shot out from the volcano into the sky. Jooheon thought that he had seen this news before. The reporter said that Pandora said that this tomb's rank was higher than all known ones. The woman turned to her colleague, asking if this tomb was the most dangerous of all, and he confirmed it. Jooheon thought that from what he remembered, the man would die during the live broadcast. Suddenly, the man grabbed his throat, foaming at the mouth. Jooheon widened his eyes in shock, asking what was going on. Jooheon froze in horror and thought that a great dungeon had appeared just like last time. Other people gathered around the man, and the protagonist thought that it was too early and what was supposed to happen in a few years was happening right now. The system reported that the relic of revelation had interfered and the time axis was changing. The protagonist told Jooheon to collect all the relics because they were leaving, and the blonde man sweated, shouting that it was dangerous there now. Jooheon turned away and replied with a smile that if Jooheon didn't hurry now, it would be much harder to survive later. Black birds were flying in the air. The city was in chaos due to the earthquake. Smoke was coming out of the buildings, and Jooheon continued walking, dragging a whining Jooheon along with him. The protagonist held his phone in his hand, thinking that he was trying to contact the team, but it was impossible because even the cell towers seemed to be damaged. The TKVM building was visible. Jooheon thought that he had no choice but to go to the office to meet the others. The protagonist opened the door and Jooheon yelled at him to be careful or else everything would collapse. Jun turned around and looked at Jooheon in fear. There was a whiteboard on the wall. The protagonist asked if Jun was there, and the youth asked him the same question. Jun sweated and said that the whole team had already left for the new tomb, and Taejun said that they were on their way. Jooheon gritted his teeth and insulted the chairman. Jooheon widened his eyes in surprise, asking why Taejun would say that, and the protagonist replied that the chairman had sent them into a trap because he was that kind of person. Jooheon clenched his jaw and thought that it was probably because of the space-time relic that was bringing their inevitable death closer. He was in such a hurry, afraid that it would happen, but in the end he was still late. Jun approached the protagonist, asking what to do then. The protagonist frowned and thought that he was at a crossroads and he needed to find the cradle, but then he would have to leave the team to die. He imagined his comrades and thought that if he found the cradle, he would return back to where everyone was safe and sound. Jun looked at Jooheon worriedly and called out to him. The protagonist calmly replied that they needed to be saved. He turned away and added that this was not an ordinary tomb because it could not be plundered. Jooheon thought that if he hurried, he would stop them before they entered the deepest part of the dungeon and then find the cradle. The international airport building was visible. The protagonist thought that he would not be here for long, but for them, this was all a cruel reality where they only had one life. They approached the building. Jooheon asked Jooheon if he really thought that planes would fly when there was such chaos, and the protagonist replied that they would take the company's private jet. Jooheon looked up and asked if they would be allowed in without the chairman's permission, to which Jooheon replied with a smile that he would have to show them his teeth. The plane was parked under the red sky. The protagonist turned around abruptly, pursing his lips. Yanchin and Samuel were sitting in their chairs, their faces filled with shock when they saw the protagonist. Jooheon furrowed his brows and asked why they were sitting there when the entire team was going to the new tomb, and the men replied that they were going there too. The protagonist turned to the flight attendant, asking where the plane was going, and the woman replied that it was going to New York to see the chairman. Yanchin and Samuel froze in fear when Jooheon said that they were lying every time they opened their rotten mouths. Yanchin fell to the floor and screamed in pain. The protagonist kicked the two men down the stairs. Yanchin turned around and held out his hand, yelling at Jooheon to calm down, while he thought that he didn't understand what was wrong with him today. The protagonist looked down at the man and rudely refused him. Jooheon turned around when someone yelled at them not to make a scene on the plane. The male lead raised his hand and introduced himself with a smile, then said that Yanchin and Samuel were his subordinates. The man in uniform furrowed his brows and said that he knew about a new tomb appearing in the Amazon jungle. Jun and Yuja opened their mouths and widened their eyes in surprise when the male lead said that it was not an ordinary tomb and that Taejun had ordered to clean it no matter what. Jooheon asked the pilot to fly to the tomb. The man looked at the flight attendant and said that they had not received such instructions, so they could not simply believe these words, and he suggested that they contact the company first. The seats on the plane were empty. Jooheon said that they might not have given instructions because their team was working in secret and it was a very urgent matter. The pilot furrowed his brows and pursed his lips when the protagonist said that he could contact them and confirm this information after he dropped him off. Jooheon smiled when he heard the pilot agree. The plane began to move along the ground. The two men ran after them, shouting that they had been forgotten. Yanchin, who was in the front, cursed loudly, and Samuel asked what had gotten into their boss today. Yanchin turned around and gritted his teeth when Samuel said that Jooheon seemed to have been replaced. There was a hurricane in the sky. White ghosts were flying in the air. The relics were shouting that they could feel the aura of the cradle. The raven spread its wings and covered Jooheon, who was lying on the ground. The relics were shouting that they wanted to kill him. The girl stood up and shouted loudly that she would not let them do it. Suddenly, a shock wave passed through, and the relics told the raven to stay out of the way. White smoke was visible. Purple lightning struck, and the relics said that they would all die. Sola put her hand to her forehead, looking up, and Ilya asked what was going on. Lightning struck from the sky. Sola said that a relic with an ominous aura was hovering above the Pandora building. The girl guessed that the recent shield was put up by the protagonist. Julian looked up and said that it was possible and that they needed to help Jooheon. Irina turned to the boy and sternly said that they needed to trust the protagonist and help the people. The girl's blonde hair flew around due to the wind, and she added that she did not know who their enemy was, but she trusted Jooheon, and the civilians needed their protection more. Ilya, Sola, and Jooheon looked at Irina and then agreed to evacuate the people. Ilya ran forward and the girls turned around. Irina folded her hands and looked up, asking the protagonist to win. People quickly ran away from the white smoke, not understanding what it was. The relic stood there, calling people pathetic. White smoke swirled in the air, and the relic said it would turn them all into dust. The streams rushed after the civilians. Julian frowned and shouted loudly that they were almost there, so they couldn't stop. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. Ilya clenched his teeth, and Julian covered his face with his hand and cursed loudly. Buildings were collapsing, people were lying on the ground, someone was dragging the wounded on themselves. Ilya turned around and called the relics scoundrels. Julian told him to calm down. The young man in glasses arched his eyebrows and said that the main thing now was to save the civilians, and suggested that his comrades split up. The plane flew across the sky. The protagonist stretched and yawned. He took a little nap, and the plane had already flown to its destination. The plane flew over the trees. Jooheon thought that he saw a jungle stretching out the window, and somewhere in it, a great dungeon was hidden. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the protagonist opened his mouth in shock. Jun and Jooheon almost fell due to the sudden shaking. The plane's wing was covered in cracks and smoking, and Jooheon screamed loudly, thinking that they were falling. There were white lightnings around the plane, and the relics were screaming that they wanted to kill people. The system reported the spread of a chaotic aura. Then, a purple screen appeared stating that the relic of revelation was causing the plane to fall. They fell rapidly downwards, and Jooheon screamed deafeningly that he did not want to die. The plane fell, and a loud explosion was heard. Stones and debris flew around. White cocoons lay on the ground. Suddenly, one of them was pierced from the inside by a sword. Jooheon crawled out of there, tearing the protective shell with difficulty. He climbed out of the capsule, saying that it was a good relic, and that he would now pull everyone else out. Jooheon screamed in fear when he saw a sharp sword blade near his face. The youth crawled out of the cocoon, asking if Jooheon was going to kill him, and the protagonist replied that he saved his life. There was a caterpillar lying on the ground. Jooheon explained that it was a cocoon relic that they took from Taejun's storage, and now it was so shriveled because it spent a lot of energy. Jun looked at the protagonist in shock and said that he was fine. Hearing this, Jooheon smiled contentedly and said that they could go. However, they had a long way to go. The three of them went deeper into the forest, and the protagonist thought that they had set off on a journey through the jungle. It was not difficult to find the way. There was a ray of light in the distance. Jooheon thought that the great dungeon had a strong, unusual aura, even though it seemed far away. They walked through the tall grass and came to the bank of the river. There was lightning in the sky, and the protagonist said that they would make a boat so that they could cross the water to the dungeon. Jooheon widened his eyes in surprise, asking why Jooheon was looking at him like that, and the protagonist asked if Jooheon had a Da Vinci relic. He presented a diagram of two possible routes, and said that it was better to swim across the river rather than cross because the aura was on that side anyway. Jooheon frowned when Jooheon said that they would also give their legs a rest. The youth took the glowing book, and the protagonist smiled and asked Jooheon to make something cool for them. A boat appeared on the river, and the protagonist said that it was not bad. Jooheon asked if Jooheon could drive, and Jooheon said he could improvise. The man put his hand on the lever, saying that there was nothing to figure out and that he just needed to go straight. Jooheon smiled, saying that the engine was roaring, meaning that the issue of starting the boat was solved, and Jooheon asked what about the brakes. The boat moved along the water, and the protagonist said that in the worst case, they would just jump out. Jooheon quipped that they would become food for the fish and alligators that live here. The protagonist leaned against the wall, sighing heavily and thinking that the brakes could be figured out along the way. Jooheon lay with his hands under his head, while Jooheon thought about how, due to the relic syndrome, his physical and mental state had deteriorated greatly, like the rest of the team. The protagonist thought with a serious face that their stamina was about the same as his. Jooheon looked at Jun in horror, who reported that there was something strange underwater. The protagonist gritted his teeth and cursed, looking at the purple screen. The system reported that the revelation relic had summoned monsters. The water monsters quickly swam towards them. The three of them stood on the edge of the boat, and the protagonist ordered his comrades to beat the monsters. The monsters came out of the water, and Jooheon screamed in fear. Jooheon attacked one of the monsters, and it immediately screamed in pain. When the enemy grabbed the boat, Jooheon screamed, asking what to do. The protagonist ordered his subordinates to gather and beat the monster with everything in the bag. Jooheon screamed that he was a bad fighter. Jun hit the monster on the head with a loud scream. He turned to Jooheon, telling him to find a suitable relic for himself. Suddenly, huge tentacles rose up behind Jun. They grabbed the boy and he closed his eyes, screaming loudly. The monster pulled Jun under the water and Jooheon screamed that there was also a giant octopus. The monster pulled Jun deeper and Jooheon ordered Jooheon to deal with the enemies while he saved the boy. The man with blonde hair asked if they knew who he was. He opened his yellow eyes wide and ordered the enemies to disappear. Suddenly, the water under the boat lit up. There was an explosion in the river and Jun screamed loudly. The remains of the monsters floated to the surface of the water and Jooheon looked at it in horror. The blonde-haired boy emerged from the river. The water around Jun was shining brightly. The boy lowered his head down while Jooheon screamed for him to quickly return to them. Jun suddenly walked on the water, surprising his comrades. The boy's hair was shining brightly, and Jooheon said that he was not wet at all. Jun silently walked on the water's surface. The system reported that a strong aura of a relic was detected. The system added that it was a dangerous SSS-class relic. Fear appeared on Jooheon's face when he saw the rank of this relic. Jun silently walked on board, closing his eyes. The protagonist pursed his lips and sweated when the boy said that he did not want to reveal it like this, but he was left with no choice. Jun smiled and said that he was the cradle. The boat sailed along the river. Jooheon asked why the boy pretended to be a human and worked in a company if he was a relic, and Jun replied that he wanted to hide in plain sight. The protagonist remained silent, looking at the boy, who said that he wanted to understand what the future overlord was like. Jun smiled widely and added that now that his identity was revealed, there was no point in continuing this and he would now open the gate. The sky suddenly turned red and Jooheon looked up, screaming in fear. A bright golden flash appeared and Jooheon asked what it was. The water in the river began to rage. Jun explained that it was the gate to the world that Jooheon was used to because the king was not supposed to be here. The protagonist looked up, his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock as Jun explained that the cradle was a treasure and therefore it was supposed to open the gate for the king once he found it, and now Jooheon could return with him. Jooheon touched the protagonist's shoulder, asking what kind of nonsense they were talking. Suddenly, Jooheon calmly said that he couldn't yet. He smiled and explained that he had come this far and he couldn't abandon his friends. The sky turned yellow and Jun said that he could only open the space-time gate once. The protagonist indignantly asked if he could have said that earlier. Jun's sweat dropped when Jooheon asked him to hold the gate open while he saved his friends, and the relic replied that it couldn't do that because opening and closing the gate wasn't that easy. Jooheon's mouth dropped open in shock when Jun said that he could only hold the gate open for 3 human minutes. Staring at the protagonist with his yellow eyes, Jun said that he had to make a choice, and if he didn't enter now, he would be stuck here forever. Suddenly, the protagonist slammed a bat onto the boat, furiously asking why Jun had even decided to open the gate himself. Jooheon rushed towards the youth, shouting that he would have told him when to open it, and Jun replied that he was just following procedure, then asked if the protagonist's goal wasn't to find the cradle. Jooheon gritted his teeth in anger when Jun said that their colleagues here were just an illusion anyway. Lightning flashed around the gate. The protagonist raised his hand and asked on what basis Jun was ordering him to do what he was doing. The youth opened his mouth in shock and widened his yellow eyes when Jooheon declared that he was not going anywhere. The protagonist turned around and Jooheon screamed that if that was the case, he would never be able to come back, so there was no reason for him to do this. Jooheon turned around and told Jun to shut up and explained that he would find a way to reset the relic. Jun froze in shock with his mouth open, and the protagonist said that he had memorized his aura, so there was no use running. The boat sailed along the wide area and there was an awkward silence. Jun sat with his hands on his legs. Jooheon thought about how Jooheon was looking at them with a puzzled expression. The black-haired boy looked down and the protagonist assumed that he was lost in his thoughts while a bunch of questions were floating around in Jooheon's head. He furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, thinking that he never expected to have to choose whether to abandon his team or not, and he wasn't sure if he made the right choice. They went ashore and the protagonist came to the conclusion that he wasn't wrong after all. He thought about how he should have closed his eyes and just walked away. Pink clouds were floating in the sky. Jooheon thought that the gate had already disappeared anyway and he couldn't change anything. The protagonist looked at Jun and thought about how he wouldn't be able to open it anymore because this really could be their only chance. The arch led deeper into the cave. Jooheon thought that there was a chance that he still wouldn't be able to save his team even if he made that choice. They came to the stairs and the protagonist assumed that he might be too late. Looking down, Jooheon said that they were entering a great dungeon, so they had to be on guard. Yuya furrowed his brows and sweat dropped when the protagonist said that there were terrible monsters inside. Their shadows could be seen on the stairs and Jooheon thought that he had no choice but to go forward where he would find the answers to his questions. Someone asked how far they had to go. The team was going down the stairs. The protagonist replied that they were not close yet. Yuya frowned in confusion and asked if his boss was already here and noticed that his words sounded like he was from another world. Jooheon replied that it was just the way things were and widened his eyes when he saw sparks ahead. Running up the stairs, the boy shouted that they needed to go here. The boy asked him not to hurry so much. Gritting his teeth, the youth felt a faint but clearly perceptible aura from his friends. There was still hope that they might be alive. A darkness hung over the city and the tomb. Thinking that he had made the right choice, the tomb robber saw someone's severed limbs in front of him and decided that this was what was left of the guardian. The artist asked who they were talking about. Taking the fragment in his hands, the protagonist realized that someone had killed the guardian and that his friends were here. He decided that they were in a hurry since they did not take the remains. It meant that they were being chased. Jun stood behind and silently watched what was happening. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the center of the city. Dan grabbed a huge wolf by the throat. Julian covered his body with a shield while his comrades dealt with the monsters. Jooheon was glad that he was able to find his team members. The butcher looked back, hearing a familiar voice. Running up to him, the guy asked if everything was okay. The answer was affirmative. Sola frowned and asked why the boss had come up behind them if he was supposed to be here first. She explained that they had been ordered to catch up with him. The young man with a serious expression said that they had been lied to. Julian and Chloe looked at their boss in confusion. The tomb robber explained that the chairman had lied to them and that they needed to stop exploring the tomb and get away from here. The axe spun in the air. Its blade pierced the wall right above the head of the group leader. Someone said that they would not let the people escape. The monsters surrounded the squad. One of them said that no one dared to just break into the dungeon and get out alive. The ogre bared his fangs. A lion stood behind him. Seeing the guards, the protagonist realized that there was no choice and they would have to break through. Accepting the order, Dan rushed forward. Everyone seemed tired, but without hesitation they rushed into battle. Ilya's demon belched a wave of fire. Since their relics were not the best, the fight was not easy. Sola and Chloe dealt with several guards. The monster hit Julian's protective barrier. The whole team was greatly weakened by the relic syndrome. In another world, they were all kings and queens, and their leader was even a candidate for ruler. Losing this power at such a moment was very difficult. The main character ducked to dodge the blow. Hitting the monster with a wooden bat, he called the crow. A notification said that the relic could hear him. Jooheon asked if his friend could use his powers here and asked him to at least try. The guard swung his fist. Jumping back from his powerful blow, the boy said that their enemies were too powerful and that it would be nice to equalize the forces. The notification said that the bird would try to do so. A blue haze appeared in front of the boy's eyes. The notification said that the power was limited and that less than 1% of it was available. The Tomb Raider said that even 1% was a lot now, and called the relic. The crow flew out to meet the monster. It was ordered to absorb the guardians. A wave of blue energy immediately engulfed the demons' bodies. The notification announced the beginning of the absorption. The lizard opened its mouth in fear, screaming about its unwillingness to go anywhere. A notification said that the power was insufficient and the absorption was interrupted. The protagonist watched what was happening, hanging on the wall of the building. At the moment when the guard jumped after him, he descended to the ground. Opening its fanged mouth, the monster rushed after him. Jooheon concentrated bright energy in his hand. A bright flash appeared under the lizard's hand. The enemy shouted that these efforts would not yield any results. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking that he was being pushed back and that he did not have enough strength. Wishing him death, the guard covered him with his huge paw. Continuing to fight, Solar looked back and fearfully called out to her boss. Jun's hair glowed. Putting her hand in front of her, the cradle asked permission to intervene. New notifications said that the power limitation was gradually decreasing and that 70% of the power was now available. A bright flash threw the lizard's body back. A notification announced that all power was available. Waves of bright energy burst out from the boy's body. Looking at his sparkling hand, he asked what it was. The monster in knight armor looked up and called this power incredible. The guards screamed in fear that it was impossible, while their comrades were sucked into the black hole. Sola frowned and called out to the boss. A dark vortex swirled above the ground. The Tomb Raider appeared in front of his team. Dan looked back and realized that all the guards had disappeared. Jooheon opened his mouth in fear. Julian turned around. Their leader said that they should not stand still and that they should leave before the guards surrounded them again. The protagonist turned around and looked at Jun. He asked to explain what just happened. The boy gave him a stern look. Jooheon walked up the stairs. Coming out of the tomb, the team was happy to be free. Looking at Cradle's back, the boy once again asked to tell him what had happened in the dungeon. Frowning sternly, he said that the relic had done something that allowed the raven to use all of its power, and he was worried about whether they would be able to open the gate again with such power and go to another world. Kneeling before him, Jun apologized for daring to test the king. Imagining a portal opening in the sky, the boy explained that those gates did not lead to another world, but straight into the abyss where the young man would have disappeared without a trace. Lowering her head, Cradle said that she was upset that the Relic of Revelation had turned its attention to this world where she could safely hide. Ilia's mouth dropped open in surprise. The Tomb Raider said that he was looking for Cradle to fight the Relic of Revelation, while the artifact was only thinking about escaping. Jun explained that his strength would not be enough to fight the Relic of Revelation. Hearing that they should join forces, the protagonist's brows furrowed sternly. Bowing before him, the boy declared that he was ready to fight and explained that he was testing the king to see if he was fit to be the master. Looking down, the boy expressed his desire to know if the youth was worthy of being his master. Smiling, Jooheon asked if he liked the result. A bright pillar of light appeared in the middle of the jungle. Cradle said that the king was willing to stay here forever to save his colleagues. A purple haze hung over the ruined city. The relic was surprised that a man was willing to make such a sacrifice, remembering what happened in the other world. Looking up, Jun concluded that he considered the king a worthy master if he was truly willing to do anything for his people. Lowering his head again, the boy added that he was only half of the cradle. The boy asked what that meant. The cradle hung in the air, its mirror image glowing. Jun explained that the relic was divided into life and death, and that he was the half responsible for death. In order to fully assemble the artifact, one must obtain life. Jooheon frowned, not understanding what they were talking about. The boy asked where he could look for the other half. Putting his fist to his chest, the boy explained that the Relic of Revelation destroyed the other half. Purple energy swirled in the sky. The Relic of Revelation sought to destroy all treasures in order to disrupt the natural order of things in the world. Julian looked to the side, asking what was going on here. Jooheon threw his hands up in anger, asking for an explanation. Looking back, the artist shouted that their boss was from another world. The vice captain opened his mouth in shock. The restorer said that this was some kind of nonsense. Ilya raised his eyebrows in surprise, suggesting that his spirit had somehow migrated here. Sola asked if that was why the leader was acting so strange. The Tomb Raider raised his open palms in front of them and explained that his spirit had indeed come here from another world, but he would have to leave soon. He asked if everything would fall into place in that case. Jun smiled and confirmed it. Putting his hand in front of him, the boy decided to open the gate. The protagonist said that they were in no hurry. Smirking, Jooheon said that the gate could wait. Because he had one more unfinished business in this world, he was going to get to the nearest city. Looking after him, Jooheon shouted that nothing was really explained to them. The guy promised to tell them everything on the way. In the forest there was a small town. The young man explained everything without going into too much detail. His team would be staying here, so it was better for them not to know everything about the other world. There was a motel sign on the building. Sitting on the bed, the Tomb Raider said that he had a very important mission for the team. Frowning, he said that from now on everyone should quit. Solar opened her mouth in shock and asked what that meant. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. Ilya asked what kind of mission it was where they had to quit. Someone suggested that it was a joke. Dan raised his eyebrows in amazement. Jooheon asked his friends to leave TKVM, which was hell on earth, and start enjoying life. Throwing a credit card to his puzzled girlfriend, the guy said that it would cover all the expenses. Jooheon asked how they would earn money and deal with the relic syndrome. Getting out of bed, the young man promised to take care of it. Putting his hand in his pocket, he asked Jun to follow him. The boss asked his team not to think too much and go have some fun. Julian and the restorer looked after him with confusion. The red sky hung over the TKVM building. Jun asked if their subordinates were late to meet him because Jooheon took their plane. Standing in front of him, Yanchin said that he was very sorry. Frowning, the manager explained that the plane went to the Amazon jungle and the entire team died. Smirking, the chairman said that it was great. because they would not have survived anyway. Someone kicked the door. Scratching his finger in his ear, the tomb robber asked if they were talking about him here. The company director opened his mouth in amazement. The protagonist said that he miraculously returned, but for some reason no one was happy to see him. Taejin clenched his teeth furiously and asked how this happened. Jooheon was glad that all the enemies gathered in one place. Dark wings appeared behind him. Black energy immediately engulfed the bodies of the TKVM employees. Frowning angrily, the guy promised to take revenge on them for betraying his team. Covering his face with his hand, the chairman asked where he got such strength. A bright flash appeared in the windows of the TKVM building. Someone's scream was heard. Holding papers in her hands, the news anchor said that the building of the American TKVM office was heavily damaged during the attack and many people were injured. The girl said that the search for the director, who had disappeared without a trace, was ongoing. Entering the room, the young man informed everyone of his return. He asked why his team wasn't resting. Jooheon's mouth dropped open in fear and asked what his boss had done. The artist asked if their leader had attacked the chairman. The answer was affirmative. Jooheon raised his eyebrows in confusion. Smiling, the tomb raider explained that he had gotten rid of the director and that it would be better for everyone. Someone asked if Taejin was dead. Saying that the man was in the stomach of a crow, the team leader threw a bag into the air. After catching it, the restorer asked what it was. The protagonist simply asked him to open the bag. Inside were many seeds of the herb of immortality. Jooheon crossed his arms and explained that the chairman had appropriated all the seeds that would help the team cure the relic syndrome. He added that he had taken his finances so the team could not worry about money. Jun held the case in his hand. When the boss announced that this was the 13th robber team dispersing, everyone in the room looked at him in amazement. The plate with the sandwich fell to the floor. Solar clenched her fist and asked if her friend was leaving. Looking at her, the guy said that he had to go back to his world. The girl frowned in disappointment. The young man explained that the Jooheon here would stay and asked the team to take care of him. Smiling, the tomb raider said that there were still many problems in this world that his friends would have to deal with. Looking back, he asked Jun to open the gate. A glowing portal appeared under his feet, which was quite convenient. The protagonist looked ahead. Solar extended her hand to him. Grinning, Jooheon realized that it was time for him to go. His body fell into the portal. The guy was flying down, enveloped in bright energy. Joyfully opening his mouth, he saw something ahead. A bright flash illuminated him. His body was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes. Seeing a destroyed city in front of him, the tomb robber tried to understand where he had ended up. Shaking himself off, he decided that he was in New York. Appearing in front of him, the rope asked if its owner was awake. Wrapping him from head to toe, the rope said that it missed him very much. The protagonist explained that he was okay and asked to let him go. Jooheon asked if the relic had really been protecting him all this time. The rope untied it and answered in the affirmative. Suddenly, the rope looked to the side, noticing something. The team was running towards them with all their might. Irina threw herself into his arms. Sola frowned in fear and was glad that the boss had woken up. The guy asked how the situation was. Yuja frowned. While the young man was in another world, an aura was constantly emanating from Pandora. At this time the team was helping civilians. Chloe watched as Ilya supported the bandaged man. Monsters bared their fangs. The Revelation relic continuously summoned guardians who sowed chaos all over the world. A sandstorm hit New York. Natural disasters occurred all over the world. A fire raged in Pisa. 2 days after the incident began, an explosion was heard in the Pandora building, destroying it. The office collapsed, but something completely different appeared from it. A huge building rose into the sky. On the flying island there was a majestic palace. Holding his hand out in front of him, Yuja said that they ignored him and ran after what came out of Pandora. The rope twisted in the air, saying that the owner had been wrapped in it all this time. A cloud of dark energy appeared in the air. The raven said that they failed to stop the relic of revelations. A winged girl emerged from the energy. The previous overlord summoned a bright flash in his hand. He held on until the end but could not withstand the power of the relic of revelation, which eventually took the throne. Frowning, the tomb robber asked if this meant that the corpse had returned to silent mode. The raven confirmed it. Looking down, the girl was upset that she had failed to save the king again. She looked forward when the protagonist promised to deal with the relic of revelation. Hearing that he would need his entire team to do so, Irina and Yuja looked at their boss with determination. Jooheon smirked and ordered his friends to prepare for the final battle. He met up with Yuya and Julian outside, as the team that had been scattered all over the city gathered together and was told to watch the palace that had flown out of Pandora. Ilya approached the boss and said that Kaim had reached the enemy base. The bird rose into the air. In front of it, a majestic palace was hovering in the sky. A white haze was flying around its walls. Looking down, the relic noticed something happening on the ground. Monsters had grabbed someone. The man was trying to resist. Time flew past. The guard threatened to break the victim's arm if he objected. The monster stated that the leaders did not care how many limbs she had left. Joy gritted her teeth in anger. Kaim wondered what she was doing here. Ilya raised his eyebrows in fear and said that the girl was not injured and for some reason Pandora needed her alive. Raven said that the enemies were planning something bad. The guy tensely clenched his fists. His gaze was frightening. Joy fell to the ground, covering her head with her hands. Standing in front of her, the guards shouted that they managed to catch the human sister. The relic of revelation hung over the girl and explained that she had a unique opportunity. Extending her hand, the white entity offered the girl to become a queen, ruling over people and relics. Approaching her face, the haze urged her to submit in exchange for the fulfillment of any desires. Rising to her feet, Joy shouted that she did not need all this. Running down the corridor, she declared that she wanted to live a normal human life and that she was already pretty tired of the relics. The monster jumped out in front of her, saying that they would not let her escape. The guard grabbed the girl's hands. The relic of revelation explained that she had no choice. The entity explained that the one who shared the same soul with Jooheon would have to replace him as the ruler. Holding a halberd, the guard laughed that their victim was only half a man. His colleague said that the most important thing was that they would become famous. Suddenly, the monster turned around. A rumble was heard from behind the ornate gates of the palace. The guard shouted that an intruder had broken through. The gates began to crack. The masked youth destroyed the doors using his power. Looking at the debris, the guard opened his beak and asked how this was possible, because these gates could not be broken down with ordinary force. The Tomb Raider, engulfed in black energy, called the enemies to battle. Julian looked at the boss and promised to deal with the monsters so that he could have a chance to save Joy. Ilya gave his friend a thumbs up, and Sola and Chloe smiled. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would leave the guard to the team. The monsters screamed, calling for the others to guard the girl. Jooheon appeared behind them in one powerful jerk. A bright lightning bolt pierced the body of one of the guards. The team summoned their relics next to them, intending to destroy all the enemies. Dark energy rushed down the corridor. The guy slowed down at the turn. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. A dark wall appeared in front of him. The darkness immediately rushed towards him. Looking ahead, the young man realized that in front of him was the relic of revelation. His body was consumed by darkness. A voice said that only death awaited his enemy ahead. A white haze slid past the tomb robber's face. His body began to turn into fog. However, the entity immediately struck him and threw him back. The relic said that it was foolish to underestimate their opponent, because they knew what to prepare for. The protagonist realized that he was cut and covered his chest with his hands. Finding himself behind him, the haze repeated that only death awaited his enemy. Her fist hit the ground with force. A blade flashed in the air. The white essence cut the air above the enemy's head. Jooheon called the crow. A blue haze appeared next to him. A winged girl appeared in the air. Spreading his arms to the side, the guy said that his enemy had too much of an opinion of himself. The relic of revelation summoned many of its copies to the battlefield. The young man decided to end everything here and now. Swirling in the air, the white haze said that the enemy did not stand a chance, because here he did not have the opportunity to use relics. The crow frowned and said that she was an exception and would not allow anyone to hurt her master. Pointing at it, the entity asked if the bird was calling a man who didn't even have a throne as its master. Shiyu asked since when did it care who sat on the throne. Hearing a familiar voice, the Tomb Raider looked up. Jun's body sparkled. The relic explained that it would protect its master while he attacked. Cradle said that it was waiting for orders. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and ordered to destroy the enemies. A bright blast wave erupted from under the relic's feet. Covering its face with its hands, the relic of revelation recognized this aura. Screaming in unbearable pain, the white haze began to dissipate. The huge ball hanging in the palace hall began to crack. Someone asked what was going on. Looking at the ball, the guard realized that something had happened to the relic of revelation. Trying to escape from the clutches of the monster, Joy shouted that her brother would handle everything. The ball burst. A bright light flashed inside. Lowering its head, the entity was shocked that its enemy was able to obtain the cradle. Raising his hand, the protagonist offered to end the fight. The enemy replied that it was too early. Someone broke the ceiling with his body. A huge clawed paw hit the ground. Fenrir opened his mouth. The relic of revelation ordered him to get rid of his enemies. It was the wolf that was supposed to kill Odin during Ragnarok. The man pierced the predator's body with a spear. Hanging in the air, the haze declared that they had specially prepared this monster for the enemy and ordered it to attack. Fenrir bared its sharp fangs. Putting his hand forward, Jooheon shouted that some puppy could not stop him. A red protective barrier appeared in front of him. The wolf sank its fangs into it. Looking forward, the boy realized that something was holding back his power. Opening its mouth wide, the crow suggested that it could be because the owner swallowed Odin. Deciding to retreat for a moment, the heroes jumped back. Fenrir closed his jaws. Watching him, the boy said that he did not want to get rid of the divine relic. The girl explained that it was now more harm than good because they were incompatible with the wolf. The Scandinavian god looked ahead menacingly. The grave robber asked what would happen if he woke up and started to rebel. The bird answered that it was quite possible. The protagonist decided that in this case it would be better to take care of him. The crow said that he had no choice, and, widening its eyes, warned the owner of the danger. Sharp claws flashed in the air. The paw hit the ground with force, bouncing to the side. Jooheon thought that because of these two he had a lot of problems. Looking back, he wondered how to stop the enemy. Fenrir rushed after him, baring his fangs. Remembering the myths, the guy ordered the rope to tie him up. The rope rushed forward, obeying the owner. The relic wrapped itself around the wolf's mouth. Floating in the air, the white smoke asked how this could happen. Clenching his fist, the guy decided that everything was as he thought. The mythological Fenrir was bound by the magical chain Gleipnir, which is why the rope works so effectively. Shaking his head, the predator screamed that everything around was spinning. Summoning a sword in his hand, the young man decided to deal with the enemy. He rushed into battle. One swift blow of the sword decapitated the wolf. Rushing back down the corridor, the white haze said that victory would await her another time. Looking at her, the guards asked where the relic of revelations was heading. The tomb robber took a step forward. Squinting, he ordered the monsters to move away from his sister. The guards took a fighting stance. Grabbing Joy by the neck, the lizard threatened to break it if the enemy approached. The protagonist squeezed the hilt of the sword with force. At the same moment, Gilda attacked the monster from behind. The girl fell out of his hands. The dead body of the guard fell to the ground. Hearing his friend's voice, Jooheon looked ahead. The team was running towards him. Solar said that they came just in time. Joy looked at them in surprise. Hitting her shoulder, her older brother reminded her that he asked her to learn how to use the relics. Someone asked if the relic of revelation had escaped. The boy put his hand on his belt and explained that it happened as soon as Fenrir was tied up. Frowning angrily, Jooheon said that this was terrible news because the enemy would hide and come up with a new plan. His boss replied that this was why they needed to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. Looking up, the boy asked Jun to open the gate of death to get rid of the relic in one go. The boy looked up and stated that he could open it, but there was one problem. Putting his hand forward, he explained that he would need to open 9 doors to capture the entire relic of revelation. This required incredible strength. The tomb robber straightened his shoulders and said that he would give as much strength as needed, provided that he would stay alive. The crow opened its mouth in anger and shouted that it was impossible to take this so lightly because her master's life would be in danger. Cradle agreed with her and added that they would have to give up the treasures for a while to concentrate their strength. The vice captain put his hand to his chin. Ilya stood next to him in surprise. The protagonist asked the bird to leave for a minute. He put his hand to his head, clenching his shaking hand into a fist. The crow explained that her master was practically defenseless without her and Chiyu. She was afraid that she would not be able to warn him of the danger. Jooheon took off his mask and addressed her. The city's residents watched the white haze in fear. The guy explained that the relic of revelation was destroying the world and that opening the gates of death was their only option to get rid of it. Looking at his girlfriend, the young man asked her not to worry and just trust him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The girl lowered her eyebrows in disappointment and agreed. Frowning, the tomb robber said that he had released the crow and Chiyu and asked his friend to open the gate. Jun lit up. Golden rays rushed into the sky. A bright pillar of light appeared in the palace. The rays flew apart above the palace, forming a new gate. A bright flash lit up the sky. Soon the rays formed a huge circle. A large golden gate appeared above the city. A dark portal appeared behind it. The golden rim swirled. The relic of revelation could not believe what was happening. Seeing the gate of death, the white haze fled. The portal sucked it in. Soaring into the sky, the entity cursed its enemy. The city dweller said that the ghosts were disappearing. His friend smiled, saying that now they were saved. The monsters looked up with their mouths open, thinking that this was the end. Rushing down the corridor of the palace, the Haze asked why they were standing still and didn't they want to become famous in the new world. Rushing forward, the Relic of Revelation explained that one attack could stop a defenseless enemy. Addressing all the relics in the world, it promised that whoever killed the enemy would rule the new world. The guard smiled contentedly. Clouds of dust swirled around the gate. Jooheon said that he managed to open it. Crouching, the protagonist felt all his strength leaving him. Cradle explained that this happens when many gates open at the same time. The boy said that they absorbed the relic much faster and asked the Lord to be patient a little longer. A bat appeared in the air. Deciding that this was his chance, the monster rushed down on the enemy. Jooheon immediately incinerated it with lightning and asked the boss to be careful. Jooheon smirked and said that such a pathetic attack wouldn't change anything anyway. Jun objected to him with his mouth wide open in fear. The boy explained that if the Overlord was distracted, he would lose control of the gate and it would be able to swallow the entire world. Hearing this, the boy clenched his teeth tensely. The monsters shouted that it was not a lie. The boy looked back and saw many red eyes. Rushing to the attack, the guards shouted that they had a chance to become treasures. The team rushed towards them, determined not to let them do this. Frowning angrily, the tomb robber asked Cradle not to argue with him and to increase its strength. In response to the objection, he ordered the relic to carry out the order. The vice captain directed lightning at the monster. The death gate sucked in the white haze faster and faster. The entity screamed that it could not hold on any longer. The protagonist was sweating. Jun said that there was only a little time left. Trying to resist the power of the portal, the haze screamed shrilly. Suddenly, the gate stopped spinning. The white haze disappeared. Cradle widened her eyes and said that the entire Relic of Revelation was inside the gate. Opening his mouth wide, Jooheon ordered the gate to close in the name of the Master. The golden disc approached the portal. The voice of the Relic of Revelation was heard. The guy looked up tensely. Breaking out of the portal, the haze declared that nothing was over yet and wanted to take its enemy with it. Closing his eyes, the young man tried to control the gate with the rest of his strength because all his efforts should not be in vain. If he gave in, a real disaster would occur. The entity continued to fly out of the portal. The tomb robber was fully aware of the responsibility for his decision to open many gates. The guy widened his eyes, hearing the scream. The gate slammed shut, sucking in all the remnants of the relic, and the entity screamed the name of its enemy as it closed. The townspeople watched as the gate closed and the sky cleared. The girl raised her clenched fists, rejoicing that all the ghosts had disappeared. The townspeople hugged each other, rejoicing that it was over and they were saved. A few minutes before, the protagonist opened his mouth in anger and ordered the gate to be closed. The dark portal was closed by a golden disc. The Relic of Revelation was completely sucked into the closing gate. Jun said that he managed to close the gate. Jooheon closed his eyes. Helping him to his feet, the boy said that they had done the impossible and that he now had even more respect for the king. Hearing that he would become the perfect ruler, the boy smiled and asked his friend to continue praising him. Solar asked if he was okay. Her boss replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, a bright energy appeared under his feet. The debris of the walls flew into the air. Looking up, the young man realized that everything that had been destroyed had begun to recover. The entire palace was covered in a bright haze. Cradle explained that the palace of Valhalla, which was ruled by the Relic of Revelation, decided to return to its former glory and meet its true master. The fragments of the wall were fastened together. The gates of the palace looked like new. Smiling widely, the tomb robber was surprised that these were not ruins, but a fully functioning palace. Clumps of yellow energy appeared in front of him. The men who appeared from the energy bowed and greeted the new king. The protagonist assumed that they were his servants. Waving his hand in front of them, he realized that they were ghosts. Jun put his hand to his chest and asked if the king was ready to take his throne. The servants closed their eyes. The boy explained that once his master sat on the throne, all the relics would belong to him and he would become the true ruler. Taking a step forward, Jooheon realized that his time had come. The man pointed his hand forward and asked him to come here. The boy wondered if he was really being escorted. As the heroes walked forward along the corridor, Jooheon looked back and was very surprised. The ghosts opened the doors for their king. Many people on the way bowed their heads to him. A tall staircase led to the throne. Cradle put her hand forward and asked the others to wait here. The young man looked back and saw his friends. Jooheon said that he would wait here. Ilya expressed his confidence that the boss would handle everything. Waving his hand, the tomb robber replied that he would return soon. Irina smiled happily. The protagonist stepped onto the stairs. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. The previous overlord was sitting on the throne. Approaching him, Jooheon said that it was time for him to leave because the Relic of Revelation was defeated. The boy looked back when Jun explained that it would be difficult for the overlord to leave. Looking forward with determination, the young man realized what the problem was. The man sat motionless on the throne. The tomb robber realized that the man who became the king of the relics had turned into a relic himself. Blue energy appeared behind him. The raven explained that this happened because the relic of revelation wanted to use the throne and harmed the king 2,000 years ago so that he would become one with the throne. Looking down, the girl imagined the spider and Prometheus. The relic of revelation needed someone to act as the master so that the artifacts would continue to exist while she chose a new king. With wide eyes, standing behind the owner, Jun concluded that the previous master had already grown into the throne and suggested simply changing its shape, because every king must have a throne. The bird said that without a throne, it was impossible to complete the coronation. The protagonist's hand was enveloped in smoke. She walked forward. Cradle said that his master had no other choice. Hearing that Jooheon did not want such a coronation, the boy opened his mouth in surprise. Blue energy swirled around them. Jun asked what his master was trying to do. The boy grinned widely, the relics trying to stop him. The ghost opened his mouth wide and screamed that this was not a king, but an imposter. The servants rushed to the throne, seeing that they were trying to destroy it. The men pointed their sabers at the boy with the intention of killing him. They were asked to stop. A bright light lit up the entire room. Frowning in fear, Cradle asked her friend to stop, as he would be sent to the gate of death if the throne was destroyed. The boy explained that even the Lord may not survive inside the gate. The crow clenched her fist and said that it was too dangerous. Without looking back, the tomb robber repeated that he did not need such a coronation. The throne cracked under the pressure of the energy. The protagonist's gaze was confident. Irina and Solo walked up the stairs, worried about their friend. The team ran to the throne. Someone asked what was going on and if it was all over yet. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. A bright flash appeared in front of her. Jooheon looked forward. Everything around him turned white. A sly smile appeared on his face. Turning around, he said that everything went wrong. His body dissolved in blinding energy. Trying to reach him, Irina screamed desperately. Someone switched the TV to the news channel. The host smiled and said that today on the Relic World News there will be an interview with a tomb specialist from the Alliance of Excavators of Tomorrow. Someone poured tea into a mug. The journalist clarified that it had been half a year since the attack of the Revelation relic. The man said that time flies very quickly and that the whole world would have plunged into chaos if not for Jooheon's team. Irina took the mug of tea in her hands. The host asked if there was any news about the team leader. Putting his hand in front of him, Scott answered negatively and explained that the Tomb Raider squad and the Grave Company did not report anything except the fact that they were under the command of the young man. The woman suggested that they denied the rumors of his disappearance. The man confirmed this, calling the circumstances of what happened interesting. The blonde brought the mug to her mouth. People were taking pictures of the palace hovering in the air. Serious changes had occurred in the world. Not a single new tomb or relic had appeared in the entire 6 months. The existing relics stopped working. There were many artifacts on the table. The journalists interviewed Julian and Ilya. For some reason, only the team members could still use their relics, so they decided to use this power to restore the world. The guys also made sure that all the people involved in Pandora did not escape punishment. The police led a man in a formal suit by the hands. Holding a tablet in his hands, Yuja commanded the construction. The squad began to restore residential areas and build houses. Chloe sat by the bed as a little girl with a broken arm. Next to the surviving houses were ruins. The world was gradually returning to normal. Only one person was still missing. Irina looked out the window of her apartment. Looking down, she thought about her friend. The man put his hand on the crossbar. The girl looked back when he asked if her thoughts were still occupied with Jooheon. George came down the stairs and reminded them to let go of the past and move on. Closing her eyes, the blonde tried to justify herself by saying that she was just looking out the window because the weather was beautiful. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the older brother asked her not to sit at home alone and asked how a tomb robber would react if he saw her in such a state. Irina pitifully frowned and remained silent. Pressing her to his chest, George apologized. Frowning, he asked not to bury his friend ahead of time. Pressing herself against her brother, the girl thought that she still believed that Jooheon was alive, despite the fact that the guy had disappeared right before her eyes. Looking up, the blonde expressed a desire to step away for a while. Looking after her, the man asked why there was such an urgent need. Irina confidently explained that she wanted to go to that place again with the boys' friends. Because they were probably worried just as much, she hoped that she would come and see her friend there. Frowning, Julian asked her to forget about it, because a lot of time had passed. They sat at the table with Ilya. The vice captain said that he had been to the palace many times since that day. On the floor lay the relics, which now had no owner. All the guy's things were in their places. Clenching her fist, the girl said that her friend could not just up and disappear. Entering the room, Sola shouted that she would go with her. Resolutely looking ahead, she said that she wanted to go back to that place and look for the boss, even though there was no point in it. Grinning, Ilya said that he would have to help his friends because Valhalla was high in the sky. Gritting his teeth, Julian realized that there was no point in resisting and decided to go with them. He asked Yujik to remain in charge, but the boy shouted that he also wanted to go. Like a single team, they flew above the palace on horses to find proof that their friend was still alive. The heroes walked along the corridor. These 6 months were very difficult for them. The stairs seemed gloomy due to the lack of light sources. The guys climbed them, angry that their boss disappeared without a trace, without saying a word. Walking ahead of everyone, Irina thought about what would happen if he returned. Suddenly, the blonde's eyes widened. The main character stood in the center of the hall. The girl extended her hand and shouted his name, but there was no one in front of her. Julian closed his eyes. Sola covered her face with her hand in frustration. The vice captain said that they would have to go back. The team walked along the palace grounds. The man apologized for acting so insensitively. With his mouth open in fear, Yuja felt everything trembling and thought that the palace was about to collapse. Suddenly, the boy looked away. The sand under their feet trembled. Irina raised her eyebrows in surprise. The heroes stopped in front of the sand, which returned to normal. A dent appeared in the sand. It turned into a furrow under the influence of an invisible force. The restorer and his friend looked at their feet in amazement, not understanding what was happening. The invisible man left a question on the sand. Do people see this writing? The guys realized that it was the boss's handwriting. The blonde's eyes widened in shock. The writing disappeared and the sand began to tremble again. Someone decided that their friend was about to write something else. The writing on the sand said, "Fix the throne." Yuja grabbed his head. The girls were incredibly happy that their friend was alive. The sand became smooth again. The boy was unhappy that he was being forced to work again and asked what happened to the leader. A new writing appeared on the ground. The main character asked to make the throne in an antique and futuristic design, but to make it simple and intricate. Julian was glad that they could at least somehow communicate. Ilya widened his eyes and read what was written out loud. The throne also had to be such that it would convey the simplicity and grandeur of the human race. It had to have an air conditioning system and waste disposal. The restorer broke out in a cold sweat. Deciding that these were not requirements, but pure nonsense, Yuja began to furiously throw sand in different directions, indignant that such a design was simply impossible. The boy put his hand on the sand and said that he was too worried about the boss. The vice captain noticed that new words had appeared. The new inscription on the ground said that Jooheon had dealt with all urgent matters and that he had no problems, so the team could not worry. Julian looked down and read that their boss would definitely return. Having received answers to the questions that tormented her, Irina was able to smile again. After reading the message, the team sighed with relief and left Valhalla and decided to work on the task set. The blonde waved her hand to Ilya and Sol. At this time, the protagonist was doing something else. A huge mountain of sand began to shake. A journalist reported that a new tomb had appeared in the middle of New York. Holding a microphone, the reporter shouted that this was the first tomb in 6 months. Someone's hand burst out of the sand. Seeing it, the girl opened her mouth in amazement. Jooheon put his hands on the sand. The journalist reported that the missing tomb robber had just come out of the tomb, the wind fluttering his cloak. The girl shouted that it was really him, filming what was happening on his phone. The man asked what happened. Shaking off the dust, the guy asked if they missed him. Sola and Ilya saw the news about the incident on TV. Julian opened his mouth in shock, noticing something strange. Kicking the reporter with his foot, the man in the bulletproof vest asked all the onlookers to disperse. In his hands was a relic resembling a bazooka. The vice captain frowned and said that recently some relics became available again, and a certain criminal organization began to actively use this. Pointing the barrel forward, the man shouted that they were eagerly awaiting the king of relics. Deciding to appropriate all of his artifacts, the criminals opened fire to kill with all available weapons. Grinning, the young man said that he knew something like this would happen. He ordered the shells to stop. Rockets and arrows hung in the air. They trembled with fear, feeling the power of the master. Putting his hands in his pockets, the tomb robber reminded that he asked the relics to pretend to be dead during his absence. The shells fell to the ground, trying to justify themselves that there was a misunderstanding and that people themselves launched them. The man raised his eyebrows in fear and asked what happened. Because the relics worked fine until that moment, the protagonist asked what this meant. The artifact beeped. Jooheon cracked his knuckles and decided to reprimand them. Many people were crowded in front of the burger shop. Julian and Solar tried to get inside through the crowd. The team saw their boss sitting at the table and eating. The vice captain was outraged by his behavior. The leader of the criminals was kneeling on the floor, beaten. The guy said that he was glad to see his friends and explained that he just wanted to teach the thieves a lesson and got hungry in the process. Frowning, Julian asked where he was while his team was going crazy with excitement. Taking a bite of his burger, the young man replied that he was in chaos. Ilya frowned in fear. The Tomb Raider said that he was able to return from the place inside the gate where everything disappears. A bright glow appeared in front of the table. Jun noted that if his master had not destroyed the throne, none of this would have happened. The boy lowered his head and explained that these were the rules, that those who harmed the throne would be sent to chaos. The protagonist said that this stupid rule needed to be changed. The heroes looked at each other. Cradle said that her master had made the decision to stay inside the gate on his own. The team members raised their eyebrows in surprise. Julian asked what this meant. Solar wondered if her friend could have returned earlier. Jooheon scratched his cheek and confirmed this and explained that he had a lot of things to do. His body was floating in space. Putting his hand to his head, the boy asked what happened and what this place was. A light appeared nearby and said that this place had many names. Jun looked at his master and explained that the master was not affected by the power of chaos and suggested that they go back. Deciding to stop this, a white haze rose into the sky. The boy opened his mouth in fear, realizing that this was a relic of revelation. The entity, swirling in the air, declared that this time its enemy would not go anywhere as it had a chance to get even. The heroes watched the clots of energy rushing past them. The youth looked back. The haze suggested that he was here because he could not cope with the cradle. Rising high above the heroes, the entity declared that it would not miss its chance. The clots of energy hung in the air, hearing that the tomb robber was here for a reason. Looking at them, the protagonist explained that he came to listen to the stories of the relics that were forgotten and erased from human history. He added that he was ready to give the opportunity to become a relic to those who were undeservedly forgotten. Jun's mouth opened in shock. Sparkling, the relic of revelation asked if this was true. Putting his hand in front of him, Jooheon confirmed it and explained that this was his first task as a master. Hanging in the air, one of the clots shouted that it was a lie and suggested that his comrades gather together and fight back. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy reminded that the relic was in chaos and suggested that she still take advantage of the chance to save herself. He said that some artifacts already wanted to talk to him. The haze looked back and saw comrades in front of her. Looking at the cluster of lights, the young man asked them to line up. Putting his hand to his mouth, the boy asked if this was some kind of distraction. The Tomb Raider said that initially he just wanted to avoid a fight, but then changed his mind. Cradle widened her eyes and asked what would happen if it only got worse. Looking back, the protagonist said that he was almost sure that everything would be fine. Sitting at a table in a burger shop, Jooheon explained that there were a lot of relics, so it took 6 months to listen to each one. He added that he was busy with business and did not just disappear. Putting his hand on his belt, Jooheon asked if anyone managed to be reborn as a relic. Smiling, the guy replied that most of them were. A cloud of white energy hung in the air. Many got a chance to be reborn because they had simple, but forgotten for various reasons stories. Some of the relics were evil. They had to be refused. The young man showed the smoke his crossed arms. Jun said that he was very scared when those who were refused began to rebel. Raising his hand, the tomb robber noted that those who were approved fought with him. White entities fought with each other. Good relics got a chance to be reborn and could not miss it. The protagonist felt like he sifted the relic of revelation. He said that now new tombs will begin to appear in which new relics will be born. Julian and Sola looked at their boss in surprise. Jooheon smirked and said that it would be a lot of fun. Julian frowned sternly and said that it would probably be chaos since Pandora was gone and there was no one left to control it. The boy stood up from the table and said that he had decided to take some serious action on this matter. He smiled widely and said that he would make his own Pandora because it was a new era. The vice captain raised his eyebrows when he heard that his boss had decided to select a group of smart guys for the job and had asked his friends to fix the palace and throne for that purpose. When he found out that they hadn't started doing it yet, the boy frowned and asked why that was. The man explained that Yuja got angry and said that it was too difficult. The boy tried to sneak out. The Tomb Raider asked what difficult meant. The rope rushed forward. The rope tied up the artist. Then he tried to justify himself by saying that he did not know how to fix the throne. The protagonist asked if he could do it if he was given clear instructions. The restorer opened his mouth wide and asked for clarification on all the details. Jooheon squinted angrily and said that Jooheon would have to work non-stop until the throne was in perfect condition. The boy shouted that death would be better than this job. Someone ran up to the cafe. The boy opened his eyes wide. Irina appeared at the door. The girl took a step forward. They hugged. The young man told her that he had finally returned. There was a smile on his face. The blonde closed her eyes, clinging to his chest. Time flew by very quickly while they worked. The blue sky hung over the city. The main goal of the team was to create an international organization that would be able to replace Pandora. All the team members gathered in the conference room. It was important for them to attract talented people to work. Chloe raised her hand, wanting to say something. Since the Tomb Raider trusted his team the most, he decided to make them the main ones in the company. With titanic efforts, Jooheon turned Valhalla into a luxurious spa hotel. The reconstruction of the throne was also a success. The protagonist and Jun were standing in front of the pool. Watching the changes in the palace, the boy wondered only one question. His eyes widened. He asked if the Lord was really going to turn the palace into this. Palm trees grew everywhere and there were awnings. Jooheon explained that his team would be here often, so they needed to work on the amenities. The guy said that Valhalla would include swimming pools, concert halls, game rooms, and restaurants for every taste. Cradle opened her mouth in confusion. Frowning, the relic asked what would happen to the image of the Lord then. Smiling widely, the young man replied that on the contrary, it would emphasize his style. In addition to the main goal, the team had many other small tasks. For example, they needed to deal with the spies that appeared during the leader's absence. A tied man sat on the ground and begged for mercy. The tomb robber ordered the dogs to run, but the Egyptian relics, having eaten too much fried chicken, were too fat for this and needed training. The protagonist also wanted to make up for the 6 months he had lost with Irina, so they sat in the park and ate ice cream. Seagulls were flying over the sea. Someone was walking along the shore. Adjusting his sunglasses, Jooheon noticed something ahead. Seeing the body of the previous overlord that had washed up on the shore, he realized that the man had become one with the waste in the ocean. An aluminum can was hitting the king's hand. The guy asked why his body was still there. The previous overlord was lying motionless on the sand. A crow cried out in alarm when the former ruler turned to Jooheon. He said with difficulty that the guy was careless, then asked if he realized that he could disappear, to which Jooheon said not to scold him since he did not disappear. Jooheon heard that the former ruler wanted to say goodbye since he knew that the boy had destroyed the throne for him, and he may be brazen in words, but he was a good guy. The former ruler barely audibly whispered that he wanted to say thank you. Jooheon smiled and said that without his help, the relic of revelation would have killed him long ago, so it was fair to say that they were even. The crow looked at the golden glow when the ruler said goodbye to them. He turned to the relic and asked when it would stop calling him that, since the current king was now standing next to it, and then asked it to look after him. A flame rose up where the former ruler's body had been when he said that he had suffered enough, and then apologized to the girl. Jooheon looked at the golden grains of sand left behind by the fire. The crow wished the former ruler to rest in peace. Only trash remained in the code. The crow sat on the sand and Jooheon looked at it in surprise. It was sitting on one knee in front of the guy, saying that he was her new king and she was thanking him for giving her the opportunity to calm her feelings. At that moment, Jooheon tried to stop it, but the relic said that it should behave appropriately with the new ruler. Jooheon smiled cheerfully and asked her to act like before, since he did not need this pathos, after which he asked her to get up and go back. As they walked along the beach, the crow thanked him. After finishing all the preparations, they opened a new company dealing with relics and tombs, which was called Guardian. The team asked to choose a cooler name, but Jooheon chose one so as not to forget that in the world of relics, they are guardians of people. In addition, they made the Guardian information system together with Pandora's, calling it All God's Eye. The system was based on Thoth, Mimir's head and all the relics related to knowledge and wisdom. In addition, people could easily look up the information about any relic, the strength of its aura, and so on. The Guardian was connected to people, and Jooheon, the ruler, was connected to the relics, and he tried to change the attitude of the relics towards people. Jooheon convinced them that hatred towards people was baseless and irrational, and these feelings were instilled in them by the relic of revelation, but they have no real basis. Of course, it was necessary to change the attitude of people towards the relics as well. Jooheon lectured on how the basis of any relic is history, and it is natural for the relics to want their history to be heard and not forgotten. He stood at the podium and said that ever since humans and relics were enemies, they had written their stories in tomb glyphs on the walls of tombs. And now that times have changed, relics no longer set dangerous traps in tombs, humans need to change too. He looked at the auditorium windows and said that they should stop treating relics as tools or weapons and instead pay close attention to their stories. He said with a smile that while they were on that note, he would like to make a proposal that scientists should be the foundation of the next generation of tomb researchers. He bowed to applause and then said that their summit would continue after a short break. Jooheon walked into the room with a grim expression, where Julian and Ilya were waiting. Jooheon took off his boss mask with annoyance and furiously asked if they had found Jooheon yet. Ilya replied that they hadn't found him, and Jooheon asked where he had gone after gathering all the world leaders for this summit. Julian, looking at his phone, explained that they couldn't track him because it looked like he was robbing some tomb, and at that moment the phone rang. Jooheon greeted him with a smile and was immediately bombarded with questions about where he was. The guy explained that he had gone to inspect a new tomb, to which they asked an angry question about whether it was really necessary to do this right now since he had assistance for this. Jooheon said with a smile that he was the overlord, so he had to check everything personally, to which he was told that he just wanted to take new relics, after which they asked him to be more careful. Jooheon looked at the phone and said that since Jooheon was able to call, he must have finished robbing, so he asked when he would return. Jooheon walked away saying that he came out with a relic but it needed some work, so he needed some time to polish it. Jooheon glared at his phone as Jooheon ordered them to handle the summit themselves. Julian and Ilya listened as Jooheon ranted about how they would definitely get caught and he didn't want to be involved, to which Jooheon responded that he could do nothing about it since his honor as the overlord was at stake. Suddenly, someone entered the room addressing the overlord and Jooheon turned around in a panic. The man asked if the overlord was there, to which Jooheon asked what was going on, to which the man explained that they just hadn't decided what title to call him considering he was on the list of new kings. He explained that Jooheon promised to let him know by this morning, to which Jooheon awkwardly laughed and said that they would let him know. Jooheon looked at his phone again and asked if Jooheon heard that they wanted him to decide what kind of king he wanted to be. However, it turned out that he had hung up and the boy had spoken unflatteringly about his boss. Ilya said that he probably really didn't want to go to the summit today, to which Julian suggested that he call him and ask, to which he said that he would decide for him. He said in an irritated tone that he would choose a suitable name for him to think about his behavior, since you can't skip work just because you don't like it. Jooheon was watching the breaking news, where the announcer was talking about a new list of kings being announced at the summit of world leaders. He remembered that he promised them that he would announce it today, while the announcer was already talking about the overlord also putting his name in. She called him the Tomb Raider King, which surprised him. The announcer was embarrassed, apologized to the audience and said that they needed to check the information, and Jooheon realized that this was Yuya's idea to get back at him. He smiled and thought that it wasn't that he was wrong. The clerk behind the counter turned to Jooheon, telling her that everything was ready. He held out a ring on a handkerchief and asked her to look at it, and Jooheon said that it looked beautiful. Suddenly, some people started yelling at everyone not to move. The masked men were telling everyone to keep their hands where they could see them, since Jooheon was under arrest for being in the country illegally and illegally robbing a tomb. The clerk angrily asked what they were talking about, since it was illegal to rob a tomb since the rules had changed, to which Jooheon smiled and asked them not to make a scene, since he had a reason for everything. He threw the clerk some money and said that he had heard about a new relic, and how could he pass up such a chance since he couldn't contain his curiosity. Jooheon took out Chiyu's mask and asked them to let him go, to which they started yelling that he was trying to escape. The people opened fire with machine guns. The shopkeeper grabbed his head and hid under the counter when they heard surprised cries that Jooheon had escaped. Finally, he was spotted in the crowd, heading in the other direction. The masked men demanded that he return the relic, as it was their national treasure, and then asked what he was going to do with it, as he already had so many relics. Jooheon looked at the ring in his hand, laughed, as they had no idea how many relics he had, but he decided to take this one, as he needed it. Jooheon said that he wanted to propose with it. A bright flash lit up the night sky. A man, leaving a bright light behind him, flew through the sky. June rushed through the night sky. He landed in a building. June entered the Valhalla Palace and said that he was back. The relics near the throne turned to him since the throne was empty, and the relics explained that Jooheon had been called by his colleagues since they urgently needed to discuss something, and apparently it was so urgent that they decided to discuss it in the middle of the night. June said that he would wait then, and they asked him where he had been since they had not seen him for a long time. June explained with a smile that he had been in another world. June turned around and said that the road was long so he needed to rest, to which Mammon said that she needed details about the other world and then asked him not to leave since she wanted to gossip. Jooheon folded his arms and asked what Yuya thought about being followed. They were all sitting at the table when the guy said that he did not just think, but was sure of it, and he was very scared since this was not the first time because he had once finished work early and was returning home. Yuja said that he was walking down the street and looked in the mirror and saw a figure behind him. He couldn't see the person's face because he was wearing a hoodie, and he felt uneasy because a lot of strange things had been happening lately. Yuja said that he kept walking, looking at the hooded man, and then he turned onto a busy street, blended in with the crowd, and stopped in front of a store window. The guy said that the man stopped next to him, and then asked what it was if not surveillance. The guy said irritably that he didn't really want to go home after that, so he went to the Guardian headquarters, to which Jooheon said that he thought he was overreacting. He asked if Yuja was sure that the man wasn't just going his own way, to which the guy said that the man stopped in the same place as him. Chloe worriedly explained that they would have been skeptical too if it had only happened once, but Yuya said that weird things had happened before, and Jooheon immediately asked what weird things had happened. Yuya said that he was alone in his studio drawing when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He went to the toilet and took a normal bowel movement, to which he was asked not to go into too much detail. Yuya continued to talk about how when he left the studio it was a mess, but when he came back everything was sparkling clean. Julian asked if that wasn't good, and then said that it would be better if Yuya cleaned up after himself, to which Jooheon angrily asked if that was good since he was alone that day. He jumped up from the table and angrily said that someone had broken into the studio, cleaned it up and left, which is why he felt uneasy. Jooheon asked if something had been stolen from him, to which the guy replied that it was strange, but no, after which he said that there was another incident. He was resting at home, went to the kitchen to find something to eat. It turned out that all the trash, all the waste that he had not thrown out for a week, was cleaned up, not even a crumb was left. Julian chuckled and said that the more he listened to him, the more jealous he began to become, to which the guy replied that someone broke into his house. Solar frowned and said that she thought that someone was waiting for the moment to attack, since when the boss was in chaos, they often tried to break into them, even came under the guise of deliverymen, and these were all kinds of people, from former excavators to government employees. Jooheon listened to how they wanted to take advantage of his disappearance to take the relics. Julian said that they needed to catch this stalker before he did something worse, as it could be dangerous. Jooheon said that he would leave it to them to catch the culprit. At that moment, Jun came up to them. He turned to Jooheon and asked if he was done with his urgent business, to which the boy asked if he had returned yet. Jooheon asked the relic about its progress, and Jun explained that he had gone to another world to find a piece of the cradle of life, but was unable to find it. The relic said that it seemed to have been shocked by the destruction and had gone to some other world. Jun explained that he had had to wander from place to place looking for it, and he had not even noticed how much time it had taken him. He extended his shout and asked Jooheon to look at it. Jun explained that it was the core of existence. It should have the same ability to create artifacts as the cradle of life, but in this state, it was inoperative. Jooheon heard that they needed to find the original container that contained it, and then they could be combined. Jun said that would finally make it work, to which Jooheon said that he understood everything, so they needed to find the core and the container. He asked the relic if he would go looking again, to which it squeezed the core and said that it would, since it would need to search everywhere, because it was afraid that finding the container would be much harder than finding the core. Jooheon asked how bad it was, and Jun thoughtfully replied that it wasn't that hard, but that he thought that the container might look like a relic. He explained that it existed as a normal relic and didn't even know that it was a treasure, and in that case, it wouldn't give off the aura of a treasure like the core did, and that was the whole difficulty. Jun frustratedly said that he would have to search and interrogate everyone if the king would allow him to do so. Jooheon smiled and said that the relic knew better, so of course he would allow it, to which Jun thanked him. Night fell over the city. Yuja turned to the guys irritably. He asked why he was bait, to which he was told that that person was watching him. Yuja walked and said that everything was as usual, like that time when they caught Jack the Ripper, and they even cut him then, and it hurt so much that he even cried. Solar, standing on one of the balconies, begged him to keep quiet, to which the guy said that he needed to speak out. Yuja heard that his stalker had appeared, so it would be better for him to keep quiet. He tried to look back discreetly and Solar said that he was following him. Julian said that he could no longer see anything, so it seemed that he was alone. He said with confusion that he did not feel a strong aura, and Ilya confirmed his words. Sola suggested catching the stalker and summon the relic ghost. Ilya heard that he needed to attack on the count of 3. The stalker screamed when several relics attacked him at once. The wolf caught the man. Ilya ordered him not to kill, but just hold the stalker. Julian came out into the light and told the stalker that they caught him, so he should not even think about running away. He called on the force and warned that one jerk and he would fry the stranger with lightning, so he should slowly get up and take off his hood. The wolf let go of the stalker, and the man began to slowly rise when a question was heard about where he was from. The man grabbed the hood when he was asked who sent him. It turned out that the stalker was Nina. Julian rushed at her and began to ask how she dared to pretend to be Nina, and he would kill her, to which Jooheon rushed to intercept him, saying that it really could be her. A couple hours later, in the office, it turned out that it was indeed Nina. Julian stood with his head down and tried to accept the situation, while Sola asked why she was doing all this. Nina heard the request to tell them. Julian adjusted his glasses and said that maybe she was remembering the time when she was Jack the Ripper. Ilya said that the treatment had brought back memories and emotions, so maybe the memory of Jack the Ripper had surfaced too. He looked at Julian and said that maybe she was unconsciously repeating what she had done back then. Nina raised her hands when she heard that she might need to undergo treatment again, so she should call Chloe first. Nina tried to explain that nothing like that could happen, since she was fine, to which Julian, who had already dialed Chloe, said that she would not have done such a thing if she was fine, so she should sit quietly. Jooheon heard that Chloe would be there soon, while the girl was trying to convince him that she was fine. At the same time, in the Valhalla Palace, Jooheon asked in bewilderment if everyone was ready and let them come one by one. In front of him were relics that were communicating with each other and were not trying to listen to the guy. Suddenly, Jooheon began to glow brightly, attracting attention. He stood up from his chair and asked the relics to stop chatting among themselves, as he had told them to come up one by one, as he needed to question them. Nero asked angrily if they could chat while they were standing in line, to which Jooheon replied that it would distract them from his questioning. The relics began to complain that they should have been called one by one, and not all at once, so it was worth thinking about it right away and not complaining now. Jooheon listened with disappointment about how they had so much to discuss with each other. Nero folded his arms when he heard that it was too long for Jooheon to call them one by one, so he asked them to be reasonable, as this was important for all the relics, as there might be a cradle among them. Osiris and Anubis immediately jumped up in surprise. Naaman asked in surprise what he was talking about, since he was the cradle, to which Jooheon replied that he was the cradle of death, and they were looking for the cradle of life. He awkwardly said that she disappeared because of the relic of revelation, but there is a possibility that part of her took the form of an ordinary relic. The relics listened to her say that she does not even suspect that she is a treasure, so he needs to find her and combine her with the core. Jooheon looked out the window and said that now he is the only one working for both cradles, so nothing is working, and he no longer has enough strength. He looked at the relics and said that at this rate, things will get really bad, so he asks them to cooperate with him. The first to volunteer for questioning was a worm. Jooheon asked him about the queue, to which he said that he does not care about the queue since he thinks that he is the cradle. Anubis immediately asked if the worm saw himself, to which he replied that he just listened to him, and it seems to him that he is definitely the cradle. He said, imagining the gold items, that he belongs among the treasures since he himself is a treasure. Osiris angrily told him not to get cocky, to which he indignantly asked how dare he say such a thing to a treasure. The relics began to think that this was their chance to increase their rank. The axes asked to start with them. Osiris began to say that he was also starting to think that he was a treasure, so let them question him. Jooheon listened to their bickering about who exactly was a treasure and tried to calm them down. He began to anger them. Jooheon illuminated everyone with light again and ordered everyone to shut up and line up. Kanat sat next to Jooheon and asked what was going on. He leaned back in his chair and said that it looked like the relics were having fun. The building was shrouded in a pink fog. Chloe worriedly asked what happened. She was surprised to hear that it was Nina stalking Jooheon. They were walking to the room when Julian told her that they thought she did it because she remembered the times when Jack the Ripper was, to which the girl replied that it was strange since that couldn't happen, but she would talk to her. Sola was sitting next to Nina. Chloe greeted her with a smile and offered to test her. Ilya asked in confusion why he should test her if he could just get into her head, but Chloe refused him. Nina said in fear that she would be honest and only Chloe would tell everything. The girl was surprised that only her, but offered her to go into another room. They were sitting at the table when Chloe offered Nina to start. She asked about why the girl was stalking Jooheon, to which she blushed. She said that she liked the guy and it was Chloe's turn to feel awkward. Nina lowered her head and said that she thought about it a lot and realized that she liked him too. Chloe was taken aback by this confession. She tried to keep her composure, asking all the time if Nina liked Yooja. When Nina confirmed her words, the girl finally understood why she had been stalking the guy. Chloe said that you can't stalk people just because you like them, to which Nina replied that she was very sorry, but she just wanted to reciprocate, so she tried to help him as much as she could. Chloe heard that Nina was very shy, so she tried to do everything secretly, but only made it worse, to which Chloe worriedly thought about her words about wanting to reciprocate. Nina shyly closed her eyes and asked Chloe not to tell anyone about this, to keep it between them since she was ashamed. Chloe thought it was cute, and she promised that it would remain their secret. Already in the office, when the group was left alone, Chloe said that she promised to keep everything a secret, but everyone understood everything themselves. For the rest of the team, this was a revelation. Ilya asked why this happened to Yooja, to which he angrily asked what was wrong with him, and Sola said that Nina had specific tastes. Sola heard that the word specific is not quite right. Julian grabbed his head and exclaimed that this was a complete failure, because why did Nina choose him? To which someone said that Julian was crazy, and he, in turn, suggested that he needed to hit himself with lightning to wake up from this nightmare, at which point Chloe asked him to calm down, because he could kill someone. Julian said that he would kill Yooja and wipe him off the face of the earth, to which he asked to save him. Yooja, almost crying, said that it was unfair because it was not his fault that his sister fell in love with him, but an enraged Julian ordered him to shut up. Chloe said with a slight note of excitement that Nina spoke as if it was Yooja who confessed first, since she said that she liked him too and that she wanted to reciprocate. She asked the confused guy if he was the first to confess his feelings, to which he was speechless from surprise. He raised his hands and said irritably that he did nothing wrong, and that he should not be looked at like that since he was set up. Julian gritted his teeth in anger and began to curse at Yooja, who again began to justify himself by saying that he did nothing. Chloe said that if Nina wanted to reciprocate, then he definitely did something, to which the frightened Yooja did not understand what was happening when he was asked about whether nothing really happened. He began to remember something when Chloe happily asked what it meant. Something did. Yooja explained that he had drawn her portrait, at which point Julian continued to blaze with rage, and Sola asked about the portrait again. She said that she thought something was wrong, when Yooja, with horror in his voice and trembling in his body, hurried to explain that it was just a portrait and what was wrong with it. Ilya listened skeptically to the fact that Nina was very beautiful, and Yooja thought that she would make a good model, and the guy thought to himself that she was not so much very beautiful, but at most cute. Julian approached Yooja with a threatening look and asked how long he had been staring at his sister, to which he replied that as an artist he saw beauty in her. Sola finished off the already nervous guy by saying that Nina could have taken it differently, since that was what he had told her, to which Yooja replied that he really thought so and was glad that she had agreed to be a model. Ilya asked with a sly grin why she posed and the guy praised her beauty, and Sola chimed in that things were really going to get hot here. Yooja turned around, saying that there was nothing wrong with it, after which he promised to show the portrait since everything was so innocent. He brought the portrait so that everyone could see that everything was really decent there. He pointed to the painting and asked if a person in love could paint something like that, since he was just an artist who painted what he found beautiful. Yooja almost cried again when he heard that he had seduced her. Ilya began to explain with a serious face that he needed to put himself in Nina's place, since he had asked her to pose for him, said that she was very beautiful, and in the end he had created a portrait that he had clearly tried very hard on. He looked at the painting and said that in her place he would also have thought that Yooja was trying to seduce him, since he had decorated it so much. Yooja exclaimed in alarm that he had not decorated anything, since he had drawn what he saw in front of him, to which Ilya replied that he was then head over heels in love. Yooja fell to his knees, clutched his head and said that it was an impulse of the creative soul, to which he was told that it was not just a picture, but an expression of his feelings. Sola turned to the enraged Julian. He was blazing with rage and said that he would kill the guy. An explosion was heard in the room. On the news, the announcer said that today at noon in the Guardian headquarters, the authorities are still investigating what happened, but rumors are spreading among the citizens that it could be an act of terrorism. Jooheon angrily showed the phone with the news, where the announcer continued to say that the citizens are afraid that lawlessness will reign in the world of relics again, and then asked what they did. He looked at Julian and asked why there was no official statement yet, since they really want to give the journalists more time to fantasize, to which she replied that he was preparing a statement. Julian wanted to tell the truth but changed his mind, and Jooheon asked him why. He exclaimed that Julian was going to lie to people, so he should just tell them what happened. Chloe nervously started talking about how it would be hard to tell the truth. The room began to murmur that they should tell the truth because they knew what happened when they lied to him. Jooheon started to tell the story but soon realized that he couldn't just listen to it. He raised his hand and stopped Chloe from telling the story. He turned to the flustered Yuya. Jooheon folded his arms across his chest, smirked and asked Yuya to go get some popcorn. He burst out laughing and said that it was the funniest romantic comedy he had ever seen, so it would be a sin to watch it without popcorn, to which Julian was indignant that it wasn't a romantic comedy at all. Jooheon looked at the annoyed Julian and told him to go get a Coke and not look at him like that since he was the one who destroyed their headquarters. He sent the dejected boys to get food and drinks. The rest of the movie did not disappoint, especially when Julian, the picture of calm, went crazy at the end. Jooheon burst out laughing and then asked if Julian ended up roasting Yuyi with lightning. Yuyi replied that if it weren't for the Phoenix relic, he wouldn't be here anymore, to which Jooheon said that he was still alive, and that's fine, and Yuyi grumbled that it was easy for him to say since this wasn't his life. Jooheon looked at the dejected Yuyi and asked how he was going to solve the problem, to which he replied that he would say that she misunderstood him and apologize. Solar, surprised, said that she understood that he didn't like Nina, to which he replied that no, he didn't. He ran his hand through his hair and repeated that of course he didn't like it. Jooheon said that he understood everything, so let him say so. Julian adjusted his glasses and asked him to stop. Julian started flashing lightning again when he asked that Yuja was going to break his sister's heart, which confused the boy even more. Another powerful explosion was heard in the room. The weather in the city was nice. Yuja was standing in the park looking at his phone. He turned around when he was called. Nina came up to him and apologized for being a little late, to which the boy replied that he just got here. Yuja thought about confessing to her when Nina said with a smile that he said he wanted to tell her something, and then asked what it was. He looked at the girl and thought about what he wanted to say, that it was all one big misunderstanding, but he didn't want to hurt her feelings. Yuja blushed as colorful spots flew around him. Sola, Chloe and Ilya were sitting on the couch listening to Yuja. Ilya looked at the dejected guy and summed up that they walked in the park, went to a cafe, but he did not tell her what he was supposed to say, and Sola added that they went on a date. Yuja fell to his knees and said that she was so happy that he could not upset her, to which Sola sighed heavily. She folded her arms over her chest and sternly said that if he was not going to reciprocate, then let him say so, since now he was only making things worse by giving her hope, and Ilya added that who knows, maybe he was looking for an excuse to go on a date with her again. Julian got angry and angrily asked if he looked like a person who would do something like that, after which he promised to tell her everything next time. Sola, Chloe and Ilya looked at him skeptically. Meanwhile, in the palace of Valhalla, one of the relics asked to look at it again, as she was sure that it was the cradle. Tired June listened to how this relic was a cradle of life, because what is life and where does it come from? Because this is what happens when mom and dad love each other very much. June asked the relic to look at it himself, because he brought the core to it and there was absolutely no reaction. He said harshly that this relic is not the cradle of life. Then the relic in the form of an axe came up and asked to stop because there was a line. June listened to them bickering about how long they had been standing in line, but this was no reason to delay everyone. June got up from the table and said that he needed a break. He asked the relic to take a break too, because they would continue soon. He left the room, sighing heavily. On the way, he met Crow, who sympathetically asked about how everything had not gone according to plan. He explained that he was examining all the relics to find the cradle of life, but it was not that easy, and he was afraid that at this rate he would never find it. Crow asked if she could help with anything. Jen's thanks were heard in the hallway, but he only had one core to check with, so she could hardly help. He sighed heavily. Jen said that it was his problem and he would solve it himself. Meanwhile, the construction workers began to seal the 2 holes in the Guardian headquarters. Meanwhile, Team Jooheon held a press conference, denying the rumors of a terrorist attack, and Julian answered all the questions, but the reporters doubted their words, although on the other hand, they could be understood since it was hard to believe that an organization that specializes in relics would have an incident with relics. Julian then went to several news broadcasts, retelling the story over and over again until the citizens' fear finally disappeared. Jooheon watched the news with him and thought that the guy had a lot of work to do, but all the fuss was because of him. Julian entered the room and tiredly said that he was back. He asked himself how much longer he had to go on the news. Yuja was kneeling in front of Julian and asking for forgiveness. Chloe and Ilya watched tensely as Yuja said that he should apologize to Julian, to which Julian asked what the guy did. Yuja closed his eyes for courage and said that he started dating Nina. Julian began to burn with rage again as Yuja quickly rattled off an apology. He opened one eye to see his friend's reaction. Julian was blazing with lightning again and cursing. This time, Jooheon blew up an entire floor, but thanks to the team's efforts, the building survived this time, but it was much more difficult to calm Jooheon down. Ilya asked him to calm down as they had just started dating. He nervously said that they would hang out for a while and break up soon, so he shouldn't worry about it. However, it seemed that these words made him even more angry as he decided that Jooheon was being so frivolous towards his sister. Jooheon looked happy when he said that he was serious as he really liked Nina, to which Ilya gave up trying to help. Jooheon got mad again and asked if the guy was going to marry his sister, to which Ilya said that he didn't like anything he was told. Sola asked Jooheon to calm down and respect her sister's choice. Jooheon thoughtfully heard that Nina liked Jooheon, so there was no need to interfere with them just because he didn't like him. He began to calm down when he said that Nina was really grown up. Solar looked at her comrade and said that if he was so afraid that Jooheon would hurt her, then they would keep an eye on them. Jooheon said this with a happy voice, that they could do whatever they wanted since he didn't mind. He looked happy when he said that they could watch them as much as they wanted since they always had a good time. Jooheon's dark energy waned again when he said that if Jooheon ever made Ning cry, then he would be finished. An irritated Jooheon came into the room with a bang. He showed the phone with the news about people being scared by a strange light coming from the Guardian building, then asked what they had done again. Ilya nervously looked at the phone and exclaimed that the headquarters wasn't damaged, so they thought they would get away with it. And Chloe added that she didn't understand why people were staring at their building like that, since there were so many others around. Jooheon heard that the boss didn't care, so he should prepare for the press meeting. Jooheon said angrily that if he didn't want to go to the press, then he shouldn't make trouble. Jooheon was excited to hear that it wasn't Jooheon's fault, since he started all this. Jooheon flashed lightning again and said that this time he would go to the journalist Jooheon, to which he asked to talk without lightning. Jooheon smiled widely and said that the flash they observed in the keeper's headquarters was caused by an experiment on the relic. The woman with short blonde hair looked at the young man, asking if there were any signs of war or terrorism, and Jooheon answered negatively, adding that the keeper is always looking for new ways to interact with the relics. However, unforeseen circumstances may arise during the search. The blonde young man smiled politely, saying that he wanted to calm everyone down because there was no reason to worry. The protagonist, sitting in a chair, said with a smile that Jooheon spoke beautifully. Jooheon, who was holding a mug in his hands, approached the young man and said that it was good that he dealt with the problem, but he still continues to lie to people. Jooheon added with a serious expression that even if it was quiet now, later everyone would start asking why they weren't conducting experiments, and Jooheon asked who would care. Jooheon, standing in front of Jooheon, said that he was already worried about it, and Jooheon smiled and suggested that he go to the reporters in that case. Jooheon chuckled and said that the two of them still hadn't been able to become friends. Jooheon pursed his lips and looked away, saying that no matter what he did, Jooheon would still be mad at him, and the protagonist laughed and replied that Jooheon was having a hard time. Jooheon looked at Jooheon sternly through his rectangular glasses and asked if he had sided with Jooheon. The protagonist scratched his sweaty face with his finger and replied that he was in the same situation, so he understood Jooheon. Jooheon imagined an enraged George standing next to Irina and said that the man was ready to kill him on the spot as soon as he saw him because the protagonist was like a thief who stole his sister. The protagonist raised his hand and said that things got worse after he proposed to Irina. Jooheon crossed his arms and added that it was unlikely that getting married would change anything. June froze, dropping a bunch of sheets of paper from his hands, and the protagonist asked what happened. The young man asked if the protagonist was getting married, and he looked at June, confirming this. June turned pale, walked up to Jooheon and asked why he did not tell him this information, and the protagonist replied that the young man was constantly busy when this was discussed. June's black eyes widened in surprise and he began to sweat, and the protagonist explained that at that time, the young man was looking for the core of the cradle of life. Jooheon asked with a smirk why Jun was so shocked, since it was not like him at all. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion when Jun said that he wanted to unite with the cradle of life first because it took a lot of effort, but after getting married, Jooheon would hardly have time for it. Jooheon and Jooheon watched silently as the protagonist asked Jun if he was worried that the boss would not be able to fulfill his duties as an overlord. Jooheon asked Jun with a wide smile to bring him the cradle of life and he would immediately make a contract. The blue sky was visible outside the window. Jun said that he had not found the container yet, so he would have to wait a little, but the protagonist replied that he could not change the wedding date. Jun's dark eyes widened in shock when Jooheon said that in that case, he had no choice, he would get married first and then deal with the cradle. There were palm trees around the building, and Jun said that it couldn't be. Crow and Mammon stood nearby, asking what happened and why everyone was gathered here. Jun, standing in the middle of everyone, asked if the others knew that Jooheon was getting married soon. Crow said that she did, and Jun frowned indignantly, asking why she didn't tell him about it. Mammon raised her eyebrows in surprise, saying that Jooheon getting married wouldn't change anything. Nero crossed his arms and said that the protagonist promised that their creative processes wouldn't be affected by his marriage, so there was nothing to worry about, and anyway, it was none of their business. The creature with the black wolf's head turned around when the relic standing nearby said that Jooheon said that he would buy them chicken even after the wedding, so everything was fine. Jun raised his hands and screamed desperately that it was not about their needs and that the protagonist was thinking of something incomprehensible when the cradle of life was not yet assembled. Crow crossed her arms and sweated, asking if this was a problem. She looked thoughtfully at Jun, who replied that human marriage took a lot of strength. Mammon covered her mouth in shock when Jun said that Irina and Jooheon might want to have a child. The youth turned pale in horror as Mammon said that their child would be very cute. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise, and Nero crossed his arms when Jun said that it took a lot of time and effort for a human to raise a child, and they, the relics, would fade into the background. Anubis raised his head, saying that the youth was right, because no matter how cool the protagonist was, there were only 24 hours in a day. Jun said that he was not trying to stop their wedding, he was only suggesting that they postpone it until a time when they could cope without Jooheon. The young man looked away and explained that this was the moment when they would find the cradle of life and order would reign in the world. Nero crossed his arms and said that it was not that easy to find, and Jun replied that he would need a little more time. Mammon smiled happily when the young man said that for now they needed to postpone the protagonist's wedding. Jun thanked the relics with a smile for their understanding and began to explain their plan. It was a sunny day. The Holton estate stood in the middle of the forest. Irina was talking on the phone. George carefully watched his sister, who was saying that they had already chosen the wedding hall and were not going to change it. The girl stood up, asking why she was constantly getting calls with such offers, and George asked what was wrong. Irina replied that people found out about her wedding with Jooheon and were now bombarding her with offers, although she had only told her closest people. The man frowned and assumed that the protagonist had told everyone about the wedding. Irina looked at her brother and replied that he would not do such a thing without consulting her, and George assumed that it could have been the paparazzi then. Irina dialed Jooheon's number. She put the phone to her ear and heard that the protagonist was now talking to someone. Irina looked at her brother, who assumed that Jooheon was being called in the same way. The girl said that she did not like it. In fact, the protagonist was also being called, and he was furiously shouting that he was not going to buy anything. The voice on the phone shouted that Jooheon would get a discount if he bought a suit from their store, and the male lead said with a stern face that they had already bought everything. He stood up from his chair, wondering where the wedding news had leaked from since he hadn't told anyone much about it. Chloe showed him the tablet and said that it seemed like the whole world already knew about it since everyone was talking about it. The titles of the articles were displayed on the screen, and Jooheon said that this was the reason they wanted a quiet wedding since it had even affected the stocks. The male lead looked away in surprise when the crow said that they were in trouble. The large building was smoking. The relic said that the Valhalla Palace had been attacked and the damage was minor, but they should still investigate who was behind it. Jooheon frowned and said that he would head there with the crow. He ran ahead saying that more and more trouble was appearing. Irina and I decided to get married, the protagonist said to himself. He remembered how they sat together in a cafe and discussed it. They came to this conclusion mutually because they had been dating for a long time. After that, the protagonist went to dinner with his beloved's family, where everything went wonderfully. They laughed and were happy, but at the same time, they all understood that not everyone would take this news well. After that, they started discussing it in the news. Articles and forums began to appear, where everyone gossiped about the family life of the young couple. The protagonist understood that it was dangerous for them to be in the spotlight, because not everyone in the world was happy with the fact that he had gained so much power. Introducing the family of his best friend, the protagonist said that only the closest ones would come to their wedding, after which he added that he did not want to put anyone in danger. Introducing the magic ring, the protagonist said that they decided to get married secretly. It was sunny outside. The palace of Valhalla. The angry screams of the protagonist were heard. Standing in front of the broken wall, the protagonist asked with displeasure who had crawled into the Valhalla palace and made a hole in his bedroom. It was clear from his face that he was unhappy with this incident. Next to him stood a raven in human form who was also unhappy. The protagonist, looking at the hole, said that the world, of course, was full of people unhappy with the keeper and him personally, but they had not yet been attacked like this. After saying this, he turned to Jun and ordered him to find out who was behind this. "Yes, Lord," Jun said with a puzzled look. Mammon stood next to him, her fist in her hand. At this time, Jooheon looked around the room and thoughtfully asked why only his private room, where he rested alone, was destroyed. Putting his hand to his chin, he continued to say that if the attackers wanted the relics, they would have attacked the storage rooms, after which he added that if it was a matter of power struggle, they would have attacked the audience hall where the throne stood. Looking again at the destroyed wall, he again asked why they attacked this room in particular. Jun suddenly said that this also bothered him, after which he added that there was perhaps no point in it. After a short pause, he said that perhaps the invaders simply destroyed what they could. Hearing this, the protagonist, standing by the hole, turned his head to the relic and said, "Probably." After a short pause, looking at the emotionless Jun, Jooheon said that the attackers wanted to irritate him so much that they didn't even think about it, after which he added that they still needed to be dealt with. Turning to the relics, he said that he would stay here and look around, after which he ordered Mammon and Jun to split up and each do their own investigation. "I can handle it, human," Mammon said. The protagonist looked at the relics very unreliably. A few minutes later, the protagonist approached the computer, folded his arms across his chest and said that it was time to start looking for clues, after which he asked why his room was attacked. Suddenly, a drop of sweat appeared on his face. Lowering his head and sighing heavily, Jooheon said that he didn't even keep anything valuable here, after which he added that if there was at least one relic here, it would help him. When suddenly he remembered the ring he had left here, he immediately realized that this relic could help him. The protagonist immediately opened the drawer in the table and called the ring. But the drawer was empty. The protagonist was not at a loss. Raising his head, the protagonist called the ring even louder, thinking that the relic was hiding. But he heard nothing in response. Lowering his hands, the protagonist said that this could not be. Could it really have been stolen? The protagonist began to say in confusion, turning his head in different directions, asking himself later if the kidnappers really needed the ring. Shouts were heard in the building that the wedding ring urgently needed to be found. Standing in a circle, the team discussed the loss of the ring and Ilya, stretching out his hand forward, asked if it was a relic, to which Sola said that it was in the shape of a ring. Taking the tablet in her hands, the girl read that the ring was called Dropmere and that the gnomes gave it to her boyfriend. Ilya exclaimed in alarm, was this another high-class relic? Miller, holding his hand to his chin, looked at Yuji, who was standing behind him, and said that it would be bad if the relic fell into the wrong hands. He then continued that it was time to start searching, to which everyone supported him. The team joined forces with the relics to search for the wedding ring. They thought that finding the relic would be easy. Looking at his phone, Jooheon exclaimed in horror. The news publics were saying that his relic was missing. Gritting his teeth, he said that he needed to tell everyone so that they would not blab about the ring being missing. It was too late to tell anyone, because the internet was flooded with news about the loss of the Overlord's ring. In a short period of time, scammers managed to appear, claiming to have found the ring and wanting to receive a monetary reward, although none was promised. But there were also those who were looking for the ring, wanting to keep it for themselves. The streets were in chaos, some were even fighting with each other with the relics. The guy tried to stop people through Miller, but it was no use. Because of one ring, the world was in chaos. It was a sunny day outside. The people were screaming in dismay, trying to find the ring. Everyone was discussing how the ring could cure anything, because it was not for nothing that the guy proposed with this ring. Putting his hand on his head, Jooheon exhaled nervously and said that he had a lot of problems. Sitting on the couch, he looked at Jun and said that this cannot continue and they should take extreme measures. Surprised, Jun asked what the protagonist meant by extreme measures, to which he turned and said that he would find the ring with the help of God's eye. The protagonist said that he did not want to use it for personal purposes, but he could not put it off any longer because it was only getting worse. As he left, he told Jun that he was going to the Guardian's headquarters and asked the guy to keep an eye on the palace. "Have a safe journey, Your Majesty," Jun said to the boy's back as he walked away. Jun held hands, quietly guarding the palace. A voice was heard from behind him, indignant upon learning about the God's Eye. Mammon asked Jun if Jooheon was really going to use it. Surprised, Jun said that he was just about to call everyone. Turning to the girl, he said that they needed to hide the God's Eye, because with it, the protagonist would find out that it was the relics that stole the ring. Nero said that the God's Eye was made from relics so they could convince them not to hand over the culprits. Jun said that this was a good idea, but in addition to the relic, the god's eye also had human elements. Looking at the indignant Nero, he said that they would not be able to lure the eye to their side, to which Nero folded his arms and asked what they should do. After looking at the relics, Jun told everyone to follow him because he had a plan. It was a starry night outside. Jooheon was busy making a relic. He was distracted by knocking on the door. He turned around and shouted that he would open it now. Opening the door, he was shocked to see Jooheon's relics. The rope immediately wrapped around Jooheon's body. Jun threateningly said that the guy better not move, to which Jooheon, lying on the floor, shouted, asking why they were doing this. Folding their arms over their chest, Jun said that they had a request. Stuttering, the guy asked if this was really the way to ask people for anything. Jun said that they needed to make sure that the guy would listen to them. Indignantly, Jooheon said that it seemed like his opinion did not matter to them at all. Jun held the box out to the guy's face and said that they needed a one-to-one replica of the relic. Looking at the relic, Jooheon screamed when he saw Jooheon's wedding ring in front of him. He asked in surprise if they had it all along since the team was trying so hard to find the ring. Jun smiled and said that they had their reasons and tried to hurry the boy up to fulfill their request. Trying to get out of the rope, he clenched his teeth and screamed that they were crazy. Mammon and Nero looked at the boy coldly while he screamed that he would not betray Jooheon. Lying on the floor, Jooheon screamed that he would interfere with their plan. Jun looked at him and said that he did not expect such loyalty. He seriously told the boy to listen to them and he would definitely change his mind. Jun continued, saying that this applies to all the relics in the world and the Overlord himself, to which Jooheon fixed his gaze on him. He asked if the relics really wanted to postpone the wedding and then return the ring. Kneeling in front of him, Jun extended his hand and asked if they could do any harm to the Lord. With glowing eyes, he said that there was no cradle of life in the world yet because the birth and death of relics were difficult. Placing his hand on his chest, he said that he, the cradle of death, was trying to figure everything out, but it was not enough. Trying to play on pity, Jun continued to talk about how it was like working alone on a restoration that required 2 or 3 people. Jooheon immediately exclaimed, saying that he understood him and that it was so hard. Jun happily thought that the guy had already taken the bait. Sitting on one knee in front of him, Jun asked if he could count on help from Jooheon. Nero folded his arms and said that Jun knew how to talk. Mammon looked at him and laughed. Upset, Jooheon said that the boss and his team were looking for the ring with all their might, to which Jun thought that he needed to persuade the guy some more. He said that this would be a good opportunity for Jooheon to make money. With a smile on his face, he said that the whole world wanted to get the ring and asked how he liked the idea of making copies and selling them at inflated prices. Jooheon exclaimed menacingly, asking if he was really going to deceive people, to which Jun calmed him down, saying that it would be a nice bonus. Looking at the thoughtful guy, he asked how he liked the deal. Calling himself the king of fraud, he thought that he needed to put pressure on the guy some more. Pointing to Jooheon's relics, Jun said that they agreed, so it was up to the guy. The guy shouted, asking the relics when their success would be convinced, to which they said that they did not need to be convinced, because this applies to all relics. Getting closer to the guy, they said that they were ready and asked to create a perfect copy. Without thinking twice, Jooheon immediately agreed. Jooheon confidently followed the eye of God. The doors to the room opened. The main character stood in front, and Julian and Chloe walked behind him. In the room stood Thoth in human form. He was working on some project. Upon seeing the protagonist, he immediately asked what brought the master here. The protagonist casually walked past the table and replied that he needed to find something, and for that he would need the divine eye. After a short pause, he asked if the eye was working. This question made Thoth panic. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he answered in a shaking voice, "Yes, of course." "Launch it," the protagonist loudly ordered, standing in front of the huge ball, which was called the divine eye. A notification immediately appeared in front of him, stating that the identification was complete, after which the eye greeted the master. After a short pause, it asked how it could help Jooheon. The protagonist, folding his arms across his chest, ordered the eye to find the ring drop near. Accepted, the relic replied, after which it asked him to wait a little. After some time, the eye reported that 449 results had been found. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked because he did not understand how this was possible. Chloe and Julian, standing behind, also did not understand what was happening. The protagonist immediately ordered the eye to mark everything on the map and show it to him, to which the eye replied that it would immediately bring up a hologram. A few seconds later, a hologram of the globe appeared, on which all the places of the ring were marked with small white dots. Looking at what the eye gave out in confusion, the protagonist asked how this was possible. Suddenly, Chloe, coming up from behind and throwing her hand to the side, said that on the other side, most of the dots were next to them. Pointing to many dots in New York, the protagonist said that there were a lot of them in this place, after which he asked how they could look for his ring. Jooheon immediately replied in confusion that it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. After thinking for a while, the protagonist ordered the eye to show New York up close. The relic immediately said that it was loading the map. Jooheon, coming up from behind, asked in surprise how so many people ended up with the ring. Turning around, the protagonist replied that it could very well happen. Hearing this, Jooheon, even more surprised, asked how. After that, the protagonist descended into memories, saying that one of the ring's features is to create a copy of itself. Remembering the legend, the protagonist said that in it, every 9th night, the ring brought its owner 8 simple copies of itself. Imagining the king standing in front of a huge army, he said that at first glance, the ability of the ring is not remarkable, but this is not so because the king pays gold for the service of his warriors. After a short pause, he added that an endless stream of gold rings is a guarantee of success. Imagining many gold rings in his hands, the protagonist said that Draupnir helped Odin maintain his status as the ruler of kings. Leaving the memories, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that if the ring was activated, then this could happen. Approaching the protagonist, Chloe asked if only kings could do this, adding that it was unlikely that an ordinary person could do this. Jooheon, turning to the girl, said that it was, adding that this was the problem. Presenting the case where the ring should be, the protagonist said that he had put a seal on the ring so that the relic would not do anything until the wedding, after which he said that since this was happening, the seal was removed. After a short pause, he added that someone strong definitely did this. Hearing this, Chloe and Jooheon were scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces, and they themselves were excited. Looking again at the hologram with the globe, the protagonist said that first they needed to inspect the nearest points on the map. It was light outside, and the sky was dotted with clouds. The protagonist, along with Jooheon and Chloe, were at the location of the ring. He put his hands on his hips and said with displeasure that a dot had been flashing there recently. Chloe immediately assumed that perhaps the people with the ring had become suspicious and fled. Hearing this, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest and said with displeasure that they would have to track the ring again. Turning to Jooheon, the protagonist asked who was currently at headquarters. Ilya seemed to have answered Miller. Hearing this, Jooheon took out his phone and dialed Ilya. After a short beep, he put the phone to his ear and Ilya's voice was heard from it. Ilya was at headquarters at the time. The phone receiver was heard asking the protagonist to go to the eye and find out where the ring was and then send him the results. Ilya's voice was heard through the protagonist's receiver asking if Jooheon hadn't heard what was happening now. What? Jooheon asked in surprise. Ilya said that a lot of people were calling them and claiming to have found the ring, and then added that people had already posted videos to attract attention. Chloe and Jooheon were very surprised to hear this. Ilya continued to say into the phone that they had no idea whether it was really a real ring, and then said that the custodian's employees were still checking. The confused protagonist asked if everyone was bragging about his wedding ring. Chloe, hearing this, screamed in confusion, asking what the protagonist and Ilya were even talking about. She immediately went online and saw many posts discussing the protagonist's ring. Chloe was very surprised by this. After a short pause, she said that, of course, people did not steal the ring. Suddenly, Jooheon interrupted the girl and said that now the rings had fallen into the hands of ordinary people. The protagonist, without hanging up on Ilya, said that it was getting worse and worse, after which he said that he thought that the thief had specially multiplied the ring so that it would not be found. There was hatred and discontent on the protagonist's face. With a firm voice, he said that he did not know who was behind all this, but he was very smart. Suddenly, Ilya's voice was heard on the phone, who said that he was standing at the Eye of God, and the results were already loading. A few seconds later, he reported that there were now 11,589 rings. Hearing such numbers, the protagonist was shocked. Goosebumps ran down their spines and they immediately rushed back to headquarters. Running to the eye, they learned that there were several times more rings. The protagonist understood that at this rate, they definitely could not track down the thief. Having asked the eye to find the rings, the relic reported that there were now 85,947. Hearing this number, Chloe screamed in shock, asking if the rings had really increased by 70,000 while they were walking. The protagonist, looking at the hologram, said to himself that a bunch of dots in New York had disappeared, after which he noticed that now the dots were all over the world. The protagonist was very angry. He did not understand what the thieves wanted. There was a video on the phone where a guy in a hat showed the protagonist's ring. In the next video, there was a long-haired girl also showing the protagonist's ring. In the next video, two guys also showed the protagonist's ring. Looking at this, June was very happy. Sitting in the alley with other illusions, he said that now the protagonist and his team will never find the original, after which he added that they will search for the Cradle of Life for now. After that, he put the phone away, stood up and said that now they should return to the Palace of Valhalla. Mammon answered positively. Nero folded his arms and said he was glad their plan had worked. Suddenly, something fell on Mammon's head. Raising her head, the relic asked in displeasure what it was, after which she saw something shiny on the ground. Bending down, she saw the protagonist's golden wedding ring. Taking it in her hands, Mammon asked in bewilderment if it was really a ring. June, spreading his arms, asked if the ring had really fallen from the sky. Rubbing her head, Mammon asked if it was because the copies were still multiplying. June immediately replied that it was not the case. Looking away, he quietly said that he was afraid that someone had deliberately thrown the ring off the building, after which he said that they needed to go to the Valhalla Palace right now. Turning around, he accidentally kicked another ring with his foot. Recognizing the ring, he asked in surprise if it was really another ring on the floor. Seeing the relic, Mammon screamed in surprise that it was Dropmere. Looking at the ring, Jun wondered what the relic was doing here. Nero, standing behind him, said that perhaps the relic had simply gone crazy and was now multiplying uncontrollably. Jun, lowering his head, said that it was something else. "Attention, I finally found it too," the video screamed. The guy in the video spread his arms and pointed them at the table where the ring was lying. Another video showed a group of guys finding the ring. Another video showed a guy finding two such rings at once. Ilya watched all of these videos, saying that the situation had gotten out of control because now everyone had found a ring. Julian suddenly came up from behind, holding a whole box of such rings. Looking at Ilya, he said that the problem was that the ring was found even by those who were not looking for it, after which he pointed to the box and said that they were sent to them, stating that the rings were simply found on the street. Bringing the box closer, it was filled to the brim with rings. Putting the chest on the table, Julian put his hands on his hips and asked if anyone had contacted Yuja. Coming over, Chloe said that Yuja was not responding. Hearing this, Julian asked displeasedly where the guy had disappeared to. Chloe said that she would also like to know this because copying relics is exactly Yuja's specialty. Looking down, Julian thoughtfully said that on the other hand, this is more like replicating a relic than copying. When suddenly the divine eye gave the result that there are now more than 30 billion rings. The next second, there were more than 40 billion rings. The protagonist, looking at this, said that it was terrible. Solar suddenly ran up to him from behind. Jooheon, noticing the girl, turned around and asked how things were. Sola immediately reported that they were analyzing the rings sent to headquarters, but they could not contact Yuja. Hearing this, the protagonist asked with displeasure what Yuja was doing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In his head, he said that since the ring disappeared, everything was on edge, and then asked if now that the situation had gotten worse, Yuja had disappeared. Looking at the hologram of the globe, the protagonist said that something was wrong, adding that in addition, the results with which the ring multiplied. After a short pause, he said that this was too much even for a relic with such an ability, because according to myths, 8 rings appeared every 9th day. Looking at Chloe calling Yuja on the phone, Jooheon said that Yuja was a master of copying, so the team was looking for him to help analyze the copies of the rings faster. Suddenly, imagining his friend, he said that the fact that the guy was a master of copying could make him the culprit of the incident. After that, he remembered the common moments with Yuja and said that this was just speculation, because if Yuja himself heard this, he would have already burst into tears. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said to himself that there was a reason to suspect Yuja, when suddenly he called the Gungnir, which at that very second appeared in front of him. "Are we really going to pierce someone?" the spear happily asked. The protagonist, taking up the spear, said that not today. After a short pause, Jooheon turned to Solar and told her to tell him that he would go looking for Yuja. The girl, coming to her senses, said okay. After a while, the protagonist found himself on the roof. Swinging his spear, he told the Gungnir not to pierce anyone. The relic was unhappy that the world was too calm and there was no one to pierce, which is why it sparkled. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, said that it was not his problem. After a short pause, the protagonist explained that he was not sure if Yuja was really guilty, so he should not be seen. Clicking, the spear said that it would do as its owner said. After these words, the protagonist threw the spear and flew after it himself. They cut through the sky at great speed. The protagonist understood that if they were flying fast and well, it meant that Yuja was sitting somewhere alive and well. There was composure and discontent on Jooheon's face. Suddenly, the spear rushed down onto the city. The protagonist immediately realized that Jooheon was somewhere nearby. A few seconds later, an explosion thundered. Jooheon landed carefully, shouting in displeasure that he ordered the spear not to pierce anything. The relic swayed from side to side, saying that it honestly hadn't pierced anyone. The spear pierced right in front of the frightened Jooheon's face. The guy was shaking with fear, not understanding what was happening. "How did you end up here?" Jooheon asked with a shaking voice. The protagonist coldly replied that the guy hadn't answered his calls, so they had to find him with the spear. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that Jooheon was acting suspiciously, then asked what those mountains of coins were around the guy. Looking around, the protagonist noticed a whole bunch of jewelry, then asked where Jooheon got all of it from. Hearing such a question, Jooheon scratched the back of his head in confusion and said with a shaking voice that it was his treasure vault, adding that he had been collecting all sorts of things for a long time. "Is that so?" the protagonist asked. With rage and contempt in his eyes, Jooheon asked if Jooheon swears that all this is not a lie. Crawling back, the guy asked why the protagonist did not believe him, to which he replied that the things here were not to Jooheon's taste. Jooheon picked up a vase and said that everything here was in different styles and types, so it did not look like a collection, then said that Jooheon either stole it or traded it for something. Standing up, the protagonist coldly and callously said that the latter was more like Jooheon. Turning around, he asked the guy how he felt about his conclusions. Jooheon did not answer. Then suddenly, he fell to his knees, pressed his head to the floor and screamed that he had committed a terrible sin. The protagonist immediately became angry. In a rage, he screamed at the guy to confess everything. With tears in his eyes, Jooheon said that he would tell everything. The guy's story surprised the protagonist. He was shocked that his relics were capable of such a thing. With horror and fear in his eyes, the guy said that the relics said that this would benefit Jooheon. After a short pause, he added that he copied the ring. The protagonist said with complete composure that this meant that his relics, led by Jooheon, did all of this. Suddenly, he got angry again, saying that the guy made too many copies and it was time to stop. Asking with his hands to stop, Jooheon said that he did not make so many copies. Spreading his arms, Jooheon made excuses that the rings themselves began to multiply. Turning around, he added that there were a bunch of rings lying around among the coins. After a short pause, the guy said sadly that he should not have agreed to the relic's request. The protagonist said discontentedly that he should have thought of this earlier. Presenting the ring, the protagonist said that this is a relic that multiplies, and because of Jooheon's copies, the population of rings has gotten out of control. Putting his hands on his hips, he continued that first they need to sort out the situation, so Jooheon needs to return to headquarters because the guys are checking the copies there now. With a saddened voice, Jooheon answered that he understood everything. Turning away and getting ready to leave, Jooheon told the boy to go to the headquarters and get to work, after which he added that they would talk when he returned. After that, he ordered the Gungnir to go to the Palace of Valhalla because they needed to deal with the culprits. Having imagined Jooheon's appearance, the protagonist said that he did not expect this from him. With hatred and anger in his eyes, the protagonist asked what Jooheon was thinking. The girl on the news reported that now the world is filled with countless copies of the protagonist's ring. Showing workers raking away the rings on a live broadcast, the girl reported that sellers at New York shopping malls were clearing the thresholds of stores, after which she added that the accumulations of rings prevented people from walking on the sidewalks. Huge mountains of rings were raked up with shovels. Previously, people were happy with the rings and collected them, but now no one needs them. A young man appeared on the air who was missing a couple of front teeth. He was chewing his fried rice and suddenly bit into something hard, and he said he only realized it when he spat out his tooth. A homegirl with a small daughter in her arms appeared on the screen. She was excitedly saying that all the doors and windows were closed, but the rings were still getting through to them. Jooheon was watching all the news. There was a drop of cold sweat on his face and it was obvious that he was worried. Standing behind him, Nero asked Jooheon if the situation seemed out of control. Jooheon didn't know what to say to that. After a short pause, he looked up at Crow and asked how the analysis was going. It wasn't going well, Crow replied, confused. She was standing by a table with many rings on it. Crow said that she was trying to reach the rings, but they were only repeating the same thing. The rings were laughing and saying that they would reproduce. Hearing this, Jooheon put his hands on his hips and said that everything was really out of control, then said that they needed to somehow get rid of the rings. At this time, the protagonist was approaching the palace on a Gungnir. Mammon immediately felt the owner's aura. "The man is coming," she suddenly screamed in panic. Holding onto the spear, the protagonist quickly approached the palace. Mammon screamed in panic that Jooheon would be here soon. A few seconds later, the protagonist landed spectacularly. There was hatred and discontent in his eyes. "Come here, relics," Jooheon screamed in rage, standing in front of the entrance to the palace. After a short pause, he screamed again for Jun not to even try to escape, then gave the relics 10 seconds. Hearing this, the relics were very scared and did not know what to do. "Have we really been caught?" Crow asked in confusion. Mammon was in a panic. Exhaling heavily and hanging his head in disappointment, Jun said that it was time to go now. After a while, all the relics stood in front of the main character. Looking at everyone, he asked with displeasure if they knew what was happening in the world now. "Sorry," Jun's voice was heard. Without raising his head, he said that they were looking for a way to get rid of the rings. The protagonist immediately asked if it was the relics that stole the ring and multiplied it. Jun bashfully replied that it was true and it was his idea, then added that he was very sorry. After a short pause, he explained that he only wanted to delay the protagonist's wedding for a while until they found the Cradle of Life. Looking at the upset relics, the protagonist asked why it was necessary to do this, then asked if the wedding would change anything. Suddenly, Crow raised her head and said that they found out that the Cradles of Life and Death were not united and were afraid that the situation would get worse in the future. Suddenly, Mammon cried out in confusion that it was true, then said that after the wedding, the protagonist would be busy and would also have a child. Hearing this, Jooheon cried out, asking what child. He put his hands on his hips and asked in displeasure if the relics would now be in charge of his family life as well. Jun, confused, intervened, saying that Mammon had simply misunderstood everything and that they would never allow themselves to do such a thing. Mammon then said sadly that they were simply afraid that the protagonist would not have enough time for the relics after the wedding. Hearing this, Jooheon exhaled heavily. After a short pause, he said that this could not be because he was the ruler. Hearing this, the relics were surprised. Looking at Jun, the protagonist told the relics not to worry about the Cradle of Life because he would handle it when the time came. Jun, hearing this, was also very surprised. However, he asked with a shaking voice, "Honestly, honestly," asked Crow. The protagonist suddenly shouted loudly and discontentedly, asking if the relics did not believe him. After a short pause, he said yes, honestly, then asked if the conversation was over. Seth suddenly laughed loudly and said that everything was fine. The shield next to him sighed with relief and said that this changes everything. "You are the best," the relics joyfully shouted. Mammon grabbed hands with Verona and began to rejoice, when suddenly the protagonist said that it was too early to rejoice because the problem still needed to be solved. Mammon did not understand what he was talking about and was a little confused. After a while, the protagonist poured a huge pile of rings onto the table. Pointing at it with his hand, he said that he took this pile from Yujae's house. Jun, standing nearby, said that they were just analyzing them. Verona, stretching out her hand, said that the rings themselves do not talk, after which she said that you can give a small impulse to the ring's aura, after which she did so. At that very moment, the rings began to tremble and their laughter and desire to reproduce further could be heard. Jun suddenly said that the rings were going crazy, after which he added that he did not think that this could be fixed. Looking at this, the protagonist said with displeasure that he thought so. After a short pause, he said with complete indifference that their only option was to get rid of all the rings. After a short pause, he added that they did not have time to think because they needed to act. Hearing this, Jun was surprised. Approaching the edge of the roof, the protagonist shouted to all the illusions that their goal now was to get rid of all the rings. Holding onto the handrail, he continued to shout that they needed to work with the relics that create space, because now the main thing is to rid the earth of these rings. Osiris, standing below, asked in surprise if it was possible to send the rings to the kingdom of the dead. Hearing the proposal, the protagonist said that it was a good idea. Looking at all the relics gathered, the protagonist said that, fortunately, the rings were not moving, so they could easily be shoved into the underworld. Suddenly, Anubis, standing below, asked if he could summon an army of the dead. The protagonist replied that this was also a good idea because the more of them, the better. Coming up from behind, Mammon asked if she should call her guys. Turning around, the protagonist said yes, adding later that they should call everyone. Looking down, he said that there were no battles planned for the near future anyway, so there was no need to worry about strength. "Get to work," the protagonist suddenly shouted. "Get to work," the relics shouted, after which they all flew apart in different directions. The relics scattered around the area, sweeping away all the rings in their path. Osiris opened the gates to the afterlife everywhere, and all the rings collected by the relics were thrown there. The townspeople cleaning the streets were surprised by the appearance of the relics. Soon, people understood the intentions of the relics and began to work together. The protagonist returned to the Guardians' headquarters at this time, telling the team to participate in getting rid of the rings. Go's painting, Finn McCool's bag, the purple gold pot. Of all the relics that the guys had, these were the most useful. The protagonist came to the divine eye. Coming closer, he asked how many rings there were in the world now. After a short delay, the eye answered that there were more than 50 quadrillion rings now. Hearing this number, the protagonist was very shocked. The world was literally littered with rings, so this was to be expected. People on the streets were raking huge piles of rings. The protagonist understood that the situation could not be ignored, because even in the headquarters there was chaos, because all sorts of organizations and institutes were constantly calling them. Particularly frightening was the call from NASA, because they were concerned about the increase in the mass of the Earth. The protagonist understood that this global crisis needed to be resolved. Returning to the eye, Jooheon told the relic to keep him informed of how many rings there were. After a short delay, the eye replied that there were only 50 quadrillion in the world at the moment. The protagonist did not listen to the end and told the eye to simply report changes. The eye immediately said that there were 13,000 fewer rings. The protagonist was very surprised. "Is this really true?" Jooheon asked. He watched from the side, writing something in a journal. The eye reported that there were 853 fewer rings. Although these numbers seemed insignificant on such a huge scale, the main thing was that the number of rings began to decrease. "There is hope," the protagonist said. "Hope that if the guys continue at the same pace, everything will return to normal." Jooheon and the rest of the team were raking up the rings near the headquarters. The crow used its powers to pull all the rings in the area to itself. A satisfied smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He raised his head and said that they would definitely sort everything out. At this time, in the city, ordinary people were shoveling out the rings. They did it faster with the relics. With smiles on their faces, they said that there were fewer and fewer rings. Loading the rings into bags, they then carried them to the holes created by Osiris. After that, they turned the bags inside out and threw all the rings down. The number of rings decreased at a good pace. There was a satisfied smile on the protagonist's face. He understood that this was most likely because the people who were endlessly cleaning the streets finally felt the fruits of their labor. And after some time, it happened. A crow appeared on the protagonist's shoulder, who said that they had a problem. Looking at the owner, she said that Osiris's condition was getting worse, after which she said that Jooheon had better take a look at it himself. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist asked where Osiris was now. The crow said that he was not far away. It was already night outside. The sky was strewn with stars. People continued to throw rings from bags into the holes created by Osiris. Suddenly, Osiris cried out in pain, clutching his stomach. At this time, the protagonist was already running up to him. "How are you?" he asked as he ran, after which he said that the crow told him that Osiris was unwell. Kneeling and clutching his stomach, Osiris answered that everything was fine, it had recently become unwell. After a short pause, he said that his stomach was swollen and sometimes he had a strong stabbing pain. Surprised, the protagonist said that it seemed that there were problems in the underworld. "I'll take a look," he immediately said. Suddenly, looking into the hole, he was shocked. Everything was filled to the top with rings, so there was nowhere to go down. Looking at the confused Osiris, Jooheon asked if this was how it should be, after which he asked if this was not an infinite space. In the underworld, the dead were flying over huge mountains of rings. Osiris said that there were too many rings, so the underworld was overcrowded. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and said that apparently the underworld was not so endless. Clutching his stomach again, Osiris said that he did not know that, because he had never had to stuff so much stuff in there before. Suddenly, Nero appeared behind him and said that they would help then. He and the spark of Hephaestus were going to melt the rings with fire. Osiris, sweating coldly, said that these words even made him feel better. Nero laughed and told him not to worry because they could handle it. "Forward, demon," Nero ordered, after which they prepared to shoot fire into the underworld. When suddenly the protagonist threw out his hand and stopped the relics. But the relics did not stop. Looking down, he said in confusion that he did not think this was a good idea. At this time, Nero and the demon found themselves in the kingdom of the dead, landing on the mountains of rings. Nero smiled madly and threw his hand forward, saying that it was time to burn everything. At that very moment, there was a loud explosion. Suddenly, Osiris breathed a sigh of relief, saying that it seemed to have helped. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The protagonist looked at the relic in surprise, asking if something was really wrong. Suddenly, Osiris grabbed his stomach again and winced in incredible pain. Falling to the ground, he screamed that he was dying. Has it really gotten worse? The protagonist screamed, not knowing what to do. Looking into the hole in which the fire was blazing, he called Nero, saying that it was time to go back up. Nero stopped, looking up. The protagonist said that melting the rings would not help, because then the rings would simply become liquid. After a short pause, he added that molten metal in the stomach was worse than just rings. Nero stopped and thoughtfully said that Jooheon was right. After that, the protagonist shouted that, what's more, Nero was burning Osiris from the inside. Yes, I understand, Nero said discontentedly. After that, he turned to the demon and said that it was time to leave. Suddenly, a wave of molten gold rushed at him from behind. At that very second, it swallowed Nero. Osiris at that very second winced in pain. Osiris was shaking in pain. The protagonist, looking into the hole in surprise, asked if this was really an earthquake. It was not an earthquake. Molten gold was rising from the bottom of the pit. It looked like a volcano was erupting. Nero and the demon fell down at first, but their momentum pushed them out. There were frightened people everywhere. The protagonist understood that he could not let this volcano flow out onto the ground. There was no time left and he had to make a quick decision. The protagonist threw himself into the pit. With great magical power, he struck the rising gold. The protagonist decided that all the melted rings needed to be destroyed so that they would not come out of the pit again. In fact, Jooheon wanted to solve the situation without destroying the rings because he planned to leave them in space to find the real one later. Imagining the ring, the protagonist said that in addition to the fact that the ring multiplies, it is also a symbol of royal power. Imagining how he puts this ring on Irina's finger, he said that the girl would be able to call on his comrades to help in his absence. He understood that the world is still full of organizations that are dissatisfied with the new order, and so that such people do not harm his family, the protagonist wanted to share power. Imagining Irina's sweet and blushing face, he said that he wanted to give her a protective device so that no one could touch her. Using great force, the protagonist understood that the situation left him no choice, because he put all his strength into getting rid of the rings. Suddenly, Jun's voice was heard from behind, asking the ruler to stop. The protagonist turned around in surprise without slowing down. Jun, standing behind, shouted that at this rate, Jooheon would destroy Osiris. Looking at Osiris, the protagonist saw that he had taken the form of a dog and was breathing heavily while lying on the ground. When did he manage to take this form? The protagonist asked in surprise. Jun explained that Jooheon's attack was so strong that Osiris could not maintain that form. With tears in his eyes, Osiris asked to stop destroying the relics. The protagonist immediately stopped. With a drop of cold sweat on his face, he asked in confusion if it was because of him that Osiris was feeling bad. Jun, looking into the hole where the molten gold was whirling, said that this was enough for now, so they needed to come up with another plan. The protagonist, with his hands on his hips, said that whatever plan they came up with, it would involve destroying or moving the rings. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that destruction was not suitable because Osiris also suffered from it, after which he said that the only thing left was to move to another relic. But where, he thoughtfully asked, after which he asked who would not have problems with these rings. When suddenly the protagonist looked at Jun. "Your Majesty," Jun asked in surprise, not understanding anything. When suddenly Jooheon shouted that they would move the rings to chaos. Hearing this, Jun was shocked. Pointing his finger at the relic, the protagonist said that chaos is endless, which means this is the perfect place. "No," Jun shouted, asking the Lord to calm down. Spreading his arms, he began to say that chaos is not a place that he owns, after which he said that this is a completely different world to which he simply opens the gates. Hearing this, the protagonist coldly asked what difference it makes whether Jun owns chaos or not, because the main thing is that Jun has access. After a short pause, he said that if they did not solve this problem, the world of relics would end, and there would be no place for relics from chaos. Jun listened to the Lord in confusion. Extending his hand, the protagonist asked what the point of leaving chaos was then. "I suppose you are right," Jun said in confusion. Looking down at the liquid gold floating around, Jun said that it was all his fault. Making a fist, Jun confidently said that he would open the gate. Jooheon smiled and told him to do it as quickly as possible. Jun said that there was another problem, to which the protagonist asked in surprise what it was. Jun looked at him and said that the gate was shaped like a gap in the sky, but the Osiris gate was on the ground. He said that the rings needed to be raised up, and immediately wondered how to do this. Jooheon placed his hand on his chin and thought about it and said that based on his past experience with the relic of revelation, chaos sucks everything in quickly. Jun immediately exclaimed that it was because it was a relic made of chaos. He extended his hand forward and pointed at the gate, saying that it would be easy for Chaos to take it back. Looking at the gold, he continued, saying that if you weigh the pros and cons, the idea seems dubious. Jun said that if he strengthened the gate, it would suck in absolutely everything, to which Jooheon said in fear that it would be the end of the world. Pointing to Osiris, who was lying motionless on the ground, Jun said that he could ask him to open the gate in another place, but his condition was terrible. He paused and said that if the dog did wake up, he would hardly be able to do it. The protagonist asked if the guy could open the gate in another place himself. Disappointed, Jun said he couldn't do it. Jooheon sighed and said that the guy had opened the space-time gate on Earth, but Jun said that the Chaos Gate was different from the others. Holding his chin, Jooheon thought about it and said that there was only one option left. He folded his arms and said that they would lift the rings with the flying relics and leave the gate as is, since they would move everything manually. Jun extended his hand forward and said that it would take a very long time. Indifferently, the protagonist said that the situation was not that critical now, so they had the advantage. He looked at Mammon and called out to her. He looked at her with his arms folded and ordered her to go down to the gold and cut it into pieces since it had already cooled down. The guy smirked and said that she was a master at this, to which Mammon exclaimed happily. Jun was surprised by Jooheon's intelligence and said that it would be easier to move them. The protagonist looked over his shoulder at Jun and said that they should go get the flying relics while Mammon was working. After gathering the relics into a pile, they separated the flying ones from the rest. With his hands in his pockets, Jooheon stood in front of the relics and said that there were not as many of them as he thought. Ilya folded his arms and said that the horse could be summoned multiple times, to which Jooheon asked if they could carry heavy objects. Ilya thought about it and said that he did not know, and the protagonist asked him to find out, since such a load could not be dropped. Worried, Jun said that he was worried about the number of relics since it could take a long time. Jooheon immediately asked if they could get into trouble because of this, to which Jun nodded in the affirmative. He said that as long as the gate was open, the relics would try to escape from the chaos. Putting his hand on his waist, the protagonist asked why they would try to escape if they had a legal way to get out. Jun extended his hand to the guy and said that he did not give some of them a chance. He explained that this was the only way for the relics to get out. Jooheon immediately frowned and said that something always goes wrong. Kanat immediately exclaimed that he had an idea. Jooheon was surprised to see him, and Jun asked him to tell him about the idea. Kanat exclaimed that he would make a bridge. Jun asked in surprise if he could make a bridge from the ground to the sky, to which the rope said that of course he could. Jooheon was surprised and asked what the bridge would look like. Immediately, the rope split into many parts. It began to intertwine, creating a bridge. Wrapped around the gold, the rope exclaimed, revealing a bridge. Jun smiled and said that if they stretched the rope and connected the two gates, then they could strengthen the gate and not be afraid of it sucking everything in. Jooheon asked if the rope would be like a pipe, to which Jun said that it was a great idea. He said that the rope would have to be stretched a lot, and an indignant Jooheon said that it might be a problem. The rope screamed for them to try, and a scared Jun said that he was afraid that they would break it. The protagonist looked at the boy and coldly replied that a rope never breaks. Clenching his hands into fists, Jun asked if they could start now. Jooheon looked at the rope and told it to stretch as much as it could. The rope began to stretch and weave into knots. The net was even stronger than the one she showed with the bridge example. The pipe grew higher and higher. The boys looked at the pipe in front of them in surprise, raising their heads up. Jooheon looked at Jun and told him to get ready. Jun looked down in surprise. The cannonball in his hand lit up with a bright flame and began to react. With glowing eyes, he looked up, watching it rise higher and higher. The cannonball stopped, leaving a magical trail behind it. A huge golden ring appeared in the sky. The pipe rose higher and higher and was almost there, saying that it was tired. Running along the pipe, the relics shouted that they needed to quickly get into position. Jooheon crossed his arms over his chest and ordered the relics to hold Kanat so that the pipe would not fly away along with the rings. Near the Gate of Chaos, Jun created a ring for Kanat to hold onto. Soaring high in the sky, the huge pipe connected the Gate of Chaos and the realm of the dead. Looking up, Jooheon crossed his arms and said that he had never seen anything like this. He asked if Kanat was okay. The guy looked up with a smirk on his face. Looking at Jun, he shouted for him to open the gate. "Yes, Your Majesty," Jun shouted. A dark spot appeared in front of the gate in the ring. It immediately activated, starting its work. The gold began to move from the flow of wind. The pieces of gold flew up the pipe, but the people and houses nearby were not affected by the impact. Jooheon raised his head up, smiling widely and happy that the operation was successful. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.